Freak down at 150 credits. So for the next round, they might be in a little bit of trouble. Forsaken though.
Halo guys, selamat pagi, selamat siang, selamat sore, dan selamat malam dimanapun kalian berada. Kembali lagi bersama gua, Standar Zaini Ridwan. Selamat datang kembali di channel gua ini. Hari ini kita nobar VCT Master Madrid babak playoffs antara GEN.G menghadapi Paper Rex dan Sentinels menghadapi Loud ya. Sorry guys, gua agak telat karena gua habis nonton Timnas Indo lawan Vietnam dulu. Jadi agak telat 30 menit ya guys. So, enjoy the game guys. Selamat menyaksikan pertandingannya. Kira-kira siapa nih yang bakal menang di match pertama ini?
This might be a flawless return to form as Devi's the only man left standing. A 1v5 scenario. Talk about can he do any semblance of damage. As said, they invested some extra credits into this round, so the next round's not exactly going to be pretty. Wouldn't normally talk about saving, but I think actually holding onto a gun here would have more value, and he's just been seen and knowing exactly where he is now. Ooh. I imagine there's going to be pressure placed onto this man. Blast packs could be thrown in, but it's just going to be the entirety of the squad looking to just jump down upon him within those last few seconds. Well, it's not even needed. First one gets the job done, and GEN.G will extend their lead.
GEN.G nih guys.
5 players alive, you know, it's a little scary because it feels like since the very beginning of some of these halves, GEN.G haven't had a problem when it comes to economy. And I think for this 6-9 scoreline, Paper Rex attack side, they get a decent buy out of it. And, you know, it might even seem weird if you look at the timeline. You lose the 3rd round after winning first 2. What's the issue? The issue is the damage done. 2 players alive coming out of both of those rounds. It meant constant reinvestment, and Paper Rex now left with a Stinger and a Sheriff. Light shields on most players. Some heavy disadvantages to play with, and that orb, well, I mean, it kind of has worked because Munchkin fell into it, but not doing exactly what they intended.
It's not going to cover off above. They've had to re-smoke it. Again, an explosive start to the round. Almost a kill. Well, I say almost. They've ended up with 3. This is exactly what Paper Rex does. These fast-paced plays into the site. As mentioned, this was a weaker purchase. They had some pieces missing with that Sheriff and Stinger. Now though, you look towards the players of GEN.G.
Ini kayaknya sampai sahur ya guys.
Flash is already going to reveal Texture's position. And they've spotted Karen as well.
Semangat terus Bang Izza, aku udah like dan subscribe. Thank you Aroba Heno CH. Thank you Maximus Content. Welcome to my live stream. Enjoy my live stream.
The time to wake up. You know, we gave the same caveat coming into the last half, and then GEN.G ran away with it. But here, a challenge early on, and more importantly, a challenge with so many weaknesses on the board. I mean, this was a round where you have a couple of rifles, and what ends up winning it is a Stinger diving on the site, 2 kills out of a Sheriff to close the round out. Doesn't get much better than that. It was even a classic jumping around the corner to find one of those opening duels in elbow.
It's also now, you've talked about, it's 8 rounds in a row that were lost. An 8-2 scoreline. The difference is now just 2. That's how close Paper Rex have managed to bring this. Going onto their favored side, the B site under serious pressure. Half the team still waiting patiently. Karen's reposition. It's sublime. He's managed to TP behind them. He gets away with murder. Brilliant from Karen. We talk about picking this player out of ranked. He's put the rank play into the pro play.
And it works. You know, sometimes you just got to throw out those curveballs. You're focused on so many different things. You don't think the Lunatic's going to be up top, but my goodness, what a reposition from him. And clearly one that wasn't expected on the other side. And again, we fall back into economy discussion around this squad. They've been sitting pretty. They've been looking fantastic. They were able to obviously rebuy in this round because of the damage done early on. And well, they only really needed one of those rifles by the looks of things. A timeout called by Paper Rex as they can now feel that it's getting very late into this game. We're at a stage where if GEN.G picks up one more, they'll be knocking on victory's door. So, yeah, 17 and 14. He's had a great game, but I think that double kill from Munchkin, that tripled his kills.
Mind Freak.
I said Munchkin, sorry, I meant Mind Freak.
Yeah.
Munchkin's been doing well.
Yeah, Munchkin's got
He's been
triple
fragging
kills.
out.
That'd be impressive. But yeah, no, Mind Freak's definitely had a quiet performance. I also think something though, like we talked about the duelists in this matchup. Other than I'd say even Forsaken, they've actually all been a little bit underwhelming. It's been other players stepping up in this matchup, and I think that's really what we're seeing at the moment is the depth of both teams individually, but more so just that interplay. I think we're seeing much better fundamentals out of Gen.G, and it's mostly been those explosive plays from PaperX, like going off the back of a paranoia, everybody diving in together, and you see if it's even a slight bit disjointed like that round, Karon just pulls out a crazy play and is able to win the round for them. 10-7, as you said, everything on the brink here. Seekers available. On the other side, a Bladestorm as well for Meteor, but I don't know if he'll use that in this round unless he sees the value. An immediate setup for the Paranoia, but this is a ruse. The spike is over on towards B.
Costly ruse, perhaps. Forsaken. The decay is going to fade, but he's still half HP, and Munchkin finds it too easy to deal with him. One well-placed shot, and he's down and out. Now we need to see the return for Gen.G as another is found. Something falls. 2 rifles still in play. Seekers still in play. And a few flashes here and there. 1, in fact, just on Devi. Not a lot for them to fight their way back through with utility, but it's this man's position that might get them something. He's found another with the weaker weapons. This man's an animal. Oh, he's being put down. And for PaperX, they look to take it elsewhere, but those steps are heard. Meteor's in position, unbeknownst to them. You might have her trail, but, well, it's a little more difficult to deal with her cleanly. Mind Freak, the last man standing, 1v3, and Munchkin's already spotted him. He's a known quantity with a flank underway. Munchkin just needs to buy some time, back off, and let his teammates take it. And gets this kill, he's got himself a Viper's Pit to play with. Or if he dies, I suppose.
That's the thing. He's literally just playing with him because he knows that flank is coming.
Whoa.
I really love it. It was brought up by Lakia in the halftime interview that he believes that like playing with someone like Munchkin has brought a lot of depth to his own playstyle. And you can just see the intelligence even in this round. He literally just pulled Mind Freak towards him. He had no plans to fight him at any stage. Wants to just play the higher percentage play, and that's why Gen.G have been able to convert a lot of these advantages. And for PaperX, a lot of the time I don't mind these gambles, but I feel like Forsaken has been one of the sort of glimmers of hope. So you were almost going, he has to get something, otherwise it's just now a push without him going into the site, and it didn't work with him.
You know, the thing is for PaperX right now, at an eye test, you might think it's not doom and gloom. 11-7, 4-round gap, it's not that bad. There's a chance for them to fight back, albeit here with weaker weapons, but they've looked good there. The problem is, they've won 4 of those 7 rounds off the pistol and follow-up. Like, the injection of rounds early half makes this look like a much closer game than it is, but Gen.G have been dominating in rifle rounds. Now they've got 4 ultimates to fall back on, up against weaknesses, but no Lakia. A big opening kill for the side of PaperX, as Heaven could now be theirs. Gen.G might start to panic, might make a mistake, and with Munchkin inside the smoke isolated, that might just be the mistake they were looking for.
Oh, this could be big! He actually switches away, and it's just going to be the shutdown, surely, from Meteor. He starts off the round and ends it as well. 12-7. This map looking over. As you said, in terms of buy rounds, we've barely seen anything. 3 of them, in fact. Well, guess what, Mitch? They need 5 in a row.
5 in a row, up against 4 ultimates. Only the Bladestorm that's gone. Like, keep in mind, Gen.G have a full buy with Seekers, with a Viper's Pit, with a Showstopper from the shadows. And so that's a lot for this defensive side to close out this game. If you remove those ultimates, it looks like they'll close out the game because they're winning almost all of the buy rounds thus far. The closer rounds for PaperX have been individuals, and they need to show up individually and together. 5 in a row needed, and the challenge already underway.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, he put down early utility to try and slow this push a little bit, but the fact is, he underestimated the pacing. Lakia in the corner, but they expected. He's stuck in the mud. Good utility usage in this round. It leaves now Karon. He's had some magical plays, but they know exactly where he is. Well, it seems so. Monia goes bouncing past him. Now there is a flank, and no one really watching it, although it seems like Texture was doubting the player behind. Also a 1v1 taken, but it won't matter in the end. A 1 versus 5. Some serious mistakes needed, and Munyet's going to put him down immediately.
Okay, there it is.
Go.
The start of the way back for this squad. They've actually managed to deal with the vast majority of the ultimates as well there, Tom. Gen.G are left now with just a Viper's Pit. We listed all of them last round. They got used. They found nothing. So not only winning a buy round, but winning a stacked buy round in terms of ult economy. They've still got some left to play with themselves. The Blade Storm can help out. The Pit can win rounds. And with 4 needed, Gen.G are finally seeing some negative economic state. No, that peek from Lakia was not expected. Good flash too, and it's a double. He's got his teammate Meteor with him, and they're absolutely extinguishing the flame of Paper X's early fight. This squad's gonna have to go back and reconsider, surely.
Yeah, I like this. Just a direct counter. These A-side takes have been one of the major problems. Viper's Pit, although they might just about win 2 duels. A little bit dangerous, spamming. And because of that, being able to get rid of Meteor is a big pick, because that was looking like map control and a man advantage for Gen.G. Instead, much more of a problem. And also bear in mind, Lakia is the only one who can't be healed.
That cam there is very important. Just seeing something clear the spawn, you see how much space they lost, because this Viper's Pit isn't just stopping a push, it's stopping all of Paper X's plans. Their plan was to blitz A. They get slowed, they get stopped, and now they have to go back and re-clear everything. Even if there's not a player flanking, if they're just pushed up in B main holding that aggro intel, you're going to find it very hard to actually dive in. Now this TP is to B side. Up top, it's going to be broken last second with something down below, spotted and taken down. Gen.G have the advantage. They're going to challenge Munchkin inside the pit. And what a mistake that was. Welcome to his world with Munyet, the last man standing, and a free kill presented. He's got 3 more to go.
15 seconds.
He's found the 4Ks in the past, Dom, but this would be exceptional.
Doesn't have time.
Good luck to you, and good night.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough there.
GG.
The fact is, the running through
GEN.G.
of that Viper's Pit with the spike, they needed to clear that man out immediately. It did not happen. A stellar map, losing both pistols and only losing 8 rounds. What a performance for the side of Gen.G.
It's even more impressive considering Munyet on Paper X, a player that we've highlighted again and again, that was a big talking point, not just from the desk, but even from the team themselves when they were being interviewed. And he comes out fragging. The calls were good. We had some good fake plays, but at the end of the day, this was a Gen.G map. 13-8 doesn't sell it. This was convincing. And now they move on to their pick of Lotus after this.
Oke. Kita ini dulu ya, guys. Kita main game yang ini dulu, santai sejenak.
It's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Kita main ini dulu ya, guys. Kita main Stumble Guys. Kita main Stumble Guys yang solo. Ini harusnya aman lah ya. Oke. Let's play. Jangan pada ini ya, rusuh. I see hates. Oi, santai, santai. Santai, bos. Waduh. Jangan pada dorong-dorong lu pada. Bola salju nih, nggak kelihatan bola salju. Ada bola salju nih. Awas, jangan dorong-dorong. Tungguin gua. Let's go. Aduh. Dikit lagi, cok. Let's go. Tungguin. Alhamdulillah. Tap. Jangan dorong-dorong lu pada. Gue mau lewat nih. Awas ya kalau lu dorong-dorong. Oke, nice. Hati-hati. Jangan dorong-dorong. Nyebrang. Mantap. Jatuh. Awas. Lompat terus. Oke. Tungguin. Aduh. Nggak bisa kayak gini guys. Ada Pak Dena. Hai Pak Dena. Gue jadi moderator dulu. Halo Pak Dena. Nggak bisa guys. Kita coba lagi guys. Aduh, kok aduh Pak Den? Kenapa aduh? Tunggu. Ayo. Aduh. Map ini lagi. Awas. Jangan dorong-dorong. Halo Pak Den. Kok tabrak-tabrak? Pak Dena lagi ngapain Pak Dena? Ya elah, kok ini sih? Oke. Nah, oke. Alhamdulillah. Sorry ya Pak Den dijadiin moderator. Karena bestie aku guys ini, bestie gua. Ya elah, map ini paint splash. Aku tidur dulu Kak. Oke Pak Den, thank you udah mampir. Terima kasih. Thank you udah mampir Pak Den. Nanti mampir lagi ya Pak Den. Astaga naga, astagfirullahaladzim. Jangan dorong-dorong lu pada. Ada. Sumpahin nih kalau yang dorong-dorong. Ya elah. Harusnya lewat sini ya. Oke Pak Den. Ente lagi. Halo Pak Den. Stumble pas nih. Wah. Wih. Dapat ini legendary, dapat skin nih, mantap. GG. Kita udah mulai lagi guys. Kita let's go. Nobar lagi.
Not familiar with them, but Gen.G knows them so damn well. They're used to dealing with these individual plays and not letting it get past them.
I mean, we've been here before. I'm not expecting a smile from this man, but I am expecting a solution. Let's hear what Alex had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Alex of PRX. So we did see that, although the team struggled on that map, once the side switch and PaperX was on attack, you got some of that momentum back. And we do know that the team is a very momentum heavy based team. So what do they usually need to hear, like maybe from you, in order to get that push, in order to, get that swing into their favor?
I mean, usually momentum comes when you win some rounds, so I try to just figure out how to win the round. And then if it goes well, then we can snowball.
And I guess calm them down a little bit and make sure that they get their nerves in check, yeah?
I guess so.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if PaperX can wrangle in those nerves and get map 2.
Alex, you've done this before. You made the comeback before. Come on, boys. I want to see them have some fire in their bellies.
Dude, Yinsu, we got to get you down there. They need this energy for map 2 or they're going to be in the lower bracket. Looking at this comp, what is this, Mike? The 4th new comp they've played on this map?
Yeah, we've gone back again. We've got the Cypher back in and Monye back on the Raze. So I guess maybe then indicates we did see that on Split. He's going to be the front man here on Lotus.
This does fix the issue of having these flanks open.
Yes.
It fixes that issue. But I think there's another issue in this comp. You're lacking stall util, and on the attacking side, you're way more readable because you only have one piece of smoke util. I think that Forsaken is going to have to be very specific with how he uses his cages to make up for not having this Viper.
And the big concern last time, actually, is that eyes go towards Divide here. His inability to really have impact alone on his utility and opening up opportunities for PaperX in the mid-round was absolutely, it was absent last time with the Astra comp, so really going to be scrutinizing him.
Oh, well, PaperX, if they don't win here, they will be going into elimination on day 1 of playoffs. Mitchman and Tombiz, how are you guys feeling about this one?
Well, Yinsu, I'm feeling excited because at worst, we should have a good game on our hands. Last time around, Gen.G won both pistols here on this map, and it was still a very close game with them barely edging it out 13-11. Now, Tom, they come in with momentum on their backs and a map that they've put the prep into. For PaperX, it's looking like elimination might be on the line soon.
I don't mind the change back, because obviously this isn't the comp they played last time, but it is the comp they ran versus Heretics. I think it's slightly better for them overall. Still has something on the Jet as well, because they had a similar comp to this, but with him on the Reyna. I think this just allows him to do more damage. I like the start, though, from Gen.G. Oh, okay. They had that 3-man push initially. Didn't expect anybody to still be around the angle, and because of that, they've lost the first battle.
One man down already, but the rest are rotating into the right spot. The read is good from the side of Gen.G as they move to the A site. Here comes PaperX diving a little quicker than expected, but there's the return. They're not expecting this many players to be on that defensive side already. Anchored down, and they're winning the fights, leaving Devi all alone. The 1v2, good damage done, and the follow-up, and he's out of ammo. Knife out, and Karen wins. He brought a knife to a knife fight. 3 kills already. This guy's been sensational.
Got respected from Karen. He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna be the coward. I'm not gonna go and reload.
Respected it.
I'll take you in the 1v1. And well, I'll win it out. And that, for PaperX, that was again. We talk about the advantages and their conversions. What was that? 5v3 as they get into the site. They get the initial opener and they get an entry, and then they don't convert the round. It's good work from Gen.G, but you always have to look at PaperX and go, these are moments that you expect them to be able to convert. Not the start they were looking for. And again, we're going to see the same proactive approach from the defense, constantly looking to garner extra control. And PaperX, they're going straight into the site.
Oh yeah, look, they're willing to dive. We can tell that as soon as Munyet picks up this agent, and well, he very nearly died to the turret. Not a good start, but Spike should at least be plantable. No nade left online for Gen.G. Nothing to really force these players out of the corner.
Spike planted.
With that sees, it's keeping him in position. It's only deducted about 10 HP or so because he was so low. And the problem now is you have to fight back through all these close range angles where PaperX have the numbers to play with on a lot of the fights they're going to take. Decent damage on the headshot, good follow up, and then it's clean house for Gen.G. 2 players lost, not the end of the world.
Gigi banget
Could have
ini
been much
Gen.G,
worse.
bro.
Interestingly, yeah, something wise
Gila.
that round. So maybe hoping that they could get a kill and he could steal it.
Gila cok, ini Gen.G main apa ini?
Textures was one off a showstopper going into round number 3. So especially on this map, it definitely is a little bit more difficult for challenge for those orbs, but it might mean that we see a bit more of an A push, an opportunity to find something there. Well, this is where we are going to get the investment. Mitch, you'll be happy. Forsaken is already bringing in an Odin.
Listen, he's a wise man. I've always said that, Tom, and he's just proven my point, isn't he? You won't expect this off rip if you're Gen.G, and a little bit of danger for Texture. That crosshair's lined up on his head, and it's done some damage, some serious damage by the looks of it. Down to 77. Texture's tagged. Lucky is dropped. And we can continue on with the spams. Heals for most players. Divide the only one to stay quite low, not having anyone to bring him back to full fighting health. They're in a pretty good position. The close range spot by Karen shouldn't be left unchecked. There's still a flash on Divide. You expect that to pop as they move forward. No, in fact, it's just a double swing, and the same thing there. Exactly. Clean trades for Paper X.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be fight after fight. Meteor now has to try and pull off some individual brilliance as well. I think a little bit too predictable on when he'd make his move. Munchkin on the other side of the map, and the thing is, he could just hold this through to the next round, but I don't expect him to. When there's an opportunity to have an upgrade, maybe take a gun away.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, I mean, not a position you're going to be clearing a lot of the time. Done well to start. Player close is low. Devi and Mind Freak both playing without shields and with a bit of dent to their health. Forsaken also with no shields and no head anymore. This is getting very costly for the attacking side, with Munchkin not stopping anytime soon. He's already picked up 3, and now he's quickening his pace to the site. The time is so desperately low, and he doesn't know where Devi is. The element of surprise gets Paper X the kill and the round. But at what cost?
Everything. Absolutely everything. Every single gun just goes for overhunting a player that was going to have a gun in the next round anyway. Like, I understand wanting to earn those extra orbs up, but this is one hell of an overextension. Just constantly fighting versus a player that had a bulldog. Munchkin, well, you can already see him smack talking, and well, it's not the only thing getting smacked.
Wow. Round 4, and there's going to be a real challenge for this attacking side. Weakness is already seen. Chance for Gen.G to shut down the way back through for Paper X very early on. We know this is a map that both teams can pull to tight contention, but with Gen.G having done that extra work on it, picked it into this series, I'm worried for Paper X. It's early times just now, but with showstoppers online for both squads, we knew this was coming. Munyet's on the way, head caught on the arch on the way through. It slowed him down enough and actually bought some time for Meteor to escape. And for Munchkin to round the corner, no one's going to go down to that showstopper, but it's claimed a lot of space.
Yeah. Oh, they don't realize how close Karen is. He had to move because of the Tiger. Monya's going to try and aggress. This is risky. Multiple players on the other side. Showstopper, he should be dead. He actually almost manages to catch one. Even still, though, for Gen.G, this is looking fantastic. Timing couldn't be worse for something either. It's going from bad to worse for Paper X. They need to find a miracle through these spams. At least been able to get one, but they don't know if the player's still on the spike. The second tap will definitely help them out, but it's no Odin just going through. Too many bullets to dodge there. But Gen.G, they break back immediately. And while we mentioned them losing all their players, it's going to hurt now.
Yes, it absolutely is. Now you see the butterfly effect of that. Well-placed showstopper by Textures. We said there were 2 online, only 1 found its mark. And then the chaos afterwards. Every time you see someone on Paper X turn their crosshair to look towards an angle where they've just seen someone swing or they've just lost a teammate, they get shot in the back, because that's the exact timing that Gen.G go for the retake on all sides. Gorgeous stuff, 3-1. Odin being kept through, Lakia going way up in my estimations, let me tell you, buddy. And the spams, well, they're not having too much success, but they don't need to. In this round, Paper X have basically nothing to play with. 4 Sheriffs.
Well, also they've already taken the control. That's the main reason. You've got Karen aggressively up. It's allowed for a gamble rotation, so he's just moving that Odin elsewhere. Not the most common door to spam, because you are open to a couple of angles, but it won't matter. And this is the thing. We've seen this scenario many a time. Find a kill, TP back, Karen is excellent at knowing when to reposition as well, so they can leave those spots open. This is ambitious.
Where is he going? Where is he going? He's made it just about around that corner, but well, that was risky. If they came through that wall, Tom, I'm not sure that would have went the way he was thinking. Spray good for Munchkins, a narrow alleyway to fight in, and wow, that's a lot of damage. No chance for Paper X here. Of course, we did mention they have those weaker weapons. They don't have a lot to play with, and they'll get nothing done. A flawless round. I hate to harp on the economy, but Gen.G off to a flying start with it yet again.
Yeah.
It's feeling reminiscent of last map, but it is still very early days. Plenty of time for Paper X to find their footing. They don't want to waste time throwing rounds away. They've called a timeout.
That's the funny thing. We might actually get to the point where we can just highlight when Gen.G don't have money.
Yep.
We'll just save time.
Yep. Yep. It's the play.
They've had it the whole time throughout the series. I like the pause, though, coming out from Paper X, because this has been rough. And even looking back versus KC, they struggled when it came to this attacking side. A lot of that was a bit of a peculiar composition, but I don't know if this one's looking any better for them right now. Also, it has a lot of reliance, again, on this double duelist. And there was a moment or two at the beginning where I was like, okay, something looks like he's here to play. But ever since then, they're just getting boomed. And everyone on the other side for Gen.G has looked utterly fantastic. In this round, at least, one off a Blade Storm. Showstopper, the only ult that isn't going to be playing a part in this round for either side. And Munchkin already having that Viper's Pit online. And clearly, this is a time where Alex needs to earn his money. Otherwise, I think Paper X are taking that fast track straight to the lower bracket.
I want to at least get that third map out. You know, officials are a different ball game to talking about regional play, especially against a team you've already played on that map. You're testing so many deeper things, and I think for them, bombing out like this in the uppers, it wouldn't speak well for what's to be seen, because Loud Sentinels, they're not going to be any easier.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't want to face up against either of those teams right now. Here we go, though. Again, early paranoia. I think this one is not really going to be played upon. I like the idea, again, using that haunt to get them space, but something, I think he's just going to disrespect the utility. Had enough of these pushes coming through. He is going to get pinged up. They know where he is, and Texture's already there to support.
That's it. They're trying to punish the Odin. They know that it's not easy to fight from this angle, especially when the door gets opened, and now he's dead. But that's what it's all about on Gen.G, filling in the spaces and being able to fight afterwards. But with a return from Paper X, they've got a real chance. The headshot angle held by Mind Freak, but Meteor's just ducked underneath it, playing the limbo, and he's winning this game with Mind Freak down. It's 45 HP, and a dream turned to a nightmare. Paper X losing out on another. They had a good pacey take, managed to put the players on the back foot, and filled in every gap that Gen.G were trying to stuff their way into. They always had someone to take that second fight. Paper X had someone to take the third. This time, though, they lose out when it comes to the post plan. You gotta say, they really could have used that round.
Yeah, this is one of those things as well where Meteor's in a 2v2 scenario. The amount of times I feel like I've watched him just get both kills and his teammates still rotating. Like, he's just so confident at this stage in his individual ability, and even just ducking under where he assumed his opponent would be holding. That was, again, another big round for Paper X. A lot invested, even having some decent early trades, but it isn't to be. And now, well, Blade Storm is really all we could talk about, and they're still ready for his initial play. Almost goes down, but has managed to dodge that singular bullet fired by Texture.
Yeah, the thing is that's sending them elsewhere. Forsaken was trying to claim some space by sneaking through. We saw good success for that. I think when Yet on the previous map was throwing out a few of those little feelers. But the idea now is you can't play up against that op. This ain't the round for it. Your Blade Storm's already gone, and everyone else has pistols. Close range, numbers advantage is the way to go, and they've done it, at least trading out the first. Karen, though, he has been consistent every single time they've challenged him. This guy's coming up with multiple. 7-2 right now. Teammate ready to swing, and luckily, because Karen was dropped very quickly, so too is Meteor. Hell, it's winnable for Divine, but his knife was pulled out. Tried to evade some spams or some, well, players emerging from the smoke. Unfortunately, he jumped right into their crosshair. 6-1 for Gen.G, and 4 ultimates online coming into round number 8.
It's one of those scenarios where, again, Paper X have made some of these rounds look somewhat competitive, but Gen.G are consistently able to clutch out the late round. Again, as you said, ults are in their favor, finances are in their favor. There's at least a lot coming online in this round for the side of PaperX. Counter operator going to be invested into onto something. Here's at a very quiet start to this game, and a reaction shot from Texture already puts down Munyet.
You see the idea as well? We see the aggression. We try to take space elsewhere. Denied on A because Gen.G are getting aggressive, giving PaperX a taste of their own defensive medicine. This is a really good start with 4 ultimates to fall back on, 3 of which will help you out if you're in a pinch. For PaperX, where do they go? Where do they take it? Maybe they can get a neural theft. If they can even drop a body. And they cannot. A wall bang kill with the Odin from Lakia. That's something dropped. That's the op down. And he's looking for a little bit more. I don't know where they're going to take this on the attack, but I think I know what the result will be regardless.
Forsaken's been quiet as well, and reposition. Nice shot at least. It'll make things that little bit more interesting. The reveal as well will tell exactly where their opponents are. Knowing there's only one player here, the turret though, keeping things disruptive. And Meteor, again, full sprinting to help his teammate out. It gets close for a matter of seconds, but Gen.G continue their utter dominance in this match. 7-1 on the defense. I don't know, yeah, second pause is going to be called for PaperX. At this point, I feel like they're running out of ideas. I also just did tidbit as well. Last 3 times, Gen.G have won, played and won this map. 8 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack. They're 7-1 up on defense.
Ooh, that's not good, Tom.
No, I would say that's very bad. If you're a PaperX fan.
That's quite poor. Yeah, and the reality is for PaperX, you're looking at the last time they played this map against this squad again. You know, I was looking back at that series, which worked perfectly for me today because it's the same maps. But the funniest thing is something. He was on the Reyna and he was popping. He was doing well. Will I say justified a Reyna pick? Maybe not, but we know on a good day he absolutely can. This time, I don't care what agent he's playing, he's having a damn tough time. 2 and 8. Compare that to Split last time, finding so many opening entries on that backside. I'm going to be the last person to complain about Jet.
Memang agak sukar dipercaya atau sulit dipercaya.
Plays as consistently, at least that hasn't been the crux of their attacking side. The problem is, how many rounds have we seen where literally 10 to 15 seconds in, it's 3v5. No control, no benefit for it. One guy goes down, they push somewhere else, that guy goes down, then they sit there with nothing to do.
Think about the spots that Gen.G are also willing to claim. Like, they pushed out 2 players in all the way past Mound. They weren't even holding the deep angles anymore because what's the point?
And
they're
they
going to
pushed
try and swing through
with 2 players in the same round.
Yeah.
Right? So like, this is the thing. You even peek your head out and you go, oh, are they rubbled? Yep, they are. I'm dead.
Yep, they're everywhere.
Now we have no advantage. We're playing
from
behind.
Push B. It looks like they are. Insta smoke. B control being taken by 3 players. Just waiting to see if the push will come through in that direction. It's going to allow them the fast take back of this control. Paranoia immediately put through. The trade's not awful in the beginning, but they quickly divulge into nothing for the side of PaperX. Forsaken trying to claim it back though. Finally, he comes alive.
Well, this is the round that he needed to wake up in. That spike is theirs, and they can walk it straight to the seaside once that door is closed. 16 HP, Mind Freak on 42, but Texture's got an op and an aid, and there's a snake bite left. This could be very, very dangerous indeed. For now, though, Texture's not deploying the nade, instead sitting down. Op in hand, 16 HP, turned to 0. Nice shot with the operator as Mind Freak now has a nade below him. He's safe up top. He's got the angle, could even pick off Munchkin. That can make it winnable, but Texture's a little too quick.
I love it.
I didn't think he could fire off that quick.
It's just like, he's got an op as a negative, and then it's like, no, never mind.
Wide swings it. Like, all right, we're quick scoping now, but that's the level we've hit for Gen.G. 8-1, Tom. Yeah, I almost wanted to say coming into this map, well, it can't get any worse. It just has. It was 8-2 at least last time.
It definitely is looking like a golf in class, which, again, considering this is the #1 and #2 from the same region, that we've already seen them play a best-of-5 series that was a 3-1, and a lot of the maps were close. It looks like Gen.G have leveled up, and for PaperX, I don't know if they've fallen off, because that's looking like the difference between these two is not the same we've seen before. All 5 ultimates, by the way. Gen.G don't need them. That's actually the point we're in. They don't need the ults. They're just winning the rounds anyway.
Normally you'd be thinking at this point, oh, let's just throw 1 out just to see.
Well, there you go.
There it is. Okay. Cycle the economy a little comes the big rocket, and it's not landed. It's not found the value it needed to. The lockdown has been destroyed, and Meteor was tagged down quite a bit.
That's the value, right? That's the value. They got rid of the they got rid of the lockdown, so they can at least claim some space. He's screwed. There's no way he survives that.
It's a little messy. It's giving PaperX a chance, Tom. They haven't planted this fight, but they don't need to if they win these fights again and again, and they have. Lakia drop, leaves Munchkin 1v3. If he wins this, I'm putting the headset down. They've got decent amount of HP, and they've lost Mind Freak. Okay, but it's all right. They've still got 2 players, no utility to play with. They've got to just take these fights, not one at a time. That's the only thing I beg of you. Not one at a time, not up against Munchkin right now. He's 11-4. He's been winning round after round, but a reposition by Forsaken. The swing is good. And the double peak wins the day, 8-2. Deja vu for PaperX. And, well, Gen.G got to be feeling confident. The good thing is they used 3 ultimates there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That they lose the rounds, they use the ults. That's the weird thing about it. And again, a lot of this just came down to some brilliant individual play from Something, finally putting a couple of kills on the board. The fact is they did peak Munchkin individually. First player peaks, dies, second gets dinked, and it's only finally they reposition. I think we would have needed a new desk completely for Alex if they managed to lose that round, but it's scary that it even got close.
I think just get rid of the desk, man. Punching bag with an LED screen in it.
Whose face is on it?
It depends on the game. Make it interchangeable. Well, Forsaken's picked off Karen. That's a fantastic kill. Look how open the A side is. And they've made that realization. There's no further challenge. There's no utility. There's no reaction from Gen.G. So Forsaken realizes it's wide open, and he gets caught by Lakia. That timing was near perfect. You have to, well, I mean, you can call it a mistake. At the end of the day, he was open to like 6 angles, so he has to just be clearing those, constantly being paranoid about them. The site, though, is lost, and PaperX will find the plant nonetheless.
Showstopper online. Not wanting to allow them to set up. Something's going to try and get aggressive, but it's not going to manage to land the shot. Now, I think the flash through the back might have actually caught Munchkin, so he's going to actually reposition through B instead. Move away from the flank position. It's open. I think it's because Divide's having to check too many angles. The Seekers at least will give it away. Showstopper has been thrown in. He might get caught by all of the Seekers, but his teammates got his back, and that means he'll be able to kill off Mind Freak. The remaining players, a bit of an obscure position. Munyet has not been cleared yet, and because of that, he's going to be able to deny the defusal. The spam doing so much damage, and now it's all on to Divide with an operator. First shot missed, but he just needs to kill the guy defusing, and he's done enough. There's no time left. Finally, PaperX pull out the miracle rounds we've seen from them. But everybody will go down with the ship.
Well, it's the same thing as what we saw before, Tom, right? They're getting this little resurgence towards the end of the half. This time, PaperX didn't have the pistol to help them out. They weren't both on the previous map, putting them up 4 rounds, and they ended on 8. But here, they're doing it on the rifle rounds. They're doing it in the clutches as well. As close as they may come, it's still giving them that little bit of a heartbeat to continue on forward. Now, this round, the last of the half, Gen.G come in with the Viper's Pit. That's going to be a problem to fight through on the defensive side, or potentially a very strong tool for retakes.
Man, it's scary when it's a Red Bull clutch that gets you your 3rd round, but as long as they're getting the rounds, I don't think they're going to mind too much. This battle is now changed. It was previously Karon being solo, and now it's Texture, and his operator has been fierce.
Looks like they're going to go back into it. Is there a flash? Is there anything? No. No, it's just a dry, wide peek by Munyet. Players up top looking to trade, but Texture's out of the angle too quickly. PaperX have given him another shot, and it looks like another bite of this apple. As around comes another, but finally the miss is there. Texture gets the reset, though, with low HP. He's dancing around, but he's being caught. There was no escape this time, and with Lakia falling, a real chance emerging for an 8-4 half. It looks like PaperX have finally woken up. They've found some punch to be packed. Let's see. Meteor's on his way in. Up close with a teammate further away. Munchkin's making a lot of noise. They're trying to find an angle to deal with him, and instead running into Meteor. Well played. Now they can group up and try to force this 2v2 with the Viper's Pit. That was a little scary. Thought Munchkin was about to be spammed, but now they've got a lot of space as they close in the distance. No snake bites to play with, though. That could help out, keep them way out of this pit, and with Munchkin falling, it's done. Paper X 8-4 at the halftime. They found some legs to stand on, some foundations laid. But the second half will be tough if they lose the pistol.
Let's go.
Yeah, they're almost identical to what we saw in the last half. A streak of rounds. That's just disgusting. I was thinking from Forsaken's point of view, I didn't even really see anything. That's how good texture has been. But again, it's those player deficits that are actually what turn the tides over there. Well done from Paper X to at least get something.
Well, Tom, it's time now to toss this one over to Divide, who had some words to say earlier.
I think it's like a stressful game. I feel like, for me personally, I feel like we are playing against ourselves because the way they play is kind of like similar, you know. I mean, trying to outsmart them. I mean, they were very good. I would say they are smart and they're kind of like one step ahead, especially on Lotus. We kind of like way behind them. Yeah, I think we were taking too easy, I think. I mean, they did exactly what we were watching them, like in the VODs, like they play the same, like they are not scared, even though this, like, I think for some of them it's like their first time in Masters. And yeah, I mean, very surprised with how they actually perform.
Yeah, you're going to be put to test, put to task. Oh, that's rough. Blinded and Monye just popping off. Yeah, Farmer even spotting the right there. Over towards Shybox, this guy's on for it. He's absolutely on the money today.
Gen.G, I mean, the good thing is probably we might be able to get some revenge, you know. I mean, we lost to them in the Pacific kickoff, and yeah, I mean, I think texture is giving us a lot of problem, like just killing us or like punishing us over and over. And also, Karon was playing insane as well, even though he's a newcomer. But I think he's probably like the top player in the league. I think he got MVP as well in the Pacific kickoff, and yeah, I mean, insane. Yeah, maybe we go back and cook some strats, you know, to cook these two.
Divide has certainly been cooking 15-9, exiting that first half, with the next closest player being something. Pretty good player, pretty well respected. He's got 6 kills, almost a third of what his teammates rocking. It's been tough for the side of Paper X. They haven't found a lot of success, but that little 3-round streak to close out the first half, Tom, it's given them a chance here. We want to see them take the pistol, though.
Yeah, we want this to be a competitive match that it definitely has not been. Gen.G looking like a competitor for the crown, and thus far we haven't seen the Paper X that we know and love. This pistol round might just be a deciding factor, but a great start from Monyet. Already pushing aggressively on the other side is something waiting for someone to try and make their move, and he's going to go back for a little bit more. Has to use the dash to get out of there, and is now waiting for the cavalry to arrive as the rest of the team somewhat far away. An opportunity, but Forsaken with a good trade.
Keeping the numbers in their favor. Something needs to do a little bit more. He's done some damage, and there's the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with Paper X definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something, though, delivers. Okay, he's up top and not spotted. Easy peasy. That's a 3K for Something. Looks like even he's starting to heat up.
That's exactly what they need. Just him having confidence. Because you look at some of the fights he's taken, and there's definitely risks about it, but that's always been his play style. Even on a Gecko, he's basically an op main, so then get the finances built up early, get the orbs rolling on the duelist, which is exactly what's happened thus far. Get that sniper into his hands. This game can definitely slip back. As said, though, for the majority of the matches we've seen, be it mostly in Pacific, Gen.G have been much more consistent on their attack.
Pistol win then was essential for Paper X. Now the follow-up looks easy. Very little to play with for Gen.G, and even if they drop something, he's the player that's rocking with the pistol. So the margin for error's already been reached here. Any further kills will be costly, will force some level of reinvestment from the side of Paper X. But on the defense, they can keep distance, and with the buy that Gen.G have, they're definitely not favored on ranged fights.
Divine will be solo, but you can see the rotation already coming out from Munyet. Jump peak will give him the info to go back in with that Marshall. This is a round that they shouldn't really have any opportunity to win. The weaponry not falling into their hands off the kills they've garnered, and the players they're pushing into are actually just going to start pushing into them. A good round from PaperX as they manage to bring things again back within 2.
Come on.
But the fact is, it has
Let's
been
go,
the balance
nice.
where Gen.G truly have been a level above.
Well, just look at your screen. Besides something, this is a round that often you're going to look at as an eco, but 3 orbs away from a Blade Storm means he can force up here, buy an operator, and potentially have a Blade Storm, even if they lose the round. With how consistent he normally is with that op, I would definitely put stock in him finding at least the 2 orbs. 1 kill and a death. We'll see what he can get up to.
It also means they can gamble the control. They've got him holding onto the A site, an aggressive position from Munyet. This is not really the gun you want to have here. Somehow, he gets out of there unscathed. They also had an initial setup for players outside C, but after that spot comes through, fading back. Now, the cross has already happened, so something now in a pretty deadly position. And honestly, I think Meteor's a little bit lucky there to even get 1.
Well, here's the chance for that operator to finally show its ugly face. Ugly for the side of Gen.G as they lose a player right off rip. And it's Texture, the man with the responsibility to take the space to close the distance. Now they'll be a little bit slower on the way around these corners, which is just perfect for something. He had to be watching the right way, though, and Munchkin caught him unaware. The same happens with Devi, though, leaving it to a 3v2 defensive advantage, and Devi walkabouts. He's been so good. 19 kills, looking for his 20th and his 3rd of the round. And it looks like he might, oh, he will get the opportunity, but he's being dropped. Doesn't matter, because Munyet's there to catch him when he falls. 8-7. And now this gets me excited for PaperX. That round puts them way back in contention because Gen.G got an eco.
Yeah, I like the way they play it as well. After the initial spot, that there was at least 1 player lurking. They know that there's an opportunity to potentially steal a gun away. So they 3-man push. Even a trade there's not too bad, knowing there's some things on the other side. And even though he only gets 1 kill, he does enough to delay and allow for those rotations. Devi as well, though, as you said, he's been fantastic. 19-10, topping the entire scoreboard right now. Something once more. They know he's going to be here. They know there's a high chance he'll be here, and they're actually going to really put the pressure on early.
I don't mind this from Gen.G. They have players lurking elsewhere. Trap just got broken on B. So now for PaperX, they have to be worried about the flank. It means you're not going to have Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own, and again, he finds Texture. That's a part of this take. They tried to seize the space with him blast packing in, but instead, they've been left to try and trade it out. 2 versus 3. Meteor's good position has been noted. As we said earlier, they know that trap was broken. They know there could be someone around here. It's why you see Devi wait for Mind Freak, wait even for the plant to come through, while Munyet finishes this flank. Looks like they're aware. Well, they're very much aware that something is going on. I mean, PaperX haven't made a move. Why haven't they? Why are they not trying to fight for any bit of control? And that's not something they'll find an answer to until they plant the spike.
Looks like because they've spotted players near B, and they're worried about their spawn, they're actually going to go fighting aggressively. This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor. 1 bullet left. And nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are. The peek out.
Nice.
Perfect, and he goes back
What?
with the pistol. He does it alone. Meteor's going to confirm the MasterCard Thrifty. And what was
Main
looking like
apaan
a
itu
firmly
Gen.G?
in the hands of PaperX falls to 1 man.
1 man with 1
lagi.
big gun and 1 medium gun also. Very ambitious to go for this. That could have put it to a 1v1 top, but he was having none of it.
That's what I said about this guy. He knows he'll hit the shot. For some reason, when it's him, a 2v2, and he goes, okay, I've got the first one, he always peeks for the second, and weirdly, he always gets it. That's the thing. Every time I'm sat there going, I'm ready to critique, and then he gets the kill, and I'm like, well, fine then. I guess that was the right play.
Well, uncouth, but it works this time. His opponents off guard with Gen.G 9-7 and claiming that round. PaperX have weaknesses. An operator in the hand of something.
Look at where he is.
It's not really an opping angle normally, is it? Oh, nice flash. That's good. But he hasn't got the dash anymore. It's faded out. But Munchkin, oh, the shot's missed. And Munchkin's been given a second chance at life while the showstopper is again just, oh, I thought just used for space, but if he fires it out close, no, he doesn't pull the trigger. And now he realizes his mistake as the dive comes in from PaperX. They've got a lot to work with.
The old Stoke should be, well, in theory, forcing them back, but it hasn't happened at all. They went aggressive, made this one problematic. Spike already planted at least, so they're going to have to respect it and just fall back. Munchkin's still holding, and they have a pretty nasty potential crossfire just with the amount of time that can be bought. Munchkin is just looking at that clock. That's all he really aiming for, sitting back, waiting for the push. He manages to land the first, almost onto the second. The PaperX respond in turn.
Let's
Back and
go.
forth so far in this second half, and they close the gap once again to just one round.
Well, that's the response and resurgence we wanted to see. This game, this map, and indeed this series
He would
is
have
hanging on
killed
a knife's
something if
edge.
he just shot the bullet. That's got to be so infuriating.
Yeah, I can understand he doesn't want to give away his position, but, you know, you make a decision there. Do you gamble it? Do you not? And, well, he chose wrong. Chips on the wrong color. Well, 9-8. And for PaperX, it looks like they've really got their hands dug into those reins. The economy is low. We've seen Gen.G win low by rounds. There's a Viper's Pit online with 1 kill for Munchkin, 1 orb, 1 plant. But the main thing is something has got basically an all right now. That's a Yassine dash. But it works out for him. No punish. When the reposition gets him another kill, swing out. Coming in for the side of PaperX. And closing
Yeah.
in just a second.
9 sama.
As we're 9-9.
Yeah, they have somehow made this comeback happen. 5-1 in this second half after what was basically, we were at a scoreline where this looked over. What was it, 8-1? And then they went 3 rounds in a row. And that's the thing. You don't really think it at the time because an 8-4 half is still great, but it seemed like Gen.G just let the foot off the gas. A few big plays coming out. Now we're starting to see players rise up. You were mentioning it, the distance between Devi and everybody else was a lot. Well, something has been closing the gap. I'm also just looking at Mind Freak.
Yeah, it looks like they're looking at him too. Karen was trained in on that with Texture finding a field day. 2 HP left on Devi. He'll find it hard to get any impact from this point. A stray bullet enough to take him down, but he's caught Karen off guard. The flash covers his retreat. No more flashes and they don't regen anymore. An opportunity still. No, shut down. 2 versus 3 though. Viper's pick could change the game.
They're trying to get in as quickly as humanly possible, but Meteor's there to defend. Leaves it onto something. As said, he's had a real resurgence. They just fall back to enable the reload. Never mind, he's just looking to reposition completely. I think they know exactly where he is, but somehow he still wins the battle. 3 bullets left in the clip. The pitch been dropped. He's already going to stop one, but he's now just the classic, and it's a classic v classic. Bagi is the one to take it home. These rounds are getting insanely close, and it's a back and forth once again.
Really is like a pendulum swinging. There's no stability to be found for either of these teams. 2 rounds for PaperX, an immediate answer back by Gen.G, but the fact that it comes down to this, that the Viper is dropped outside the pit, and then that's the result. Clean as can be with a final right click to close it. Gen.G, they've got a lot set up in front of them, Tom. There is a showstopper for Munyet. Other than that, everybody is just on the rifles. Credits are low. Gen.G could be on the home stretch very, very soon, and Forsaken in that corner needs value. They've not seen him. He's good for 1 and damage on Texture. Those could be very, very pivotal facts for us as PaperX look to move back through. So many players are low. One extremely low in the corner. It's the Rocket to find him.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. That trade's all right. That was the low HP player that goes down. I don't think they're going to mind that whatsoever to put it back into a 3 versus 3. Something about to try and go through this. His teammates a little bit further behind. No flash available for Devi, so it's just going to have to be the raw push. Already managing to retrieve a rifle, but every member falls. Gen.G now get a double back of their own. And the major worry here for PaperX, they don't have backup credits. They don't have anything in their pockets other than a Blade Storm. This could be the beginning of the end.
feels that way, Tom. 2-round gap. Gen.G in this series have just been miles ahead when it came to these rifle rounds. And again, it seems strange that 13-8, to talk about it as a dominant game. Yes, it is a strong scoreline, but not damning for the other side. But when you look at both pistols, that's a 4-0 start based off of coin flips. And Paper X managed to just about come ahead. When it came to rifle rounds, they weren't able to succeed. Now, early push, it's not quite a rifle. Instead, it's a set of blades, and those don't even get fired off. They lay by his side as he falls to the floor. Something down, so too is Devi, and they're ready for another player close. There seems to be nothing that Paper X can do to surprise this Gen.G roster in the last few rounds. And with 12 looking like it's on the board, Tom, these players, they have to be feeling the crushing weight of this series. The lower bracket is beckoning them, and there they'll face elimination against the Sentinels who are allowed. There's no easier fight for them than a team that they know.
Yeah.
The devil they don't
Gila.
is coming.
Seems like Gen.G have got their number. This round at least was a weaker investment, but they had to use one of the ults and it got absolutely nothing. And the second we've got into these post plants, that's where Gen.G have looked their most fearsome. A team from last year that
lolos nih
started
PRX.
strong, had a massive
Atau
fall
masih
from
ada
grace,
kesempatan nih.
made a huge overhaul of this roster with risks taken. Players brought back who had been at a Masters right at the beginning of Valorant, a player they got from Ranked, and players that have not found success elsewhere. Texture, one I think we can really highlight. Like in G, he was okay. But to go into a Gen.G roster that's now playing for a minimum of top 3 if they win this match, unheard of, surprising, and now looking like that pinnacle of Pacific, looking to try and do what no Pacific team has ever done before, take themselves to an international victory. The Paper X are not dead, not down, until you stamp them out.
Definitely looking injured. Path to recovery, 3 straight rounds in OT in a third map. A lot of win conditions. Gen.G, 3 ultimates to fight their way through. Paper X don't have reactive ones, not impactful ones. Whereas the lockdown, the showstopper, and of course the nightfall. Any one of those can open sights, pull you out of sticky situations. Door opened. That was the defenders, but it's covering Munyet's push forward. Problem is, okay, good nade up close. That's going to force that player out in the open. Problem is, Texture was covering it. And now the push on mid is spotted as well. 3 players left for Paper X. And it looks like they've still got a fight in them. Nightfall. Won't evade it. He's being caught. But, oh, it's fake information.
Oh.
The Shrouded Step has bought a little bit of an advantage for Mindfreak as he's still alive, his HP recovering, but with something down. And Devi, very much known towards that spawn. Mindfreak's on the wraparound. Wants to move towards that singular door. For this, Devi needs to buy some time. He still has a flash to play with. There it goes. It's popped and it's cleared out this corridor. Devi's even won the fight. The smoke is down. A chance if Mindfreak can make it to Devi. If they can take this fight together, but they don't know where the last players are. And the nade has even forced them back for a second. The time now very low. And with 2 players still to root out, it might be too low. Devi just dodges that seize, but Mindfreak down. The time now not to be played with. Okay, no, Texture went out. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose. And short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. 13-9 and 13-8. A consistent showing from the side of Gen.G as they take victory over their Pacific comrades. It's on to the upper final.
Yeah, it is another huge statement play for Gen.G. No doubt at this stage that they wear the crown when it comes to Pacific. But that's not the crown they're gunning for anymore. They said it at the time. Their goal was to make it to the playoffs. Well, they've made it there, and they've continued to push forward in that upper bracket. A team has said that last year didn't really do too much, didn't really give us much to be excited about, and then bringing together a mix of players that maybe many didn't expect to do well, definitely didn't expect to get this far. They continue in that upper bracket to fight off and be the representative as they face Americas, and they send the previous Pacific champion, a previous finalist of one of these events, down into the lower bracket.
Well, this second map, although only 1 round in the difference, Tom, this was definitely a much better feeling from the side of Paper X. They earned their way back in from an 8-1 deficit to a close scoreline in the end, but despite that streak of rounds, Gen.G take the victory thanks to map number 1, Paper X's pick, where they just didn't get started. Yeah. And that's a big concern for them. Moving on to an elimination series next, they won't get a chance to have a slow start. They've got to come out swinging off the bat. For Gen.G, they get to watch their opponents play, figure out who it is, take some notes. This is a very nice position to be in, and a chance to make a historical run here in Madrid for their region.
But that's always been the thing. Like, we talk about Pacific teams as a flash in the pan a lot of the time. You look at the Zeta run. You could even throw a Chinese team in
Ente, Paper X,
making a run. Paper X making a run. This Gen.G squad, though, it feels different. They have so much depth to them in terms of individual plays, but they have such a solid structure, great trading, and also it just looks like the individuals on that team have leveled up from last year. They look like different players, even if they're in different roles, some coming from the tier 2 as well. They are an absolute joy to watch. And the fact is, I don't know where this ends.
Put ahead of them, hopefully no bumps in that road. And the reality is, you know, Texture for me, certainly someone to take notes on, because this guy, he was good before, but now on the international scene, up against some of the best in the world, and he's leaving his mark. He's already left his mark, and it could get so much more beneficial for this squad as they now get to watch their opponents play, take those notes. I really put so much stock in that. I'm excited to see what this squad can do, Tom.
I think I love the fact that just even hearing them talk about each other, it's Munchkin elevating his teammates. Like, I think that's such a huge compliment. Like, you could say someone come in, oh, he's a great leader, he's playing great individually, like all of these compliments. This is a nice thing, but to say he's come in, as someone has said, one of the first players coming out of Korea, Lakia, to play at a Masters event, and you're going, yeah, this guy has made me better. As someone who's coming in as a relatively new leader, that's such a huge compliment to hear from. And I think that's the great thing about this team. You look at them on the stage, you look at Texture just having a great time, everybody like standing up, like bows and arrows. Like, this is looking like a completely different squad. And honestly, I am so impressed with what we've seen. Luckily, now we get to hear from Munchkin as he's going to be down on the stage.
La victoria más convincente para Gen.G hasta ahora. The most convincing victory for Gen.G so far, and it had to be in playoffs. Tenía que ser en playoffs. Estoy aquí con Munchkin para que me cuente un poco de lo que ha sido esta partida y lo que ha sido este recorrido. And the first thing I'm going to say is, can we hear it for Munchkin? Can we hear?
Kita main lagi nggak sih, guys? Wait. Kita main ini lagi, guys. main solo lagi ini guys. Stumble guys. Udah lama nih gua gak main ini. Mapnya apa nih? Jangan pada rusuh loh ya. Lu pada jangan pada rusuh. Tungguin. Yes. Hapus lo pada. Sabar, tunggu. Nah, go. Oh. Masih aman. Ya elah. Tenang. Oke, masih aman. Tuh. Oke. Tunggu. Yes. Woi, jangan dorong-dorong, bro. Aduh. Nggak sih guys? Ini lagi. kuat dulu. Aman. Oke. Iya. Panda makan. Saya agak puasa. Go. Kita hadapi di sini. Nice. Mantap. Lompat terus. Hadap lagi. Hadap lagi. Aduh, hampir jatuh. Oke. Iya. Yes. Kita tunggu dulu. Oke. Easy, bos. Kasih gue menang. Oh. Oh shit. Oh shh. Hampir aja. Ay. Iya, sip. Oke. Nah. Oh. Jangan dorong-dorong. Nah, oke. Untung aja masih aman. Iya. Sumpah ini. Si cok. Oke. Mantap. Next main ini kali ya, kita main CS. kita main yang overpass.
What do you see? Clear.
Bunuh gua. Terlalu deket bom. Let's go.
What is happening? Clear.
Clear. Iya. Tap.
This is our
Oh my god, flash.
3 men left. They're done. 1 left. Let's kill him already. Terrorists win. Yeah.
Yuk.
Let's go, my brother. Grenade! Let's go, grenade! Grenade out! Let's go, grenade!
Tuh. Nabrak. Nabrak.
All clear. Grenade! I planted. Only 2 men left. Who is going to win? Only 1 man left. Terrorists win. Let's go, my brother. What do you see? Clear. Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win. We will dance on your graves. No more talking. Now we fight. Check in.
Yeah.
Checking the breach. All clear.
Let's go. Oke. Aduh. Ah.
What is happening? Terrorists win.
Satu lagi guys, satu lagi. Apa nih? Ih. Thank you. Sekarang saatnya watch party lagi. Karena pertandingan sudah mulai.
And see if they can get damage or kills that way to try to punish the info pushes into mid, that kind of thing. And Loud can't always run around the map pushing on defense with utility because it just makes it so obvious where they're playing. It's a difficult comp to play on defense.
Might just get even harder as well when Sen end up swapping sides. They look like one of the better teams here at this event when it comes to their split. Largely due to their retakes. The fundies here for Sentinels though. Standard. The util being thrown out wide here for that ramp control early. Now setting their sights out into the A. Sadak! Anchor in position. Tucked nice and tight and safe. And really just buying time for the rest of his team where other damage has been done. Vulnerable up. Sets it up for an easy one for Celsius. 3 versus 3.
Bit of a blunder there for Loud, offering Sen another opportunity to get back into it.
Yeah.
Not planted for Heaven.
Spike planted.
Oh, and the pick goes down to... Now, Sassy is pretty far away, but I think... Yeah, I mean, look at the way that Loud are clearing this. They're expecting a reflank back up.
Holding. Usually going to be the bread and butter of a team like Sentinels, just trying to fight, scale for it. That paranoia, the timing on it. It's immaculate as soon as the nade comes through. Yep, just hearing it. And tucked to the corners. Sassy removed. Taken out now, just 2 will stand. And it could be just a bit of random spray, a bit of random spam that saves the day for them. Celsius traded, pit going down. 10s, 1v1. Doesn't really have to come for it as a bulldog, but will it be all bark or all bite? Tends to be the latter when Tens is wielding it.
Great clutch there. Enormous round for Sen to be able to pick up. The momentum piling forwards for Sentinels as they win the bonus and knock Loud's economy down. And what a fumble after Sadak's able to get a 2K at the beginning. And it's a 5v3. The stun just comes through a little too late for Sadak to be able to follow up on. And then the flood that comes out is late too. And they've taken a huge player advantage situation set up by their IGL.
Keep playing together.
Tossed it away.
Glimpses of the comms there as well. Keep playing together. Fundy's on show for Sen. Winning that bonus round is amazing.
And I do think that that's such a key. You know, Loud thrive against teams that opt into the individualism. You saw what they did to EDG.
Oh, yeah.
It was a massacre.
No chances, no gaps when they're playing against that. I mean, you can argue as well a team like Loud had a relatively easy path into playoffs. They're beating out the Chinese representatives at Madrid.
Neither of whom played that well in their games against Loud.
Put up a fight, really, did they?
But having said that, we know that Loud are an extremely good team when they're on.
Sassy feeling the danger there. The dog spotting out too. John is so damn wide. Yep.
That is so much info. John's like, guys, there can't be anybody B because they're all looking at me in mid.
So lucky to not pay with it with his life. Nade waiting for Loud. Could be some danger if they find a few initial picks rattled off maybe with the Sheriffs, but to use the Trailblazer early. Nade follows through with a snake bite exchanging, the handshake dropping down. Sadak was alone there. There wasn't really much to do with in terms of the follow-up. They have to face it wide though with the aftershock being played for. So much damage done to these Loud players. The positioning's known and noted, and so 3 survive into it with Zekken picking up 3s. 1 away now from the big critical ultimate on attack side. That showstopper is going to be putting in some work if he manages to earn it.
Yeah, and this is the problem once you start snowballing forwards. Loud are going to be 1 away from having a broken economy again, and Sen are starting to get up to key ults. Look how nice as well the Sentinels' utility usage is when they get into a plant scenario. Zekken's holding nade to try to deny somebody who might try to stop the plant, but he's also ready to throw counter utility with that nade as soon as the retake starts happening. They know how Loud are going to play, and they've already prepped the counter to stop them.
Truly one-sided affair. I want to see some bite back from Loud, really.
Well, this is interesting. Zelsis went for an orb lineup that's all the way into mid there. You see how there's 2 Viper orbs layered on top of each other. And that's going to disincentivize what Loud have been going for. This is Sentinel's Viper orb in mid there. You're going to take a lot of damage if you want to try and fight mid. If you're Loud. And that's, broadly speaking, what Loud have been doing on this defense side so far. Only 4 rounds in, though.
Dog right on cue there, at the minute mark. It's going to be broken for a bit of that mid-round information, but only shown by the 1 player, so Loud still left scratching their heads ever so slightly in terms of wondering where this might land, but they are starting to guess now correctly with the Seekers. This will point them directly into the right targets.
Sassy's going to pick up the ult orb and get Seekers himself.
Seconds left. Which direction is this going to go into? They've still got 2 players planted into mid here for Sen, but the spike over towards A, they are struggling to get themselves in. Push and pull, ebb and flow of the map, not really working out in Sen's favor, and they need openings and they need options right now, maybe to be granted to them. A bit of spray with the damage, the bullets going wide, but this is such a difficult setup to break into.
20 seconds left.
What are they even going for here? Slowing it down, but really time is going to be 15. The worst enemy. It's a team flash. John QT there, close to the corner, cut to wide. Satchel's through and over the top. Cabazine still anchoring. Tucked tight to the corner, Sassy planting the balls on the man to go for that one out wide for a heaven plant. The wrap around, now Zelsis becomes a key player in the game.
He's managed to pick up his orb and reposition it too, so he's got more control over towards heaven. So he's set to try to blind somebody playing elbow. Tenz's already repositioned up top.
There's no follow-up off of that flash. It's all Cabazine with the stun finally now to try and at least attempt that reclear, but you're gonna have to be giving this one up. They don't have positioning at all. Zelsis is backed away, playing a really passive position. 10 spots it, backs away, not favored for that fight. And they've won out the at least critical ones. Now, no mollies for Zelsis.
Les is holding it.
Les is holding for it and watching for it.
That was really nicely done there by Loud. Coming back in, they had so many different things that they needed to navigate. You saw that there was no follow-up on the paranoia. That's because they're expecting some utility in response or aggression in response. And the talent is being able to deal with Zekken flying over the top of him too. Unless, as usual, the backbone when it comes to fragging, winning duels against Tens and Zelsis to shut the round down.
Sentinel kan ini ya?
That's where you see the slower pace of Sen get punished. If Loud are not going to give them things in the mid-round, give them openings to punish, you've still got to be able to make your own success with the executes at the end of the day.
Loud.
A familiar setup. Doesn't look like there's the same Viper orb that's being thrown out.
No, not this time.
Start.
The other thing that's amazing about that Viper orb though, too, is it keeps people in mid because you could lurk through it.
Yeah.
So I think we'll be seeing that one come out to play a little more.
With a presence shown though, now with a boom bot.
Touch tips.
Yeah. Handshake.
QCK
up for A.
QCK and Kalian are really close to huge ultimates too. So Loud being able to put that previous round on the board is just so huge for them to stop the bleeding. Everything was red.
It's a lot that could happen right here now with 50 seconds left. QCK shows it, body checks the dog, breaks it down. Now he's one away from a large hold of his own. Onto having control, but now here it is. Showstopper. Fault line to stop this one. Zekken was blind as anything. No way with the movement. Just evades capture. Still low enough though. Tens now with the TP into the back of the side. That was not punished, and it is that full retake protocol, but already ram control game for Loud. Look at them clearing that so damn proactively.
Meanwhile, Zelsis is so far away from the rest of the squad, just trying to find the timing for a late lurk. He might be too late.
There's a kill. Here's a showstopper. Finally online. Rocket round towards the back. Sassy is dropped like a fly. Tens has to do the most now. He stands his ground and wins his one out. Kawazine falling out. Sadek though looked into this position to Molly to push him out of position. Zekken.
Zelsis is here.
Finally. Arriving to the party though, Util in his hand. Sadek adjusts it and watching for it. Tens now 1v2. The double face is there. Terrific together. It's 2 years. His partner in crime, Mr. Sadek himself. So with that defuse online, that's going to be that second round on the board. And Loud starting to get a handle now in terms of how to tackle these A sites.
Yeah, finding the timing there to re-push ramp before Sentinels were anywhere near set up for it, right? Zen's general game plan is we're going to get to site, we're going to have some kind of post-plan idea for aggression, or a backup plan like Zels is going for that late lurk. But if you can find the timing between them going to site and setting up the next play, which Loud did, you can be very disruptive. And also, one of the big crucial factors in round 5 and 6 to Loud winning is that they just had players able to take ones and win duels. You saw Tens at the end there. We've seen him do magic in those positions sometimes before. But Loud is shooting back. Might sound reductive, but it's very important. Here's that same orb lineup, but this time it's just going to go straight into a pit. Don't think that's going to have the value that Zelsis was hoping for. Kind of risky to go and retrieve it too.
Yeah. But it's lost, isn't it? Can't really be reclaiming it unless you have a plan to re-clear, which is stacking bodies, don't get me wrong. Just hoping that a few stray bullets might land into the cranium of less, but he's tucked to safety, making sure the pit will stay up.
Scout destroyed.
If Sen get a read that Loud are playing heavy over mid at the start of these rounds, which they generally are, there's normally 2, sometimes 3 players there, Sen might be able to make an adjustment and go for more burst executes. But all of this is so based on having a read of what your opponents are doing in this match. And they will be changing it up compared to the last time they faced off.
Re-clear called, it looks like it was the dog John QT. He's been pushed forwards now, tucked. And there it is, kill claimed. QCK, fault line. Definitely there. Actually laboured enough, but still the trade online. The call's being made to try and speed up the play now into B, but already that Util, look at it. I mean, the paranoia, the smoke drops out, cuts up the side, and with that lurk into mid, Sassy not rewarded for it. Tens has the spike here, looking eager potentially to take some fights here, but has to stick the plan now towards default. But his team do have his back and more. Look at that coordination on display. Sadek creeping and crawling, he managed to weave his way into the site there while all that chaos was going on, but not enough to get too much more done.
And that was a tricky round for Sen to be able to convert. When John Cutie goes down over towards A, Sen are forced. Their hand has to go B. And Tui's knew it was happening. The Loud players were there, and yet Sen come out on top anyway. Celsius destroys that attempt to flood retake. Dodge the flash and pick up both players. Sen, they are running away with this a little now. Getting to dangerous territory. Loud put 2 on the board with some slow, nice retakes, but now the economy's broken again.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? How that ends up working out, but quite salvage. Will keep any of the money running. Keep smoke. Going to be disrespected, apparently. At least with the flash, they know that nobody's close, tucked to the corner. A lot of players now looking for a punish onto John QT. He's been noted that he plays here a lot, solo play. They're just going to posture and pick up the orb.
And if they can find a pick on John QT and push him away, it'll create timings where Loud can worry about the rest of the map. And I think they've got a very good read that John is playing solo A lot. That's an expectation that maybe Sentinels can mess with a little, but at the moment, Loud have found a decent timing here to make a little bit of danger in the round. And the more the time ticks, the more you start to get worried in situations like this.
Absolutely.
Especially when we saw one of the rounds go down to only 15 seconds on the clock.
I think you can get really punished.
And Brent, the spike is going towards A, which is where Loud are going for their gamble stack. There are only 30 seconds left on the clock. Sen are quiet, but so far
30
away.
seconds left.
They're faking like it could be going towards B, blocking off Les's sight lines, but no one's budging.
No one's budging. Kawazine looks to be the contact for a Paranoia play that's being held around the back now. The nade flying forwards. Close quarters, still doesn't win it out with a stinger, and the backside players are brutalized, eviscerated. Sadak goes for the flash repeat. Celsius, safety in numbers.
What a swing, and great dodging movement by John as well.
Yeah.
Can Les pick this up?
D3.
He's been a monster.
He's got the rifle to do it still. There's going to be no gaps there, not with Sentinels. They know who they're up against.
And another round where Sen, it looks dangerous on the mini-map. You see them walking into the trap. QCK even manages to get one. But everyone on Sen is playing really tight together. Making sure that they can trade, making sure the spacing's excellent. It is. Absolute sentiment. And they're running away with this. If you wanted to have an expectation coming into Split, I think it's a little difficult. Because the 2 times we've seen these teams play before, one was an extremely close split that Loud ended up winning, with Sadak just popping off at the end of the game to drag him over the line. And the other was a flattening. It was Sentinels just utterly, tactically dominating the game. And this is looking to me to be more like the latter. Obviously, the scoreline would suggest that, but the approach, the way that Sen is so patient around the map, dealing with everything that Loud threw at them. I think that time, having been the first team to qualify for playoffs, has been used very wisely.
Oh, yeah. Rest and rejuvenation. I mean, listen, I've seen these players wandering around the hotel, and the coaches, Kaplan and Drew. They had very dark bags under their eyes, but now they've finally been able to get some sleep.
And you saw there in that the shot of the stage, actually, Sadak popping off, making sure he's communicating what he wants to be adjusted heading into this. Tack timeout taken for Loud. Are they going to be able to find the adjustment that gets them a little bit of a cushion to work with? Because the economy has just never been in a good spot.
No. Really quite vital round coming up here, just because of what you mentioned, the economy situation. Is a deep fault line. That's just off the rip from Kawazine into market, but there wasn't really much to follow through with it. It looks like maybe it was just to set up B main control for 2 years.
Now look how difficult this is from Les and Kawazine's point of view. You know, when this orb goes up, it's very difficult to know if someone on Sen is just quietly taking the timing through. And so these A players have to be cautious, concerned.
I've got your trail.
Little portion of the round though, with a minute 10 onto the clock. You can see those Seekers offloaded, pointing in various different directions, but it doesn't really give Sen an indicator. They do know that a male is going to be free, or not male, but Ropes itself.
Yeah, that Seeker went a long way before it hit Kawazine over in A Heaven. So Sen have a pretty good idea that that path to A Heaven is fairly uncontested. And the dog here actually might give such information.
It's broken.
Yeah.
It didn't see the second player of John QT. We'll see what Sen end up going for. Certainly relying a lot on the mid-rounding here from John, rather than having set game plans going into the rounds.
Sadak Seekers of his own now, spotting all the way through into mid. Everybody bursting through. Used on the Q as he hears that Trailblazer. Where's the follow through now from the rest of the team? B main lost control of this one. There's going to be questions asked now of a lot of these Loud anchoring players. They want to give it up entirely. Don't want anything to do.
Yeah. That paranoia thrown from Tens is lovely. Would have caught anybody over towards Rafters, and yes, the time is low, but look how devastating this looks to retake.
How do you do this now? Yes, you have a rolling thunder, but it's going to be utilized hopefully now to clear through into the bit. They've got this late lurk, the flying from Sassy, and yet he's caused all the distraction in the world, gets out with his life, close to the corner, cut him up, still John QT. Fully tacked his quality time now with the whole family as he's sat back into the spectator, CQCK forward. Leading it with the team, but it's already wrapped around, so they got to expect the Sassy's there. No, it's a half clearance.
Yeah.
Not enough. 2 years TP adjustment. He's on that high ground position, just propped up, but less now he needs to get more done, and he can't do it. It's going to come down to just a bit of spray and pray, but already time ticking, so 2 years, no chance in hell.
And it's another situation, Brent, where Loud cannot get any level of economic cushionry going. They're going to be knocked straight back down onto a low buy. And that adjustment, whatever it was that Sadak came into the round trying to inform the rest of his team, it did not work. They weren't ready for Sassy here in B Heaven, and they weren't ready for Sassy again once he repositioned into B main. It completely disrupted what Loud were going for there with the retake. The timing could not have been more perfect.
The way Senna working this map, I mean, it's a masterclass.
Yeah.
Speed running it.
It really is. There was a lot of talk coming in based on their regional performances on Split that they might have the best split in the world. And you know, I was saying, be cautious. We haven't seen them play up against all the other teams in the world, but man, is it looking clean. I think the believers in the Sentinels split are getting their beliefs confirmed every time we watch them.
Yeah, now heavy group up. The weaker buy here from Loud using that Trailblazer, trying to be fast onto the approach. Chance here, Zekken tries to adjust the spray, expecting players to swing from that left side. Tens evacuating, has a paranoia still left to play for, but the mollies are really clearing him out of position. What's the call now for Loud? Looks like a pivot.
Yeah, very mobile though. They've made it feel like it's ramp and they're already pressuring the screens. There's still a trip here for John. Stens is in their spawn where they buy guns.
They don't have a clue. I mean, they've just caused them to all just be looking backwards as well. Les didn't have any sort of idea. He was just watching in case it was in mid. 2 years. One with a rifle, but no longer. Dropped to the floor, dropped to the deck. Les quite able to do it.
Yeah, and it's not really Tens that makes the round-winning play, but I think it was that Cypher trip coming from John. He popped it over towards screens. I believe that's how Cowanzine ended up falling off screen. Zels has got a double spray down. Have a look here. Blinded up. Yep, hits the trip.
Oh, yeah.
And also gets QCK killed because he's right behind him. So it just gives the perfect timing and positioning for Zelsis to go for that spray. I mean, everything is working here for Sen. It must be devastating for the Loud morale. Bear in mind, you have a full BO3 ahead of you, and you knew that you wouldn't be favored here, but it is still going to be mentally difficult to bring your spirits back up.
And hopefully have that experience in spades. Oh my, showstopper. Let loose there. There is the trade online from Kawazine. He followed up with the stun at least, but his high ground angle of Tens drops down, gives him the cues. Kawazine just taking a white peak by himself, man. Taking a fight by himself. Yeah, there's back up there, but heads have fallen, heads have rolled, and now exactly what Loud ordered.
Yeah, player advantage situation, looking lovely for them. One away from a showstopper too. Sen, they're going to be able to get a plant down here. They're pretty certain that A is completely clear. They saw so many people fighting over mid. But this one is going to be tough, and Loud cannot afford to throw it away.
Yeah, just watch it fall. Look at that. Loud, great awareness, knowing that Sen are going to have to be playing a bit more proactively, making the moves into the post-plan situation. Sassy is the lone survivor, gets shut down by his former squad.
And so Sen, for about the first time in this half, tried to do something fast at the start of the round. And that actually results in Loud getting the round win. Right? Every other round, we've seen Sentinels with a tortoise-like pace to the beginning of these, making sure that they are cautious, diligent about everything. And as soon as they step forward to try to take the fight, Loud are so happy. These players behind Zekken just got wide swung and minced.
Crucially as well, final round of this first half, the money's looking good, the ult's even better. Showstopper for QCK. Can play really much more aggressively now that he's got that one.
And the silver lining, if they can get to 4, if they can win a pistol, maybe it's doable. But they've got to be securing those wins.
Yeah, clean with the rounds that are available to them now. Viper Orb does throw a lot of just chaos into the mix. I mean, look at the amount of Loud players that's just gathered all the way into mid to watch it. They've got 3 players checked and ready.
Yeah. And Tense is still holding counter utility over towards B main. That timing was looking pretty good. Just.
Now that they've spotted the up though, the call's been made to contact in through B main. So Sen have just got themselves a freebie there. Can now utilize this. Oh, it's forwards. The rookie goes wide. Get away.
Yeah.
And now no value to be found there. Out wide once more. Still QCK's on a swivel. Molly's vulnerable him up. Pushed him out into the open. The easy collection of the kill. Now there's 45 seconds left. Chances to slow this one down, but it looks like Sen have no intention of it. Forward positions once more. Kawazin drops down from the ropes here, spraying down, but Tui's is disjointed from the rest of his team. Kawazin out wide. The reset. Oh, Rolling Thunder lifts him up in the air, sky high. And then one player standing towards the back as a crossfire setup, but the aftershock is elite. Kawazin on for so much more. An ace on the cards, less to stick. This one comes down to the span, but John is stunned. Atop, he's going to be out wide, he's going to be forced wide, knows it. Info gathered now, but another stick now. Less finally to trust, maintained in his teammate, maintained in him. Might be punished. Atop, out, force with a jiggle. John QT, balls of steel. What a clutch.
Kawazin was forced to reload in the middle of that, and John took the timing as Kawazin reloaded. Les was still on the spike. Unbelievable timing from John. And Kawazin had done so much, more than anyone could have been asked to do. But the timing on that, of when to take the fight in the 1v2, was utterly superb.
It's perfection. God damn. Absolutely unreal stuff. Well, we heard from John earlier. Let's find out what he was expecting coming into this matchup.
Hello, I'm John Curie, and I'm the IGL for Sentinels. We definitely did a lot of mistakes, and we looked rough. We've had 2 rough days, but we made sure to rally the team. Everyone stay focused on the goal, and we won 2-0. I was all over their vibes. I even came here and just spent all my time watching Lotus. I've noticed their patterns and what they like to do, what's their tendencies. So it wasn't that hard to kind of guess what they were doing. I like to tell my teams that the devil is in the details. It's the small things that adds up and create that big thing that will make the difference.
All grouped up right towards the back TP on top.
That's amazing.
This man is terrifying.
What an angle to find.
All the way forwards, Judge in hand, Shin. Away with it. Still, reinforcements arriving. Narrate can't withstand it though, the pressure. It's too much, it's immense. This man is a thing of nightmares.
The mobility, the confidence, both working in tandem. He's on for the ace.
Obviously, the team has been through very lows after the 2021 Reykjavik. So it hasn't been all rainbow and sunshine, but the fans still stuck with the team. Since I joined, I mean, I'm lucky to say we've only had high highs. We've won all of our off-season and VCT so far. So, I mean, everything is going great right now, but we're still process-oriented and goal-oriented. Even if we lose, we still make sure that to keep it consistent and not really worry about the comments.
Consistency is key at the end of the day. It's clearly working out for Sentinels. I mean, he was talking about it. They had time in the off-season. They've been winning a lot, but with that comes a lot of hard work. They've shown some of the most maps of any teams coming into the kickoff, coming into the entirety of this year. But part of that is just them honing these map pools, All the questions placed onto their split, why the teams keep letting it through. Well, the reality is, it's a middle ground map for most teams.
Certainly true. Loud have come into this perma-banning Lotus, and Sen's Lotus looks good. That means you have to go towards this. So pistol round. Loud decided to take a ramp control at the start. Sen wanted to fight over mid, but there was nobody there. Loud has still got some people really, really far away from the action.
Real fast refight. The stun. There's no connection there, so Les is able to just skip and hop away, but John QT is just this watchful eye onto it. There's a gap into the smoke. Maybe a bit unintentional there, maybe just a bit rushed from Tui's.
Sen are also expecting there to be more players on site right now. Okay, well, where are the other 2 players for Loud? They lost track a little bit of where Kawazin and Tui's could be, and now they've lost a lot of map info too. There are still chances here for the Loud players to turn things around, but this silent jump spot, not gonna be punished.
Comes down to a couple of obstacles, really.
And look at the rest of Sen, tripled up, re-clearing areas of the map, trying to regain some information, making sure that they don't offer any 1v1s.
Yeah, methodical.
30 seconds.
You know the win conditions of Loud right now. And against it, slowly creeping forwards, making sure to regain some of that map control. No kill found onto Kawazin, less a chance really for him to bite back and fight back. Here it is, return of the fire, 10s from the wraparound. 2 years running all the way through, he knows the time's against him, so pissed around. Does not go the way of Loud there. Sentinels, again, looking like just a map of pure domination.
Yeah, this could be extremely similar to the last time we saw these teams face on Split. As pure Sen domination. Sadak caught off guard by that one. And John picking up the 2K, it's just enormous. That paranoia, by the way, too, lovely from TenZ. They didn't know, as far as I'm aware, that Les was in that position, and TenZ just sensed that that could be dangerous.
Keep it up, keep it up.
Small windows, but
now Loud have got to, they've got to force. Right, you're down 3 to 10. You didn't win the pistol, you need some momentum.
All relying on this one. That full investment, no money left standing. Trips though to stop them in their tracks as they try and take control of this. The dog broken before it even triggered into it. They do find it. Reface, Elsis, that is incredibly brave. Well, second following through with the bullets as well as Stinger. That's just a wide bit of a gap there still. Sentinel's fully aware of all potential possibilities right now. Sadak has been pushed forwards into this deep angle and approach. That trip broken, there was a chance of a timing.
Sassy's going to re-explore. He's very favoured in a fight against 2Es unless 2Es gets the jump on him.
No way, just the ghost doing work!
That's bonkers.
Yeah, it's got the one pick, but there's no real follow-up there with the players. I mean, they can't really react appropriately. Sends the util flying.
It's pulling Zelsis over. It is making the A site weaker here.
Second and John QT though. Cam back online. It's going to be spotting the crossover.
30 seconds left.
There it is.
Camera taken out.
They'll be calling out now that they could have been compromised towards spawn, but now time running against them. Loud, get a move on. Cages propped up, pushed up. Behind it, John QT can't follow through after that trip. There's a smoke in his face. It does make it quite dangerous, quite difficult. Still, it's a bit of run and gun in action. Only a few seconds remaining. Pull out the sidearm. Why not? And it gets the job done.
Really excellent teamwork and anchoring again there from Sen. Didn't have a cage for himself to be able to play inside of, but has a smoke there from a teammate. Somebody inside the smoke that he can spam off. Just really solid setup. Beautiful little team plays happening all over the place for Sen on this map. They've refined it so well. And Loud, that force smacked of desperation. Down 3 to 11 with only sheriffs to work with. This one is a GG go next.
That's brutal. Really brutal.
And the other two maps here are going to be, even if Loud were to win them, very hotly contested. It's not like Loud have a map themselves that they are guaranteed to dominate on.
No, they've got a Sisyphus level fight ahead of them, honestly. Uphill battle. Icebox, both of these teams quite favoured on their attack side. Sunset, I would give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah.
So even if you do win on that second map to extend the series, it looks dire still. Anything can happen. Team like Loud being around the block, they might be down and out right now, but they have that experience to maybe rally themselves here. They need a few more though. Openings not going to be given to them. Defensive setup to Sentinels just a little bit too strong, too well honed.
Yeah, everything looks... They've crossed every T, dotted every I. You heard John talk about it too when he said the devil's in the details, right? What makes a team excellent is not just the macro, not just the shooting, but it's all the small things, the little interplays between players, the maximization of, you know, a certain piece of utility, knowing to always smoke this spot, or knowing to always throw this nade in this particular way. And on Split here, Sen approaching some levels of perfection on this map in the current meta. They are ahead of the game here.
True flattening.
And it's going to strike fear into the hearts of anybody else, because if you have a perma, you have to let this through.
Yeah, playing Split against Sen, I mean, almost guarantees. You know, Sentinel's going to be taking it. They've only lost it a few handful of times. One of them to this team that they're playing against now, Loud, but Sentinel's the kind of team get knocked by their losses. Re-clearance called here with a flash and a paranoid. Well,
good counter
good
flash.
one, yeah, from Kawazine.
Yeah, very important counter flash there. Sentinel trying to set up plays like this because they have looser weaponry to work with. The two Spectres, the Bulldog.
Heal up, squad. Here.
So we get to see a slightly more aggressive version of their setup.
So goes the ebb and flow of the map.
But there are still chances for Sen to win this round and just dominate with the same scoreline that they did
Flash,
in the finals.
rifle, bloody hell, that's a lot of damage and a retreat. Covered and watched for. Celsius just swinging wide, a bit of run and gun in the reaction. Called now from Loud. Into the site, will they be able to get the plant down? Looks like they will do so. Too much pushback.
There isn't very much retake utility here for Sen. Normally their retakes are amazing, but there's really only a boombot to work with.
Waiting for the right timings. I mean, the smoke up. 1 second here for 10's. Going to be using it probably to block off one of the angles. Just jiggling for now. There it is, actually dividing up the site. Paranoia flying with the fault line. Time. Starting to tick. A crucial kill. Celsius falling on top heaven. TP forwards. Backside control, at least partitioning in it and trying to take it wide. Still with that util online. The aftershock does push him away. Time from John QT, but forcing the fight out into the open. The snake bites, plenty of util here. So Loud, really well played into that one. Just understanding how to play that fully, just using the util.
And it's officially now a closer game than it was during the grand final, where Sen won 13-3. But man, it doesn't feel much closer.
No. I mean, this round almost I'd say a givey, but
it was a bonus.
It was a bonus, you know. Yeah, Sen didn't have as much util available to them, but still, you know, Loud. 1 round at a time, it's all the way, you got to take it.
Yeah, and we've seen them pull off big comebacks before. And we've seen them lose leads before as well, but listen, we won't talk about that one.
We won't talk about it. We'll mention it a few times.
Look at the timing there, just beautiful. Great read that Les was going to go for an aggro lurk.
Les dropped, I mean, this is your star player. This is a guy you're expecting to put up massive numbers, who's going to offset that mechanical advantage that a team like Sentinels might have with players like Second, like Tens. The desk was talking about it. When he's shut down here, your chances begin to dwindle. Trip in their face. There's no protocols at all to really deal with that one. Should have known it was there, surely, if they were walking all the way up. TP forwards, it is just being toppled and crumbled. All the opportunities in this round here for Loud. QCK with the nade does get the one onto Celsius.
I mean, this spike is down in such an open position, though. It sends to close out.
And Sadak, it's inevitable, yeah, the double face in the air. That is one of the most one-sided maps we've seen. Two of our top teams here in playoffs. But Sentinels are primed and ready. This is a team angry. They want to go deep, they want to go forwards. They know they've had obstacles, they know it's been tough for them. But that was just a dismantling of the opening map.
I don't know whether Sentinels have, been talking to EDG and told them they'd get revenge, but they just stomped Loud in the same way that Loud stomped EDG.
Absolutely impeccable work. We'll send it to a quick break on the other side of things. Plenty more action where that came from.
Kita main game lagi ya guys. Ini kali ya. Aspal main Legend.
Sipping on a cold one, waiting for the rinse. Woke up with an omen, sat it on my wrist. Black waves coming when it drops. I can see the fear, yeah, it's written on the wall. Who you gonna trust when the killer is the cop? Fire in my bloodstream, water in my lungs. Waiting on a black light, running in a rat maze. Shaking in my own cage. What do I believe? I believe. Waiting on a black
nggak sih? Hai, mantap. Kelas. Oke, jadi kita play ya. Oke, kita resum. Yes. Oke, let's go. Iya, oke. Yes.
Bismillah.
Oke.
What the is fleek though? Don't ask them, what do we know? What I forgot is better than whatever they remember. Never mind, I'm off it. Quiet form. Time to put the temper tantrums to the quiet corner. Hush, that's enough, said the ruler. No suckers allowed to break bread or asunder the daylight.
Baiklah. Waktunya kita ini lagi.
In plant denial and retakes, they're very good at kind of timing how they're using their mollies to delay their opponent's plant, then going for these flood retakes with the Harbor Viper are really effective. This is a map where I think you get to see the experience, the fundamentals of Loud on full display. They've played this comp for a while. They have a lot of variations of how they want to set up with it, especially on this defensive side. This is the comfort zone for the Brazilians.
Comfort? I don't know. Call me a doubter, whatever.
Okay.
I think obviously this being the anomaly of the grand finals for me is a very, very close fought affair, a 13-11 scoreline regionally, but I don't feel like we're getting the same Loud here. Other than obviously the EG series apart, I don't think really Loud are in a position today to throw Sen off their game that much. Obviously previously, Les has been the standout individual for Loud on Icebox, but I don't know, I just don't get it.
See, that's the thing though, I agree with what you said. This is still, I think, a map they are very comfortable on, but Sentinels is also so good at it. They run a very different comp. They're playing this KO, Gecko, and I actually think that can play into this Harbor Viper quite well. You can be fighting through the walls, fighting through the smokes, combining those two pieces of utility, and Zekin just looks unreal whenever he gets to play the Jet on this map.
Well, this is the thing. Last time they faced each other, Mike, Sentinels did come out on top. You think history is repeating itself?
I feel, yeah, we were talking about this before. We were talking about, yeah, it's going to be a long, drawn-out affair here. I think with that start, it's just so hard. Loud ones, time and time again, we say they're never out of a series. They're never out of a map. I'm just not seeing it again today. It's another concerning look at. You know, inability. I mean, even there with the interview there, talking about the adaptations that Sen made, I don't feel like they made an awful lot. Loud had no approach to really disrupt Sentinels gameplay that they've demonstrated time and time again on Split.
Sentinels, they do look so good, but you guys at home voted and you think that this is going to go the distance, and I have faith in the MasterCard fan poll. But the question is, Bren and Saisho, do you guys have faith in Loud?
I mean, I'm praying. I'm on my knees here praying. So I'm not going to lie. I want a close game. I want something that's not going to be so lopsided between these two teams. We can certainly hope so. You know, the last time these two teams tackled each other on Icebox, it was Loud who got the better of them. Both of these teams have very, very good fundamentally attack sides with their comps. They are very well drilled in that regard, but I want to see some fight back now from Loud.
I actually think that Sen's composition is extraordinarily good against Louds too. It's just that Sen haven't worked on this map as much as some of the others in their pool. And if they've used this time accurately, then maybe they can come out with another incredible map win. That's not going to help. Sassy going down there at the start of the round. You know, he's a really important piece of the puzzle in terms of getting the plants down.
It's a massive one with less for that early face, that early peak.
And Loud expect this to be a re-hit. And they won't really know otherwise until the alarm bot takes contact. And at that point, it's kind of too late. Sadak doesn't have nanoswarms to deny. So just gambling the wrong way here.
Sadak, flash through, he's playing anti. Where's the follow-up? There is none. Just rips away to it, and Frenzy in his hands. A backside position being played here. Dash fading away, but Second still standing his ground, and he's earned himself. Dart dodged. Another play being set up as well. Tens with a pop flash into the peak. It allows Second to recross back, playing together now, but they've got 4 players to deal with. Make it 3. Can't let this one slip now, Loud. Shot dart, it's good for the damage. Tens gonna be forced out wide. Tens! You can't be getting away with this, son! Surely not need. Doesn't even matter. Sadak pushed forward, that's a 2v4?
That's ridiculous. The push into Sadak there to give Sadak 2 kills was about the only way that Sen could have messed up what was happening. Not that it's their fault, they didn't know where exactly he was positioned. But for Tens to recover that, he's forced to take that duel there as he crosses back. The sidelines. Yeah, he's forced to take fights because of their utility, because of how they're positioned.
Who are they peeking? Who are they peeking?
Give it to him, man. Oh my god.
I mean, the players on Loud are so talented, and Tens is just owning them.
Yeah, man, return to form.
His form has been spectacular in basically all of this year.
Yeah.
The actual shots that Tens has been hitting, the moments, the multi-kills from him have been unbelievable sometimes. When he's not forced to be the entry player, to have all of that extra mental bandwidth being taxed, the rifling's just been superb.
Player's going to be dropping plan online here for Sassy.
Now look at this high tide. It's not going to have an influence in this round, but I do like how Loud are using it. They throw it out from 2Es when he's playing over towards Snowman, and it's going to let them play between the Viper Wall and the high tide to break the wingman, to deny the plant, to fight more aggressively. I think that could be crucial once we get onto some of the rifle rounds, but there is no danger here. Sen have just taken a very clean B exec.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, Tens, he should be trying to hunt. Yeah,
He is
you see
going
him
to.
swap the weapon.
Yeah. Offloading it in exchange there. Does want to go hunting. 2 years.
Okay.
Top of the bridge brings him down. Still 1 step closer. That's what matters.
It's a fairly important denial, though. If Tens had access to that ult at the start of the round, things would get quite difficult for Loud. The attack side on Icebox can be very potent. And the thing is, Loud's composition doesn't actually have great ways of disrupting you when you go for that. It doesn't have the ability to, you know, flash re-peek from yellow or on pipes on A, that kind of thing, which teams like Gen.G have done so much work integrating those micro plays on the defense.
A little bit of proactive fighting over.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the attack side be so good for both of these teams, is that Sen hadn't really built out those defensive plays, and Loud's comp, it kind of relies on playing retake, which is easier to deny.
So the purpose of that Dizzy is just to spot if a player is aggressive up through B, but the Cascade blocks it anyway. Don't know if that's even been noted. I mean, bonus round here for Sen, all grouped up.
Not really an opportunity here for Tens to be able to get the ult online, I don't think. Instead, looking more like a standard A exec. Now, Tens is getting in position for this flash Dizzy combo that Gen.G were using. It's so good.
Yeah, choose to break it. You're going to be staying right into the sun. The flash goes off. Plan. Now here for Sassy. Util a little bit delayed. So yep, it's down. Close to the quarters. Down underneath rafters. Kawazine wins his one out versus Second. Still, gets to the position for it. And Tens is starting to use his ult now for this. Making sure that they can't use any of that post-plant util. Keen and eager to take the fight. He's ripped Kawazine's head clean off. Over the top of the ropes. This is a real dangerous situation. Scenario flash. Peek. The rest of his team sets them up, but no real casualties. Now UCK finally. Abilities back online. Dash backing away. Gets the one. Needs to clear the corner here, but he's just really struggling. Waiting out wide here. Having a defuse from Sadak. Pushed back and away. And a wide tip tap and a face there from the Loud players remaining just in time.
Very nice patience there from Loud. Didn't get caught by the flash re-clear, but I can see that Sen are starting to add more stuff into their playbook. I mean, that flash Dizzy combo is so good. The pathing that the Dizzy takes and the way that the flash pops catches so much of the area. And Loud had to wait a long time to get their high tide and the cove back online, and then played with each other really well to stop some of this momentum from Sen.
Calm the Mollies. We really need to calm the Mollies.
Okay. There we go. Zekken looking for a readjustment early. And these players are smart. They understand what the issues are. Kaplan's talked about it so much.
Potential off the charts here, but clear understanding of what is really going wrong for them. Knife not broken. Tags onto 2.
Yeah, that's going to create a serious threat, though. See how 2E's is using his high tide to make it difficult for Sen to clear out that area, unless he's pushing up on the other wing of the map.
He's got walkabouts. Overstep himself, waiting for the high tide to now fade. He's going to be using again. Flash, Dizzy, dash forwards from Zekken. Make sure to clear all that space. If somebody was holding that aggressively, it would have been mince meat. But now, once they've gained control of B main, what's going to be the call? Maybe to go back into Zelsis?
Yeah. I mean, they either needed to hit B quickly there or go back over towards A, because if they wait enough time for 2E's high tide to come back, which it now is, it's much more difficult to get the plant down and get Sassy his ult. Drone is going to confirm. I think that a lot of these players have left the area. Does it catch? Oh, yeah, just
does.
Onto Zekken.
Zekken looking like the fox in the pen, but with him notified now, he's really just caught.
He is, but he's going to be distracting and pulling people away for quite a while.
So 3 on him. Here we go. Coming through there. Dizzy firing a blind shot off, but it actually didn't trigger onto Les. Nano Swarm.
That's so much damage.
My God, yeah. Ten's lucky to be alive, facing top rafters Sadak. Taken out cleanly. Now Ten's going to be playing a 4 position here because he is so low. Might be able to get a 1 and done.
And Sassy, with that ult plant, Wingman got the Thrash online.
Need somebody to break that dart from though, and there wasn't anybody really waiting available, but still, like you said, the Thrash is now online. Sassy lets it loose, the movement, clean, jiggling with it. Entertainment, not quite online here. Now a bit of pace injected back into the thing. See it loud, using that util. All available for them, but it's a crossfire setup of Sentinels, and they punish that swing and wide face out. Great with the movement and patience with the aim. Cooling down the weaponry enough to take out QCK. Over the top of the rope, Zelsis, he's hungry for this kill. He's hungry for it. Building up towards it, but okay, Les just a better player on the day.
But a sad situation for him to be in. He was the player pushed the furthest forward on A, last to fall. Everybody crumbling around him. I just want to go back a little bit to their communication from the previous round. Sen were coming, or Zekken specifically was saying, calm the mollies. And the reason that's so important in this composition is because players need to be able to hide. Players need to be able to hide and not have to face and break cove and fight while the mollies are online. Yeah. They need to force Loud to bring the fight to them if the spike is safe. And so getting that timing correct is really important against what Loud have.
Bringing money here, QCK, 3K in the bank. Looks like he's trying to save the operator, but for now the sheriff will have to do, and it will. Sassy, dusted, taken the hell out. Deep knife clears yellow, but really they've got nothing to try and cross and take control of B main here. Just putting that emphasis here towards the section, vacuuming up the orbs to defend this gun as well.
Loud are looking for information. Sen have been mixing up whether they rotate, whether they re-hit, and you can see Loud here just trying to figure out, is it correct to stack onto B? QCK looking to explore through mid. They think it's a re-hit. They're keeping players on this site.
Might be some serious danger here. I mean, 2 years just holding onto the high tide's wall. There, flash through into the back. Dart, oh my. They knew exactly the position that was coming from, so Kawazi didn't really stand a chance up with the armor. Draft dashing away. Zekken survives. Flank attempt from QCK. Oh my goodness.
Has anyone heard that? Tens is watching, but
Tens was watching.
They're going to get distracted.
They are distracted. Now the pressure really being applied. It's less here, and QCK for the cleanup. John QT is there with a trade, but 1 versus 3 now. Diffuse online for 2 years. It's not going to be pushed away from this one. There's no more utility left available for them. So a thrifty round for Loud. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, that is just in time. What we saw on Split was the economy just getting ruined for Loud over and over. They could never build up a bank to work with. They're going to call a timeout after the win in this round as well, which is a bit bizarre. Maybe the timeout...
Probably queued a little bit earlier.
Yeah, probably queued before they won the round. Yeah. But QCK opened this up with a beautiful Sheriff shot and then closed the entire thing too. The Cloudburst to make sure that nobody caught him getting past the alarm bot. And often that kind of thing is going to get hurt. But in this situation, gets away with it.
Like like John Cuda was mentioning, it's the tiny things, the tiny differences, the minutiae to watch for.
Yeah. And also QCK being able to give them the confidence to stay on B by taking that mid-round timing and taking the risk to re-explore through mid. And it is a risk, you know. He's only one man in that kind of situation. So now, what allowed looking to readjust? Can they take any lessons from winning that round? I think one of them would be, you know, trying to fight before Sen have utility setups, because QCK was able to manage that. And he's looked fairly good in the games of Icebox that they've played, despite people doubting his jet ability. And the other big takeaway, I think, from that is trying to look for mid-round information so your stacks are correct.
Maybe might see some signs of that proactivity from Loud being called. Like I said, just trying to gain some of that mid-round information, but comp isn't really too suited for it. I mean, you've only got the Sova as your initiator.
Yeah, you really have to do it by pushing into areas. And again, you don't really have the ability to flash re-clear spots on defense, so it can be very tough. You kind of have to double up, triple up, walk areas. And that's got its own danger. So both teams on opposite sides of the map here to start this next round. 4 players grouped up on defense on A, just pushing QCK into an aggressive angle.
I mean, this is excellent for him.
Yeah, but I mean, Sen are nowhere near.
Still, he's going to be telling his team to over-rotate. Get your asses into mid, get your asses into gear, because it's leaning over towards a B hit.
Yeah, and Loud have actually finessed this. Lovely. I mean, they've managed to get into a position where Sen weren't comfortable going for the early round timing, and now Loud have stacked it for the mid-round timing. And on top of that, QCK's watching in case things rotate back towards A.
He's in a really good spot. Drone. Oh, maybe just catching tail end of somebody.
I think they've got all the info they need, though.
Yeah, they have. With QCK pushed up deep like this, look at it. You can just tell from the stack.
Yeah.
He just tanks it. Half his HP just removed, but they weren't expecting it. Still, Loud.
Gila.
Sassy almost being taken out. Has to back his way to safety here. Fast flank of QCK. Might be causing some issues a little bit later into things. Now he's going to be notifying his presence, at least with the removal of that turret attack from Sadak. He's hoping that forces them out wide. Don't know if they could have took a glimpse of that one. Still 10 HP. Leave it just to Zelsis. Kova. There's no real chances here. There's no real chances. Maybe if you manage to get the second, but no. Full stick there from Sadak.
I think Loud's defense on B looks way better than their defense on A, personally. Especially coming out of the Loud Gen.G game, that was my big takeaway. I think Loud's protocols for dealing with B hits like this are actually real nice. Yeah, they missed Zekken, but they keep good snowman control, they fight from kitchen, they have good crossfires on people. Look at how Sadak, playing around orange, is able to pick up Zekken. I think Sen should be quite cautious if they're sending B hits over and over and over. The A side of the map does look more of a weakness for Loud. They tend to play it for retake more often. The flash dizzy combo on A is just more powerful in my opinion. And Sen are going to have opportunities then to fight aggressive in the post plant to stop Loud coming back in for the retake. I think you're definitely seeing that there are many more opportunities for Loud to get wins here on Icebox than we saw on Split. Right? Split from Sen is perfection, but not every map is up to that kind of caliber. And Loud are finding those ways of stopping Sen going for these hits. Now they've knocked the economy in the other direction. Did Sen even have a single eco round on Split? I don't think they did.
Feel like it.
They won the pistol both times, and then they just dominated the game. So I think this might be their first one.
Drop down to it. A couple of decisions to be made here because they do have money for a potential investment of 1 rifle or so. Looks like John QT is the one who's bought that one up. Might get sold, but it looks like it should have money to spare if it goes poorly. And whatever's been called, we're probably not going to be seeing signs of it just yet. Not in this round with the weaker guns. But, you know, Sen might start playing towards some of the orbs, try and earn up some big ults. Celsius will probably earn his after he goes down to a player.
And look at Loud setting up the same kind of thing. 4 players A at the beginning to post up some...
Oh, QCK messed that up, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say to post somebody up really deep so they have good information. And yet, that 4-player stack now just has to kind of chill and reset. But Sen are not going for anything too aggressive at the beginning of the round. They're worried. As soon as 2Es puts up this high tide, it makes it feel like there's many players ready to fight B. Even though we can see it was only 2Es at home.
One Dizzy clearing away. Sassy. On away now from the ult. Knife being broken. Loud. Should have the protocols for this, but still Zekken with knives is a very dangerous target. Tagged up by the drone. Has to respect it now. Has to back away. Zelsis dropped on the other section of the map. The other side of things. Saw that plant down.
They're pitting.
They are going to be pitting, committing into this one. This is interesting. I mean,
Apakah bisa 2-0 semua ini, guys?
Not a lockdown being infested. I mean, that is absolutely crazy stuff still. Maybe feeling like it's necessary now. John QT getting into this spot and this position on top of it. Can't break it down, so detained and dealt with. Big committed with the ultimates here on either side, but it's Loud win it out. 4 players surviving.
Yeah, I think both ults that were used there probably should have been saved for another round, but the problem is the kills came through so quick, so close to the ults being invested. I think John didn't quite realize that he was in such a player disadvantaged situation when he decided to pit. And likewise with Sadak just deciding to send that one. Make sure that they get the streak online. So now we go into a rifle round. Zelsis ultimate, super powerful. If they can get up onto pipes.
And there should be the round, or the timeout was scored for at least. Adjustments there with a deep knife. Now, very heavy emphasis and presence being shown by Sen. Sassy. Thrash movement. Looking elite. Looking to clear out the side as well for the rest of his team. Look at that, skipping and hopping over around the side. Kawazin, he's been caught. Do they want to dive and dash onto this one? Now Sadak is his bodyguard. Doesn't... Sentinels over.
Has a wallbang angle here.
Yeah, it's a wallbang angle with a pit drop down on top of it. Lockdown though should push him out of position. Potentially it to clear, but Les might just go down with a ship. He might just opt to get detained. QCK is wrapped all the way behind him, and yeah, he will get detained just so that this pit stays up. But he's spammed onto the top right of his position, dropping down. Crucial kill here onto the flank. Zelsis cleans that one up, so no gaps now left into the play. Hunter's Fury offloaded. Really just going to be utilized to try and push at these players from Loud into these forward positions. And they have managed to even it up ever so slightly, but still a player disadvantage. Molly, waiting for it to fade with Mosh down now. Dizzy on top of it with the Cove. Now stacking up all together. Post-plant utility should be good enough here for Sentinels. Our players realize it. They're the ones who have to make the moves forwards. Kawazin in 2 years. That is just disgusting.
That looked like a checkmate situation. Sen were running out of post-plant utility, sure, but they still had a crossfire from 3 different areas that they could have set up.
There's no way.
And yet through the high tide, through Tui's util, Kawazin, the hero for Loud in map 1, though the efforts didn't get him anywhere. This time putting rounds on the board. Yeah, Kaplan's going to be annoyed about that, but I don't really think that Sen misplayed it too much. Kawazin just hit some really nice counter spam through the high tide and then got a sick shot on a jump peak.
Yeah, sometimes it be like that.
Yeah.
Loud. Only creeping forwards with this lead here.
Yeah, look at how mobile they are with QCK's positioning. He gets another one. That's excellent.
Yeah, okay.
They played him over towards A. Last round he walked down Tube. This time he's over towards B. So difficult to predict.
Middle though with an ult command. Plant. Oh, hello. Counter spam. Kawazin dropped. Still have to worry about this operator.
That was actually through mid.
That was He skewered them. Tench dropped to his knees. There's no chance in hell he's being picked up. But now, plenty of time and space brought for the rest of these Loud boys to really get into the action. Auxiliaries are here. Wide face by Zelsis. Traded though. Dropped down. And John QT again isolated in this 1 versus 2 position. Familiar scenes for him. The reload surely going to be heard. And yes, Les is very quick onto the angle with the punish.
What a round from QCK. Very similar to the Thrifty that got them started on this map. Takes an early angle, hits the shot, and then he's there to punish. This is now 5 in a row for Loud to really get the gears going.
I was talking about the attack side for both of these teams being good, but I mean, so far it's clearly Loud are the ones who have stepped up. Won't go quietly into the night. That is a disgusting shot. QCK with his ult.
Zekken's Achilles heel.
Yeah. Barely tagging onto him.
So Loud, they have found something that's worked, which is QCK's op, and now they've given it to Kawazin.
Just to mix it up. If QCK gets spotted now, still, it's rattled off the shots. End up using the dash. Why has that kill come from? I mean, Les, this is literally the same as what he did in the pistol round. I mean, he went for this aggressive push on that initial round, man. He's taking matters into his own hands. Does not care. Damn! 3 fall.
What a beautiful bait and switch setup from kalian and Les as well. Such an unusual one with the Sova opping.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a Loud that is very, very angry.
Yeah.
Pod and poke the bear.
And frankly, it wasn't necessary for Les to go and do that. When they've already won 5 rounds in a row and the game plan's working, does Les need to force those fights and take the 1v1s? No, but he's Les. He's Les. He does just have these moments where he decides to take over a game. And he's been pushing up on A, looking for that duel, but Zellsis has not been giving it to him. If they're B defaulting and they leave Zellsis with the Killjoy utility on A, Zellsis plays it really safe. And John just took a jiggle there and decided he liked the idea of stepping up. I don't know why you would. 12 and 3 less.
This guy, I mean, he gets sorely underestimated by a variety of people coming into it. I mean, he doesn't play the most flashy roles, but you can't deny his individual talent, his skill.
And now Sen on a weird buy, looking like they want to just set up for that default A hit. Get 10s up over on 2 pipes, where he's got that flash angle.
Turret broken in mid.
Oh, the flash. Actually not in the right spot.
Really deep flash now. I mean, Les decided to take the re-peek. Dizzy shot fired straight into the wall there. Zekken wins it out though. Molly's dealt with. Accounted for. Now you're going to see it. The Reckoning pressing forwards with the advantage that they've got. Loud, not giving up any space. They want to take it right back away from them. And already you can see it, that deep position. The weaker guns and weaponry still. Maybe Sen could make something of it. Again, the triangle of death set up. This time though, Thrash taking that first contact. Zelters winning that fight. The adjustment and snap to the side. And retaking now with his operator just becomes a dire situation. And Zelters is running a mockery over them. Taking liberties when he's on low HP. So why not? He can do it. Not planted for Sassy. Tapping. Sadak over and around. Spotted. 1. Sassy dropped. Sadak now for time, surely. Working against in the jump spot. The jiggle, John QT. Trying to gamble and dice with Dev himself here all the way through. That is immaculately played.
John with another clutch. So similar to his situation on Split where we saw him play against kalian and Les. Beautifully done there. But I do think overall Sen are giving Loud way too much space in these post plans. If Zellsis hadn't been able to get those 2 kills and open things up, I think Sen might have been in trouble again. Most teams when they play against the Harbor Viper,
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
they're trying to get aggressive in post-plant situations to stop them before they get into retake spots. Sen are backing off and trying to play post-plant utility. But if they can secure this round, it's looking good. Double orb, QCK and kalian.
Kidding me. You are kidding me. Top of the rafters. QCK is obviously on the other side of the map, just trying to lock down at B angle, but the lockdown now indicates everything, or at least it should.
Another problem with this composition, you have no way of dealing with the lockdown. You don't have molly lineups.
Backing out no detainment. Fast with the high tide. Cuts this one up. Mosh pit into the back now. This time Sen fighting too. And nail! But you're up against cowards in John QT. Where's he pulled that one from? Out of nowhere! On top of the ropes, the pit has been earned. 88 health to his name. He just needs to survive. The spray down, and he's already hunting them down. Les, with him toppling, Ace on the cars. The crowd wants it. The people are chanting. QCK spotted out wide. Will his team give him anything?
Yeah.
Not quite still. A round earned, a round gained. And Sen will be happy with that. That's a salvage situation when his heart was looking so damn poor.
And round 11, round 12, the player to salvage it is John. What a beautiful spray transfer there. And then getting the 3rd on the rope too. All coming off the back of winning the 1v1 clutch. To get Sen up to 4, well, he's done it to get him to 5.
That's crazy stuff. Honestly, a really competitive map overall. And I believe we've got a special guest down on the floor as well. Let's send it down for an interview.
Hey guys, I am here right now with Coriana. Coriana, what's up? How are you liking Masters Madrid?
Masters Madrid is awesome. I mean, I'm really cheering for Loud. I arrived 2 days ago and I'm enjoying the city.
Of course. course, right? And how do you feel about this rematch? What are you expecting from Loud?
Sentinels is a very strong team. They beat us on VCT Americas, so I'm hoping for a really close match. We weren't able to show our game on the first map, but we are trying our best on the second one.
Of course, excited for that comeback. Now, what's this I hear that you bought every single VCT bundle? Is that correct?
Yes, is that true?
Oh my gosh. Okay, now I have to ask you, what's your top 3? And you can't say Loud.
Okay, I really like Talon, G2, and also Cloud9 one.
Oh, okay. That's a healthy representation. I like those picks. Now, last but not least, can you give a quick shout out to the fans? Maybe get them to buy some Loud bundles. How about that?
Yeah, sure. First of all, buy Loud bundle, and thank you guys for cheering for Loud. It's a close match. We are top 4. Last Masters we weren't really great, but I hope this one we can get the title.
All right, you heard it from Cariano. Let's get back into the game and let's get loud.
Bundles, man. I mean, I will say about Loud, they do have one of the only, like, you know, proper green bundles, if you like the color green. So they got that going for them.
Yeah, if you're a fan of green, any eco-friendly people out there?
Yeah. I mean, money, other substances that we won't mention. If you're a fan of any of that, listen, maybe the Loud bundle. But listen, 7 to 5. Important pistol round coming up.
Yeah, a very. Honestly, a huge one. And Sen have won every pistol so far in this series. So if they're able to get another one on the board here, that's just been such a phenomenal advantage for them to work with the entire time. Les, he's picked up a Sheriff. Loud are one of the teams that buy Sheriffs the most in these pistol situations. Often there's 2 players on the team with them.
Just trying to take those long-range fights, Celsius. In prior rounds, teammates dancing and dicing with death, but with that jiggle, always a chance, isn't it, that it goes poorly. He's going to be backing his way up to kitchen.
The reclear here from Sassy and Zekken. They had a cascade in their face early on, and now they've realized that that was fake pressure. A good gamble to take. And they've got a little bait and switch set up here. Kind of blocked by the wall, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's no going to be any swings coming out for here. Sassy needs to get one, but yeah, like I said, no trade in sight. Zekken, dash, activated.
Yeah, that's just wasted. And he was expecting more pace towards that. Sadak's called that pause in the round.
And holding for a repush.
Yeah, I mean, Zekken's already re-cleared this area once in the round. Loud are ready for it.
Zekken's now going to be pushed into this one and done angle. The dash that we talking about prior is gone. Loud, we're going to have to clear this one. Bodies might do it. Surely, Ghost moment, not getting away with too much more still. 1 for 1. Drop down, Celsius. Taking up space back towards the backside of Yellow. Might need some supportive util though, and Tens is the one holding it. So, flash, repeat, timing, needs it now, needs help right now, and he's got it. The follow through from the rest of them. Those reinforcements, jump, spot, and peek. Les, he's taking them all out. 7 seconds remaining. Molly has to stick it through here for Sadak with that plan. It's the only way he goes down to it. And it leaves it just up to Les. 1 versus 1. Viper versus Viper.
They should know that Les is this week. This Sentinels Classic could do work here.
Time to put it to the test. Lot to clear though for John QT. Thankfully, he's got a bit of time on his side. Contacting, spots it. That's now going to be dropping. Orb propped up. How does John choose to play it? Here's those shots. Spots it out on the right-click business. Done and dusted. Wipe your hands of that one. Pistol round here for Sentinels.
Did not look good for them in the beginning of this round.
Did not.
And Celsius has pulled it back with some great supportive utility coming through from Tens. Sen really abusing the slower pace of Loud there. Loud had multiple opportunities in the round where they could have gone forwards as a team and cleared out a solo player on B. Because they took so long dealing with Zekken, and I mean this util also perfection. Putting pressure on the clock. But yeah, because they took so long dealing with Zekken, that allowed Celsius to tuck into Yellow.
Nice!
And like I said, Brent, this is 4 out of 4 pistols, 1 for Sentinels. And this is going to get them back into this map. It's an enormous advantage, especially because it offers you opportunities to keep that momentum going with a bonus.
Clear ideas. Very clear ideas. I mean, here, Zekken, Outlaw. Sees the jump, spots, just baited out for the shot wide, and QCK Just didn't really realize that he was already pushed up on that left-hand side, so he's earned himself an upgrade.
Yeah, nobody for Zeka to play off. That's a really bold angle. He was expecting Loud to be playing more slowly.
Sadak not willing to give away his life to the Molly once more for the plant, so... But, that util out.
Two of these players will die to a one-shot from the elbow.
They're not watching for it. Over the top there, that's the Ghost gameplay occurring right now. Out wide, TenZ seeking to reclaim a bit of that territory, a bit of that ground. And he has slowed it down enough for the spike to be dropped down, but it is a 2 versus 3. This is the danger zone right now. The Verge are getting thrifty. Like you said, a single shot will do it. You've essentially handed over the operator to QCK.
Yeah. It looks like a save, to be honest, but they're still going to try and fight over it. Wow. There are still opportunities and danger here.
You slip them up.
TenZ is making an enormous wraparound unless it's gone into Snowman. This is such a bizarre round.
And JEN.G's backs to the wall, all about the timing. No way! As Lesson finds it. And the gamble, the wraparound here of TenZ has to pay off. It has to pay off massively, but it's not going to be planted out wide. Les, does he even acknowledge it? The reload is heard here. Close quarters again. Cuts it up into the angle. 1 versus 1, but it really should never have been here. In the first place, Knife tags it. There was a rock positioning as the wall fades. The head is collected.
That is a crucial one for TenZ to win. What a play. I mean, both Les and TenZ getting value out of the play that they went for. But for TenZ to go for that flank all the way through mid, wrapping back around quietly the whole time, and not have clock pressure because of John being able to deny the plant, and the spike went walkabouts into Snowman. Could not have gone better, the timing in that round.
Okay.
And despite Sen winning that follow-up round, it was really expensive. Yes, they carried a 1 rifle through, but they're opting to just take a full eco.
Yeah. And so, a really bizarre start to
Main
this.
apa ini?
Sen win the pistol.
Laut
You
sama
expect them to get up
Sentinel.
the momentum that they have
Satu
done
sama
on
ini,
every
Cok.
other half that we've watched so far. And instead, they're taking an eco after winning the round.
That needs to be dealt with here. What a snap to the side. QCK deleted off the face of the map. It is responded in kind here. Sadak, but cheeky there with the peaks over the top here. Just trying to play on top of 410. Drops down the Nana Swarms, making sure that nobody can play forwards. He does have the spike. Let's get this plant down.
A little bit of damage done, but not too bad. Love that cove too. You can plant in a number of positions where it's very helpful. And Lauda looking to try to play a little further forwards than we saw from the post plants of Sentinels. You know, fighting on top of 410 with 2Es ready to swing. They've got 2 layers to this, really.
Oh, deactivated. Knife cooldown. A lot of util offloaded from Sen just to try and clear that back of the side. But again, time is of the essence, and with the Nanoswarm deaded already, it's running out wildly. It's not a luxury they have whatsoever. No one's even forcing a tap onto the spike here. There's a gap into the wall. TenZ out wide and open. Man, this is just madness. Sadak, what are you getting away with?
Shooting fish in a barrel. You can see Sen had no idea there that Sadak could see the spike. I mean, it turns red when it's being diffused. Sadak knows exactly where it's being diffused from. Boom. Headshots. And the fact that Loud were given those kills towards the end, and this has been a bit of a stretched out beginning to the half, they're building up to some big ultimates.
Yes, they are.
The Harbor ult is excellent for being able to take more aggressive control of a site. You know, if you're Sen here cooking up a game plan, I think you want to be going for like flash reclears to disrupt this before the big execute comes through. Maybe that's what Sen are planning with both of the flash initiators and Zekken playing A. But at the moment, 2Es heading B for that classic cascade at the start of the round.
The only turret broken. Now Loud regrouping over towards A.
And this is where I'd love to see Zekken posted up on pipes and trying to get some kind of flash aggression going. Because I think if you give space to Loud, this execute is going to be difficult to hold on against.
Drone going to be heard. One tag down to Sassy, backs him away. Top belts seen and spotted. Dash to get himself out of there. Reckoning now will clear the way through for the rest of Loud to follow all the way through. Stuns, not really being respected. I mean, Zekken is just trying to really get the most out of it there, and he is finally punished. So, no command, fast, off the rip, pushing forward. So they're going to expect this QCK. He's already behind the man, already behind him, playing up with the rest of his team. And 3 players fall just like that, dropped to the ground, to your knees, if you are 10s in this case, and Zelsis, poor Zelsis. 1v4, last one left. Decision being made for him, really. Has to be the save, just has to do some exit damage, but even economical damage doesn't do that much.
No, it doesn't. I mean, Loud are building up a nice economy. They've got a great game plan, and Sen are not playing disruptively enough. Loud are just getting to play their own tempo, their pace. They could never really get a grapple on that on split. They were always trying to force fights in mid, and Sen were never letting them. That time, the patience and the slow play really rewarded Sen. And on this map, I feel like they need to be getting a little more up in Loud's face, trying to utilize the strengths of this composition, which are the flashes to go for those mid-round re-clear timings. But when Loud are given space, you see how difficult it was. Though Zekken tried for him to get a timing around the Harbor ult there. And then when Loud are set up in these aggressive post-plant spots, their players, they can shoot, man. Yeah. They can shoot. The buy in this round, very similar to round 15. You know, everyone on pistols apart from one player with a rifle.
So with the money chunked down, in theory, you're expecting Loud again to just keep stringing these rounds together. Danger starts building. Hello. Through the wall just in case, but Dash to respect it. The trouble is here, I mean, Loud, you got to think, going to be probably able to get themselves a plan. Only
Zekken's seen both times, even though there's a stack here.
There's a flash re-peek as well with a Dizzy, but the wall in their face as well. It just gives that covering fire for Sadak. Using through, not too sure how that kill was found. Sadak, really sassy with this reposition. Close now, tries to face it. Again, there's just too many numbers to overcome. The advantage is Loud here. I mean, they've just picked them apart. It's methodical in nature. As I was saying earlier, I mean, it earns them up to a couple of key ultimates. Lockdown now for Sadak to use with it.
Yeah. And sometimes it can be such flowchart Valorant on this map.
Yeah.
Because if the defenders can't get in a good position to disrupt what you're doing, we saw it from Fnatic when they dominated this map, you know, in times gone by. But the attack side, you have the opportunity to go and take a little bit of space and use big ults like Sadak's lockdown to really give yourself a free post-plant situation. And that's where you need to see Sen fighting a little more for some space. I think this is another round where the same concept applies. Sentinels are going to take a timeout here. And Zekken's already picked up the operator. Still got, you know, time to get rid of it if it doesn't fit the game plan that they want to go towards. But I think getting Zekken posted up in some aggressive areas would be decent. But it's also kind of difficult to go for any mid-round re-aggression with an operator. It's more that you take a line at the start of the round or something like that. It's certainly possible, but you know, there's two key areas, if you're thinking from Sentinel's perspective here, that Sadak would want to be using the ult. One is over towards B main, and the other is over towards pipes. And so having some setups that could deal with those, yeah, might end up being really crucial.
Just trying to think one step ahead, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and of course, you know, Sadak, he's a good enough IGL that coming out of a timeout like this, he might decide not to use an ult play whatsoever from the strat book. And he might just send it with, like, I don't know, 3 players pushing mid or something. You know, really to just try to mess with what Sen are expecting.
Right here.
So we're going to see Recon deep with the Cascade to try to push away anybody that might be playing aggressive over towards B, and that is where Zekken's got the operator.
Look at how hard this is for Zekken to get value with the operator. I mean, these smokes in his face. QCK, he's already pushed up onto the left-hand approach.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
You can't watch everything at once.
The Cascade now over towards A might give Zekken the idea that, you know, only the Lurker is here, so he could be a bit more bold with it. I believe Sadak was just caught by the knife. No, I don't think he was, actually. So he's going to be able to get this lockdown off.
Spike's dropped down in mid. Trying to fake presence here, except with 3 players right behind him, it's going to feel very real. Still Zekken, will he be dislodged from this forward position? He's the one who's going to be trying to gather this information. Does the gamble?
Allowed overcooking this a little? Using the lockdown for the fake when they have the full A site?
It's if Zekken, really. It's on him, because the Loud players are now going to be walking and waiting right into that crosshair. Dart forward, misses the shot. Now he has to really just use those smokes to evacuate and escape the ire of Loud. They're already fast onto the approach, but
They're
he's back away.
They're
going back to A.
Sadak's like, guys, there's no one here.
Look at this guy. Look at the position. You practically expect him to be a defender with this spot.
30 seconds
Forwards
left.
though with the smokes. Elsis can't adjust it. Can't snap to it. QCK drops him. This is real chaos and pandemonium being strewn into the round. You don't expect this. Patience played all the way through. Thrash out wide, and they're just shooting bullets. It's easy targets all about. Boundless right now for Les. The rest of his crew.
10 seconds left.
Free plants.
Spike planted.
And there's nothing you could do, not with the retake to the operator.
Yeah, not unless Zeken's able to get a freebie in a situation like that. It just looks very difficult from Sentinel's perspective for them to get any kind of foothold in a round like this one. So I certainly don't think the round was game planned like that, right? It looked like it was intended to be an A fake that you end up hitting B. But the audible call, does Sadak just realized that he had all the space in the world.
I can't believe it. I mean, how did he get himself up there?
Yeah, I mean, he just wandered in.
Top left rafters.
He wandered in, takes the rope, jumps onto rafters.
Yeah.
He's got a great spot. But also, Sen unaware that a lurker could have taken that positioning, right? Tens walks through, Sassy's using Thrash. They don't think about, are they ending A here because there's a lurker giving them that info?
Just let them try to catch me.
And Loud, they are pulling away, looking better here on Icebox. Which is really good to see because Split was unbelievably one-sided. But of course, you've got to look and frame this in context. This is probably the second worst map that Sen have in their pool.
Yeah, they don't have many of them, do they?
No.
Through the cracks here.
So, you know, for them to still be keeping it somewhat competitive, not bad.
It's not bad at all. For Loud, got their sights set though on his next few rounds. Make sure they can lock this map up. Easy peasy. Now for Sentinels, they've had to really be forced into a purchase around the 2 guns that they have saved. So it's just Guardians online, or at least for Zelsis. Presence now towards it. One more towards the Reckoning.
This is where Zeken was positioned in the previous round. He's got the operator over on A.
Clear. Just with the dizzy, there's really nothing else behind it. No flash re-clear. Just the one bit of util, and it was broken almost immediately with the slow down approach, John.
Yeah, at least they're trying to find the timings to go for that kind of thing, but just throwing the single dizzy, it doesn't have the same impact. It's worse than a single flash from the KO, honestly. And Louder just keeping all of this presence over towards B, and Zeken is still worried about a lurker on A.
Aye.
There's that prior conditioning here with 40 seconds left. Plant's gonna have to go down at some point. Drone.
Throwing the nade line up so that they can still fight with the nade.
Hello, pop flash play, Tens. He's still alive here, got his one, but 2 years also returned with the fire now. Feeling the heat, feeling the emphasis that he needs to make a play here. That's why he's going wide, dodge. Side there, away from the shutdown. Mosh pit, dissuading it, pushing back this one, but he doesn't expect the player above him. And around the back. Oh!
Whoa!
What an adjustment! Flicks to the side, luckily 2 years. Still there, not a Reckoning. Drop down with only 12 seconds left. There's no plan online and stun. Here, up and away. Updraft all around. And Sentinels.
Wow.
They grasp it in the midst of all of that.
That's wild. The defense utility, though, was so much better this round than what we've been seeing so far. So Tens throws a nade lineup as he hears the drone coming through, which allows him to have denial of the plant pressure at the same time as flashing through the wall, which is sick. Those kind of timings, beautiful. It's also then, there's a mosh onto the plant position too. Let's go! Let's go, boys! So much utility pressure in that round. A lot better from what we've been seeing. It's stumped Loud.
Yeah. Sentinel's not wanting to go down quietly here. Dart dealt with.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Zeken wasn't sure that it was going to get broken, that Tens could see it.
Knife, re-tagged.
This is the first time we've seen someone trying to play an aggressive position on pipes.
Should keep the indicator. I mean, Tens has no way to get out of this one. There's too many spots to really account for. And well forward! It's messy. It's real damn messy. Luckily, Zeken is still here and collects. With 2 on the board now, maybe a chance for Sentinels really setting themselves up in an advantage.
Wait, guys.
This could have been one of the first times. Yet Sadak says, not quite. He does something to say about it. Does bring it into a 3v3 now with that util finally respected. Sadak pushed away once more, and it's about bleeding it out. Another tap online this time. In the wingman, Dizzy over the top. Zeken back into the fight. Hello. Just not quite seeing that one over the top below him. Does not anticipate it, but guess what? His teammates did. Swinging at precisely the right moments. So they're not out of it just yet, not by a long shot.
No, these last 2 rounds have been lovely from Sen. If they keep playing like this, there are certainly chances for them here. See this from Zeken's perspective again. They hit 2 great shots there. But also, the defensive utility is lovely. They're throwing great util to stop the plant going down, and then they're finding a timing to then flash and pop back out to re-fight Loud. When Loud don't really have utility available. Sadak anticipated it, fell back, but they didn't win the duels. This is aggressive.
Yeah, time to show some disrespect, and he does get the value from it.
Sadak playing that spot way more aggressively than Zelsis was too, offering himself up as a pick. Kalian gets ult online. Can they cook some kind of play based off the Hunter's Fury? I think it's going to be difficult, especially when Tense is holding knife for anything like that.
And for Loud, I mean, you can feel they're trying to bait out these aggressive reclears.
Yep.
Just why, you know, the pump fake, waiting, throwing out a high tide, seeing if they flash through the wall and try and fight through it, but...
Yeah, you've got to make the timings as difficult as possible for Sen to find them. And Zeken,
so much to watch. I mean, you've seen it. You've seen it. He is exposed, though. You are right. Many chances for him to be swung from a multitude of angles. It's all about the reactions. Now, yes, he slams a dash, but it's not active. Here he goes. Dart has to cover himself. His own footsteps there away from it. Go for the re-swing now across. He saws him over the road, but he couldn't adjust the aim in time. Zelsis spamming and spraying and a bit of praying. Let's get the job done there with the removal onto 2 years. Kawazin, though, will not be pushed back and away. And QCK is his time to come alive. Over the top of rafters. Risks necessary in this spot, especially when you're a player down.
The Pit invested in a 3v4 here.
That's dirty.
It does cover the spike.
Yeah, look at that. Stretches all the way over towards it, and he still has 2 snake bites as well. That will put the time pressure now onto Sentinels. This could be the 12th round for Loud. It's about how they navigate it. It's about how they sail through. A tap forwards now. What is the next wave of things? QCK, trade it. Now sticking, though, already there. That's going to be the wingman, putting that pressure onto a Hunter's Fury. Skipping a hop over to the top. And, well, it's just been stuck in the middle of all of it.
That's incredible. Dude, Wingman does not take additional damage from the Pit being there, and they just assumed that it did. They didn't deal with Wingman the entire time. When you're dealing with a player, the combination of Pit and the vulnerable is just devastating. You can do nothing about that. But the Wingman, he doesn't care about it.
Yeah, he is.
Look at him.
He is no man. He does not care.
Oh, bro. Sliggy losing his mind.
Nice!
Oh, my goodness.
Keep guns. Off back rafter if you can get it. Actually, no, it's not.
Calm and collected, though. We're straight back into things here. But Sen rattling off the rounds now. Really making it almost even here. One step away from 11 to 11.
And yeah, Sen's ult bank is just huge. They found so much more value out of being able to hide the plant and then getting off a good retake there. Perhaps with a little bit of luck involved too, but they got themselves a player advantage beforehand anyway. Zeken's been spotted. What does that do to Sadak's calling here?
Try and speed it up, or do you want to go in a different direction? It looks like they want to just try and tackle it into A. Now, Zeken didn't use his dash again. It's important to know that one, because now, as that U2 goes flying, still he's looking for the shot, can't adjust it. Time, still just sees the shoulder, but has to finally back away. Doesn't want to get punished for that one, but the count to spam, a tap from Sadak. Get himself into the cove, lockdown.
Love that. Early timing on the lockdown stops Loud from setting up to break it. And it's also not positioned over towards screens. Yes, it doesn't go as deep, but Zelsis is going to make sure that there aren't people playing these aggressive post-plant positions.
Throws them out and away. They deal with the util, and how do they deal with these players? Zeken just wants to take up the straight-up fight, attack. Baiting it out now. Nade, a bit short and shy off the mark there. Still damage is being done to a multitude of players. Only 3 left standing for Loud, but again, anyone could win it. You just have to just rely on a bit of that RNG. Zek, Tens, pushing with the operator. Sadak still stands. Have on it, they don't have it. Still, John has got to stick it now. And a tap on top of the rifle, all praise. Praying from 2 years. Sentinels, barely there with 2 seconds just over.
They look in control, though, of these retake situations, which is something that we weren't seeing from them in those spree of 4 rounds between 15 and 18 that Loud got online. And the lockdown is so nice from Zelsis. Teams have come up with protocols to be able to deal with the lockdown that's over towards screens. They have a player up aggressive, or they have some kind of, you know, nade combo. Sadak has lineups for it, too. But throwing that out in a different position over towards Heaven, and yeah, it's not optimized, but it's not going to get broken. You know they're not on aggressive positions, so you can start the retake proper. You know, we've seen round 19-20, Sentinels won by dragging the clock down and putting a lot of pressure on the plant itself and put Loud in a tough spot. Now they've also demonstrated in round 21 and 22 that their retakes can look really good as well, especially when it's helped with ultimates. This is now anybody's game. It felt like it was Loud's completely until this streak of 4.
Yeah.
Can't count Sen out.
No, you can. We were singing the praises of Loud, their international experience, adjusted on the big stage. Can't count this team out with how they were looking just initially, but you're right. I mean, Sentinels, they've also been slowly building up a repertoire. Their CV's looking long. Bringing it to a team like Loud, 11-11. Still with the Viper's Pit, still with the Thrash.
And all of this without Zekken really finding too much value from the operator in the last couple of rounds, right? He's trying to take the timings and he's finding good openings, but he's not landing the shots. Here it looks like he wants to try and take this timing instantly underneath the tube, aiming for less.
Drops down, only sees the turret.
Yes, the turret actually.
Yeah. A drone, utilized by Loud though. It's going to be pushing up and taking this space with a lockdown. Feels like a B hit, should be a B hit. Second, where are you going? Where are you going? With 4 seconds left, is this being held for? Yes. Look at that awareness. Jump spot, jiggle peek. Holy updraft dash, but he cannot escape it. Zadak was hot on the heels, set to punish it. Deep dart now. Thrash being used just off the initial tap here, but doesn't really spot anything at all. In fact, no detainments because QCK, again, lurking up through, spots it out with a nano swarms broken, both of them.
Celsius has a timing to try to disrupt this.
Les gets dropped.
So now it's going to be a 4v4.
Backside gained. Plan for Zadak. Not going to be pushed away this time. Moshpit just a little bit too delayed and late. It's going to be setting themselves up potentially in a favored counter here with the retake of Sentinels. Jump spot, just seeing, but he does back away. So now with the alarm bot, bit of spam, bit of spray. It's pop flash play. Tens, man! He's taking it to him. Damage done though. Had the knife out, wasn't expecting that follow-up, especially with 2 years there. But what can he really do in this spot? V3. Gonna have to find one of the fights, and Celsius isn't keen on giving him it. Now Sassy sticking, half already. Options dwindling. It's a high-low face. And that is up to 12 now for Sentinels. This is an absolutely incredible resurgence from this team on this map in particular. I mean, they're looking to seal this one up in 2.
I think Loud played a great round there as well, and the Sen retake was too much for them. 3 rounds in a row now. The flash to be able to catch QCK is lovely, and then Sen players playing high-low positions.
I love it. Even if it didn't work, I love that you wanted to be.
Yeah, it's great.
Communication, just on point. Every time we get a little sneak peek at the replays.
Yeah, and Sen 5 rounds in a row to be able to get up to match point and set up a date with Gen.G.
Aggressive. Here it is. Adjustment not there in time. He just tried to flick to the side. It was actually Tens who was the one who went down there to a bit of random spam. Updraft and away. Back in. Got to respect now at a reckoning.
It's incredible that Sen are winning these rounds while the early fights are going so terribly for them.
Sadak with the plan. Not going to be pushed back. You got to think now. Loud, again, surely set up for success. But I said that last time. It was Sen who ended up taking it, but this time there's a player disadvantage. Doubled up, shoulder to shoulder, round to the back. 2 years showing presence. A little jiggle and offset there with a movement, but not going to expect Kawazine. And he's still here, alive and kicking. Weaving in and out, dodging, juking, playing with his team, spraying them all the way through overtime on the cards.
Finally, Loud able to get that round that's been eluding them for so long. And we're treated to an overtime. Huge performance from Loud, not allowing their resolve to crumble. A reminder, we've obviously never had that 2-0 between these teams this year. We've had more back and forth occurrences. But that little resurgence from Sen has taken us to a spot where it does look like a possibility, unless Loud can dig deep.
Yeah, revisiting it. Of course, it was Loud, you know, they won that one 2-0 in their initial matchup in 2024. Fought back immediately by Sen in the finals where they took it an absolute bomb burn. I mean, it was a map 5 world-class game from both of these teams. Pushed once more.
Revealing area.
Dart. Broken. QCK forwards position as the sides are switched around. We know he's been getting aggressive. The question is, Sen gonna pushed away from this now. The Dizzy didn't even really connect him. He was so close to the corner, but he doesn't land the shot, so backs away. Showing presence there with the operator. He wants a second go at things. Sassy, not expecting it. The rest of Loud backing him up still. It's sprayed and messy. It's all over the bloody place. Two left to stand here from Sentinels.
Gonna be a difficult situation for John and Celsius to recover. Do they know that everybody is here? I'm not sure they've seen Sadak. John, though, picking up that ult orb, one away from getting a pit online. If there was an ult that could turn this round, it would be that one. They've got to be concerned about the wall. Les can drop it at any point to try to set up the double face.
Someone up side by side, top rafters, 2 years. Important one to win was Elsis dropping. John QT sends the nade, flying, the molly there. Just can't quite land the kill. He now has pit. He does have the pit, but does he choose to offload it? Of course he does, it's OT. And now drops it down. Evacuating the one angle, but over the top of the ropes. Doesn't expect 2 years.
Good try, nice catch by Tui's. John was thinking about just slipping away.
Match point.
But Loud, after getting that recovery in round 24, now put themselves up to map point. QCK going for the force buy. The glass cannon operator ended up getting some of that value. You can see John looks gutted. He wasn't able to pull that one off. So we're going into it. Sen kept at 12. Second is going for the same thing, the glass cannon op. They have not found success with this particularly. But they've been winning anyway. A lot of those defensive rounds towards the end.
This time they're allowed. They set their sights over towards B. Ah, that's no way. The spam.
Very
Nearly
close.
tagging him up, draft over the top. That's QCK. Wonderful punish onto the corner. Even more where that came from as the rest of his team. This is it. Set up for success. Set up for map 3. And you got to think it. It's inevitable on top of the ropes. How is he accurate there? Running and gunning, but 10's dealt with. Dropped. And a retake with the op. It's a fairy tale moment for Zekin, it will have to be, and he doesn't expect it. The wrap there, so 14 to 12, Loud. We are going all the way.
It deserves a map 3 this series, but for a moment, I thought Sen were going to clean it out in 2. The comeback there was difficult for Loud to deal with, but they found the adjustment in the final moment. Huge from Sadak and the rest of the crew. And I think QCK played a blinder of the game there on Jet, putting the doubters to bed.
Absolutely. I mean,
set up for a good one.
It is set up for a good one. Sunset will be the decider, and what a map to end on for both of these teams. It's bound to be magical, so do not go anywhere.
Listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. That's on you. I'll be on a flight soon till the end. I sing you. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? Better getting with my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know that lose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know that lose. Don't mind if I do. Free as the wind and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath, I the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be inflicting till the end. I'm singing. Ooh. Drowning all the ways, broke again. But how do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge, and I don't know let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge, and I don't know let loose. Don't mind if I do.
Cabut pedang. Biel. By the way, halo Biel. Don't see ya, Biel.
What a response that was from Loud. They take things equal, which means we will go the distance and see map 3. I'm your host, Yingson. I'm back here with Mimi and Hypog. Did we maybe believe a little bit the comeback was real?
I really did. Sentinels nearly pushed us all the way, but Loud, I mean, they started that first half looking incredibly dominant. Their protocols on this map look incredible.
I mean, to be honest, it looked like two different teams. Obviously, Loud being the headliner here, a massive swing back into Icebox, but there's a couple of concerning rounds there from Sentinels, considering what we've seen them really dial into on Split.
But they started being defined by Loud's retakes on the defense, and that's where this team absolutely thrives. I think, in particular, the way that they're setting up to play these retakes on that B site were really impressive. Here's a few of these rounds to take a look at, right? This team just having, I feel like, really good synergy on when they're bouncing between these pieces of utility, right? It's that first stage coming in with the dart, clearing back sight, and then they're really leveraging this harbor utility to set up cover for the planner and fight deep in these post plants and force Sentinels to lose, even when they have a comp that's built to win these post plants with a ton of mollies.
Yeah, and I think actually this is the example we saw where we got a little bit of a react from Zekken afterwards. But I mean, you say Loud retakes, there were a couple here that Sentinels almost just completely forgot the timings on it. Talking about, you know, some of the mollies to buy time, run down the clock a little bit, but the big difference between these two teams is Loud's ability to demonstrate this on both sides.
Yeah, let's take a look at those post plants in just a moment as well, because I think that's the round you meant, Mike, where I think he was saying something like chill with the mollies.
Yeah, chill with the mollies.
It a bit too early.
I mean, there were two examples that almost felt a little egregious, criminal, that they lose those post plants.
And remember, in a game this close, those were the rounds that were make or break for Sentinels losing the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the one, I think it was round 3 was the one that Zekken did have a little reaction here, but it just felt like everything gets dumped at the same time when they have everything. Like you said, this is a composition built towards finding clean entries, minimal utility invested on the way in, forcing Loud back into a 5-man retake, which looked fantastic for them, but this one, Sentinels almost just gave this away.
Yeah, and we really build up how good the protocols are, how perfect Sentinels look on a map like Split, but on the other side, I mean, remember, this team has had to play a ton. Kaplan was saying they've had to show everything, and I think we start to see that a little more on this map, like this reaction from Zekken.
Calm the mollies.
Yeah,
really
I mean, it's exactly. You can watch this back. You see another example as well. But round 8 was another one where it's in terms of the plan, the initial plan coming into the round, it's executed to perfection. Loud play into it perfectly. Sentinels are set up for success, and it just seems like, I don't know if people were just jumping the gun a little bit. There's a little bit of misinformation being spread internally within comms, but yeah, a little bizarre to see considering how clean their protocols were on Split.
We went into this hearing that kind of between map interview from Kaplan, where he said the team is really good at kind of finding the right energy, knowing when to calm down, knowing when to heat up, and I think we saw that on display here, because it went from that, you know, Zekken giving some feedback, some of these post-plant rounds that shouldn't have falling apart, to in a second half, Sentinels looking absolutely revived and pushing us all the way to overtime with great retakes of their own.
Yeah, you can't help but feel if it was just 1 or 2 of those close ones that went their way, maybe it wouldn't have even
Different
gone
story.
to
Very
overtime. And they won both pistols as well, let's not forget. But let's talk about Les a little bit as we move on to map 3, because again, on that map, he was so impactful, so crucial to keep them in it.
I mean, we said ahead of this coming in, Les is usually the superstar on Icebox, and another one, add this one to the collection, because just individually this time and time again, in the right place, the right time, and he delivers. Back against the wall, could be a 1v3, he could be solo anchoring sites, he's just constantly delivering for Loud.
Yeah, that's the thing that really stuck with me, right? How good he is at getting a kill as anchor and always getting away. Yeah. It's insane how much just survivability the man has, especially when he's holding down towards that B side. He's always getting a frag, falling back, and then using his mollies really tactically to be able to set his teammates up when they're playing into these retake rounds. He's such a star, and he implements into the team perfectly.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Sunset real quick, because these are the agents selects for that. What do you make of this, Mike?
I mean, well, back to the default, basically rerun of the grand finals, to be honest. But obviously you're going to see this is the map where we see the Phoenix come out once again. I have questions still about this composition, but it's the way that they apply it. We did see some better showings of proactivity, but I'm still not completely sold.
I think the strengths of this comp for Loud on defense is fighting for extremity control.
Yes.
Using that breach, using that Omen line control to set the Phoenix up. They also have great ults to cycle through and win out these rounds. But Sentinels, their strength, second half is going to be retakes. This first half, their comp is actually really strong at shutting down that extremity control. Expect a lot of early battles. This map's going to be important. Only one of these American squads get that guaranteed spot in the top 3.
Yeah, Loud, they've done so much already to push it to here. Let's see Bren and Saito if they can get their revenge.
Revenge would be fantastic for this Loud squad. I mean, they could be hunting for it off the back of the regional finals, but it's a hard task ahead of them. Still heading to Sunset, especially with Sentinels making it as difficult as possible for them to get it over that final hurdle. They had to go to OT for Icebox. There's chances we could have seen it just end in a 2-0 for Sentinels themselves.
Absolutely possible, but I got to tell you, Brent, out of all 3 maps that we had in the pool today, the one I'm most excited for is this here, Sunset. Because even though Sen won last time they matched up, I think Loud are a dangerous team to go up against, especially in decider maps like this. So here we go into the pistol. 3 players from Loud grouped up towards mid, and this map might end up playing out a little like Split, where Sen want to be cautious on the attacking side and bait out Loud into making the play.
It's really in a util. Got to be ready though. Dart doesn't reveal Zekken.
How does that not reveal Zekken? There must be
a bit of geometry, maybe.
Yeah, just a little safe pocket in the corner. But that really looks like a preset plan, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
To insert Zekken here behind this segment of the Viper wall for him to be able to maneuver later on.
Thanks to the presence of it with the door shut down.
There.
And Sadak is watching it.
It's actually 2E's really pushed up over towards A that I've got my eyes on at the moment. Just jiggle in this corner. Like I said, on Split, the Loud compositions require a lot of jiggling without the Sentinel.
Here's the flash being sent flying. Lucky to not die. Sadak running and wading away backwards, running and gunning with the frenzy. Only had 4 bullets left, and he still managed to land that shot. So, play disadvantage here for Sentinels. Get themselves the site. Will be the plant on top of it, but what is the call after the fact?
Loud have so much utility on rifle routes to be able to deny plants from going down. They don't have as much to work with here.
Barely missing. Flash pushing them away there. Paranoia was bad, yet still they face it with the guns. Now Sadak's all the way behind them. Dizzy, tap onto it. It's going to be alerting the attention of these Sentinels players back and around, but they have so much to deal with now. The push and the pull of these Loud players, just too elite.
Well handled there on the pistol for Loud. I was watching the way that they dismantled EDG, and one of the big things they were amazing at was watching for the lurk through mid. And Sentinels on this pistol tried to do something very similar. They insert Zekken deep up mid, create a distraction elsewhere, and try to get value with Zekken creeping through. Sadak is always wary of that kind of stuff. And here, Sen forced to try to fight a bit more aggressive in the post plant. Just couldn't quite find it. Just got squeezed. Having said that though, with the kills that Sen got online, they're looking to try to force into the next.
I feel like the money's good enough.
And they got quite a few kills. I mean, 3 kills plus the plant. It's not a bad buy.
What direction do you take it into? Looks like mid, the initial goal, slow and steady.
This is a real gamble, though. If it doesn't pay off for Sen, they're going to give Loud so much momentum in terms of the economy, the ultimates. You know, QCK might well have the ult online at the end of this. He's gone and picked up the ult orb on A.
Breaking the door with the pistols. Trying to avoid notifying Loud that they have forced up into this. Dizzy wide with the flash. It's all connected together. QCK has to respect that one, just backing for now. Drone doesn't clear
it. Didn't clear Zekken again. This spot is such a blind spot in the way that Loud are playing mid. That's wild.
There's major chances for Zekken to just, again, creep his way in there.
But like I'm saying, Bren, EDG tried this kind of setup where, you know, they cause the distraction and get a look. And Sadak or Kawanzi just shut it down every time.
40 seconds, barely. Just drifting away here. Boombot. Use the flash, all in conjunction. Now to Dizzy, all the way through market. Nothing to really stand their ground, but Leicester still going to try and do it otherwise. ADS firing them down as well. The bullet tag's just slowing them ever so slightly. Enough for Sadak to get that one, but a plan. Now down here for Sen, no pushback from it, so they can start to play this post plan. But do they really want to do this? Just with the stingers. It's like an awkward one to try and play into, especially when Kawazin has almost all of his util. A few more seconds left, and he will have the fault line, but there it is. Sends out the aftershock, out wide, forces Celtics, no kill. Paranoia used in response to this one, and a second flash sets them back up, but a deep smoke after really forcing Loud to push forwards into this one. A tap onto it again. Stunned up inside the smoke, damage done. Kawazin still lives on 21 health. Diffusing now, Sadak onto half. Has to be dealt with, has to be brought down. Sticking it through, and no damage, not enough. Not with the stingers. That's barely scraping through.
Sadak's on the defuse. He got headshot by a stinger, and he just tanked it.
Yeah, did not care.
He just shrugged it off. Look at this. You see the stars sprinkling up around his head. He's got full confidence in the rest of the team. It is so difficult to cover the diffuser in that situation when there's a flank coming from market and TenZ throws that smoke. You just kind of get stuck inside of it. But wow, Loud now, having navigated that round and all the danger it posed, are going to be set up quite nicely at the beginning of this.
Doesn't really matter about Divide too much. 2 players spotted from the cam. Fast is the call here for Sentinels. Looking for a couple of kills, but out wide a little bit too much. Celsius and QCK. The target you really want to be prioritizing these kills onto when he gets his ult online, which he already does. I mean,
yeah, he already had it
for it.
John's just looking to do what damage he can. But Loud's economy is going to be looking good. Their ults are starting to come online too. So the gamble that Sen went for, it's difficult to assess in hindsight because we're only seeing it having failed, but really there was a lot of danger there in round 2. There were possibilities for them.
Yeah, you think if it works out, listen, Sen got on the other foot when it comes to the ult cycle.
Yeah.
Start building them up ahead of them. They have the economy on their side, but
simply not the reality we live in though, and that's the first time that Sen have gone down early in a half. Remember, they won the pistols every other time across Split and Icebox. So this is a new situation where Loud are the ones able to develop some even footing for themselves. Dizzy just to see whether anybody's trying to contest into mid.
And interestingly enough, I mean, 2 years has opted for the operator. There was a deep dart set up earlier, so he's got this deep line down into A. He's going to be giving a lot of mid-round information again to his team. Does have to worry about 1 or 2 of the angles though. Being swung, but they're not going to expect it. Yeah, look at it.
No way.
Walking straight into it.
Leaning on his history as a duelist player there too, and he's absolutely finessed that. Does he anticipate TenZ being up top though, inside the one-way?
Maybe a punish in sight here. 2 players left. Will the smoke fade in time?
Still
This
waiting
is
bizarre.
for it. It is bizarre as a flash. Repeat now out wide. What is that? Kawazin. He was leaping across. Paranoia. Tap from TenZ with the movement. Not enough bullets in the end. Still, QCK dropped back to 30 health. Now, he looks back up. Could play into this one with the ult. Might even choose to do so. See if it makes a real difference here. But Sassy does have his ult back online. Picked up from Prior. And here it is. The second round of things. Thrash. Spawn. Broken to pieces. Clear the close left corner, but still, Texas, who does want to just try and take a fight there. John QT tucked as well. A lot to clear in this spot, and just walking right over him, QCK. There's that trade with the pop flash now. In and out and through, but still with a util in his hands. Caught lacking and slacking.
But But QCK did not go for the ultimate in that spot, right? So Loud still have it available to them into the next. They decided not to invest, thought they weren't favored enough, and have kept that. So the bonus round doing a little bit of damage, not too much. A lot of it coming down to that play from TenZ.
Oh, yeah.
His Omen on this map is so creative and flashy. It's wild. Well, I thought there was a good chance he was going to just pick up everybody there.
Yeah, looked like maybe a few more bullets he could have done it, but yeah. He's just that guy when it comes to this map on the Omen.
So pretty classic defensive setup here for Loud with QCK and kalian holding over towards A. They do have 3 or 4 different defensive setups that they like to cycle through. And Sen trying to figure out which one they're going for is important. Loud also love going to the switch and closing the door in mid. It's something that they prioritize all the time, whether it's less or 2E's doing it. And you can hear it now. It's just gone down. That gives Sen some information.
Fault line.
Yeah, force out the fault line early. Somewhat early in the round.
Yeah. Trouble is with the door being closed down in her face, it does force Sen to just go back, double back, break it. Throw it in like they could be defaulting into a different direction.
This pause in the round
of a crossfire.
This pause in the round is really going to incentivize risks from QCK and kalian.
You can hear it. TenZ lacking the info. His jump spotting is punished for it.
I know he TenZ has cleared out the whole of elbow with his ult.
Or theft as well, give that additional confirmation. Now the smoke's going to drop down, lay it down, will be the plant. Sentinels get themselves into it here with a player advantage. Now's the time to shine. Not count Loud out too much just yet though. Grouped up together, nade. Ooh, it's a bit of a blunder. Can't swing into that one, it was anticipated for him. Paranoia in front of it, Sadak, he had to be the playmaker there and he was not. Drop down, now a flash of their own. TenZ repositions on top of Jenny. Vulnerable, snake bite. Goodness me.
Everyone on Loud saving.
Yeah.
And they just don't even want to get back into this. A blunder from Zelsis, sure. But TenZ then anticipated that they would try to follow up on that, sent the paranoia through, and was able to isolate the duel onto Sadak. Sen have got enough players who understand the rhythm of the game and can make plays like that to try to turn situations in their favor. And that early economical advantage that Loud had to work with, it's getting chipped away at here.
It is. I mean, this is essentially I mean, 2 of the players can't be buying.
Yeah. And look, just seeing that on the replay again, it's such a large punish onto QCK. And it's all due to that freeze that John Cutie calls into the round. They force out the fault line, and then they freeze everybody, group up A main, and look to try to punish the info peak. It's so similar to how they were approaching their split attack side with the real slow, patient game. At some point, Loud need info on defense.
That's when the punishes come through. Different combination with a util being used. This time Dizzy up in the air, flash through into elbow.
And it's all fake presence. As Sentinels quickly, after going for their default utility, group up on B. They shouldn't be too worried about B main with the door being closed.
I'll be looking for an orb on Zelsis. Or online, we'll be able to go for the B pop. Or not. Just avoiding it.
It's not as important against a Cyclist comp.
Yeah. It's true. Now the nades and flashes do go flying though with a satchel play. Sets up second deep into the angle. Decay damage kick in, almost getting brought down himself. He's on 60 health. He's going to be a thorn in their side though when this retake starts to come online for Loud.
Yeah, he's very isolated.
Very isolated. Smoke to play in, wants to try and get in and rule that angle over the top. Now a reflank from mid, but already it's traded equally.
The timing actually here from John looks fairly good.
Yeah, he has to potentially get a move on, but it's up to the rest of his team, I think, to dissuade and push them back. Yeah, Paranoia's there, and he does catch it. QCK just alive no longer. Deep cam round the back, Loud left really scrambling, looking for options, and they've decided to take the fight! Force him away! TenZ wins that! Get out of here! Still no tap onto it. The pressure's mounting, incredibly so. 2 years facing with all the kills. You are joking, but the pressure too much.
No. What a bonkers round.
What is that?
What an absolutely ludicrous round. Loud did such a good job of putting pressure forwards into B main. That's where most of the post plant on B is going to come from, is this battle about who can dominate B main control. And Loud really did a great job of that. Being able to, I mean, they should have been able to catch 10s earlier.
Let's go.
But the flank timing coming in from John, and 10s and John buying so much time, ending that round in such a weird fashion.
Yeah. Bizarre set of circumstances. We're hitting a bit of a repeat here for Sentinels.
Unless is looking to challenge B main early on.
Holding the angle, but actually, fuel going to be fading. What is that? Just pre-aiming, anticipating it for seconds. So tight to the angle there.
Very confident too.
Necessary kill for him. He's not having a great start to this map, but let's get back onto the board with that one at least.
Kalian went and took the ult orb over towards A, so he now has the Rolling Thunder online.
Second. It's an initial tap, but now going to be sticking it for the plant. Does have his ult online now for it. Here's the Rolling Thunder. Back into them. Showstopper to use. There's a bit of a reaction into this one. And second, his whole goal is to really slow this one down. TP dodging out of the way. On top of the box, they're going to expect this one to drone. We'll see it. Tags him up. So eventually, Tens will be spotted into this one and done spot. And QCK through the wall, favored for it. That's the wall bang angle on top of it now. It's an interesting fight to be taken. John QT turns it into a 2 versus 2. 2 tagged up by the knife, but just a tap onto the head. Spots it now, Zelsis. So much more in this position. Sadak feeling frantic in nature.
Does he have it?
I don't know. I don't know. Did he get onto it in time?
It's so close.
Oh my goodness.
These rounds are coming down to fractions of a second. And despite John's best efforts, Sadak's able to win that one in the 1v1.
No way.
A little bit more patience from Zelsis would have done it. Oh, gonna be kicking himself. You can't offer Loud opportunities like that. You can see Sadak wasn't even sure.
Oh my. With how tightly contested these rounds have been, I mean, the economy's taking a bit of a tumble. Weird, dodgy buys across the board.
Kangzin and QCK dominate A main to start this round out. That allows them to build up towards the Phoenix ult. Second and 10s are looking to try to explore mid again. They haven't done this in a while.
Hello, ult to try and fake the presence over towards A, maybe even pin to some of these players. And yeah, they're just barreling all the way through into mid as an aid. Watched it. Zeltis still here. John QT though, they're just trying to dominate this one. This one singular position. They do control A main. It's throwing a bit of chaos into the mix. In through the back side, just spots the elbow. Just spots the elbow and 10s looking this way, that way. Didn't know where the players were going to be coming from. Sassy, last one left. Could have been granted one extra. Gets the one, backs out. 50 seconds in the round.
It always gets me listening to the Brazilian fans chanting against Sassy. It just seems so wrong. He's in a very difficult situation.
9 bullets, didn't opt to reload, didn't want to give away any sound cues.
If he finds a timing to separate individuals, maybe he could get something done. He doesn't have to be anywhere near the plant. Everyone on Loud is so grouped.
They're going to make mistakes. They don't think he's there on the angle in time. He's caught himself into the 1 versus 2. Also online here for Sadak, but he doesn't really find a time to use it, but the dart reveals all. Sassy has to pull off an absolute miracle. 5 HP drop down, backing away. Now wide and sprayed them through. Sassy, a beastly performance against the former team, silencing the Brazilian crowd.
That clutch is like a dagger to the heart of Loud. Unbelievable. I've seen Sassy get these before when he was playing in Americas. It's all down to him playing the Gecko. The fact he can be so far away from where the plant goes down, his positioning is just immaculate in that situation. Loud are not thinking about it.
Sassy as a player, we needed to see a big step up. He was Norden 6 when it comes to those first kills, the first deaths last map. Wasn't having a good game. Pre-fire with a knife, less lucky. Relatively unscathed, all things considered there. Just backing away from the rifle. Being rained down. Massive round up. Still left reeling myself. Flash clearance. Snakebite to respond.
And Loud are going exploring through mid. If Sen back off here, thinking that it's a B stack because of all of that utility in their face, they may end up running into danger. John's watching it, and they do still have a trip there. But in terms of anticipating 4 players, tens.
Cleared, now crossfire. Set up forward of neural theft. Everybody scattered to the winds. Loud realise it. Okay, we've been found out. Got to back away now. Just try and flood back into this. Do some economic damage. So, util flying forwards here. I'll have to push away the plan though. So still, spike down and out. Oh. Hello, QCK. No turn on the fire. He's still alive here.
It shouldn't
too much danger.
It shouldn't be dangerous, but when the Loud players hit shots,
just never know. Tap. QCK. Hello. It's rattling their heads now. Already 2 taken, stricken off the list. Thrash has to be used. He popped the ult. He popped the ult, man.
He got caught by it, though.
Just trying to time it, yeah. Detained up into the corner here. Potentially winnable, though. Oh, man, it's looking more likely. Finally fades away, and he's back into him, and here it is. The follow-up. With all the rifles online.
He doesn't have the time.
My God.
It's an effort. It's unbelievable how close these rounds are getting, though. You know, but one team's got an enormous advantage. They've got rifles, they're in a post-plant position, and yet it still feels like any team can take it. We've had some rounds go down to defuses with a fraction of a second left on the clock. We've had a 1v3 played by Sassy.
Don't care, we got it.
Exactly. That is going to harm the economy, but not in a way that has immediate effect. But it's going to keep a lid on Sen's economy getting out of control and going to allow Loud some opportunities to maybe play some anti-ecos later on. But 5 out of 6 of the most recent rounds have all gone the way of Sentinels after Loud got off to that hot start. And to be honest with you, I'm not mad at all at the way that Loud are playing, because think back to Sassy's 1v3. Okay, in order to get into a 1v3 situation, Loud had to play that really well, and they did. They collected on the mid play, they got themselves into a player advantage. They just lost out because there's beasts on the other side of the stage.
There's no player on either of these rosters that doesn't deserve to be here. Everybody capable of stepping the hell up.
Speaking about that, when you look at the scoreboard, QCK is the player in position to do the most of that. It's less actually who we haven't seen as much from. Usually, we're expecting less to just be hyper consistent, finding his moments to have value, even though he's playing the Viper. With this composition, he does end up being pretty stuck over towards B. And Sen have been playing so grouped up, he hasn't really found those opportunities. Different defensive setup, though, again, being run here from Loud, as Kawanzin and QCK move their way over the B.
Just calling up at the back of it now, 2 years. This time, standing strong, just trying to brave the onslaught as well. Russia players now ready to push him back and away.
Zels is getting the ult online, can counter Sadak. You can see Sadak getting set up to go for the ult. Oh, they just rip it anyway.
Okay. Send it out wide. Smoke's not even propped up yet. Zekken in position, breaking. This for the dart, now a plant. It's the next layer of this one. Sentinels, do they have anything cooked up to try and fight this one further?
Normally, Loud are going to throw in a lot of utility early for plant denial.
Hunter's Fury. Molly's going to be used towards the back of the site. Hunter's Fury. There's the connection. Zekken falls. Couple of beams of that one, but still not being dislodged from these positions. Tent up top. Familiar angle. Has the ult now for a classic reposition. Ult into the back of the site. Could be anyone's game on a knife's edge. Every single instance. Tent sticking the... Oh, not quite already with the ult into the back, but he has been cleaned up. 2 years there. It's a 1v2. Taps it. Gets Sassy, doesn't give him anything, still bides his time, waits it out, and now it has been fully drawn down to the final moments. All the kills going Loud's way, but not the round.
Same again. Same thing again. The retakes, they are effective, but just not enough to be able to get over the line for Loud. It's Ten's position, I think, here that is the magic. Look at him, the way that he's able to wiggle out and avoid being traded because he's got the pillar to dance around. It looks lovely. way the center setting up these post plants is dealing with a lot of what Loud are going for. And when you saw Loud demolish EDG here, one of the things they were doing on their A retakes was throwing in a lot of plant denial, making it uncomfortable for EDG to get into good post plant spots. Well, they can't do that when Zelsis is ulting them.
Shadows traveling. Possible. Util cut away. All these close rounds just going down straight to the wire. Again, economy. It's not good.
No. And how many times have we said that? It's just been a running theme. Normally, because Sen get out to such a hot start in every half, this time, they actually had to grind their way back into ecoing Loud. And off the back of a 1v3 from Sassy, too.
Ridiculous recovery. Oh, there's danger there, though, with these Loud players. They're opting for a stack over towards B. TU's again. Same spot he's been playing in time and time again. Really disrespecting them, though. Just holding the angle for some util. Needs to... Is this a paranoia?
Yeah, I mean, what is the timing of this?
I don't know. I mean, he's found something. Maybe just hearing a footstep, but none of the flashes connecting. Gives up the space, just seeking to delay as long as possible. Sentinels, though, looking likely they're going to have an open sight. 2 users really trying to make this feel like there's lots of players here. Nades forward, so they just spam the box in the common angles. They do deal with him, and finally the flood defense is here in time, but can Loud do anything about it? Beautiful dart. Everybody lit up here, even with the stingers, there's danger. Danger in abundance, but still with the rifles. Holy.
It's tens again, man. You can't get away from him. Playing that post-plant position over towards A-Link, swings around, gets 3, and saves the rest of his team.
I mean, they needed it.
They were all barreled up in sight. It looked over.
Bunker and down. That's a terrible post plant to be playing against.
Yeah.
Or playing in position, at least.
Well, you see how much more difficult it looks for Sentinels when Loud are close by, able to flood defend and throw that utility to put pressure on them before they can get into post plant positions. And Tens bails them out. Top of the scoreboard. Doing things fantastically, playing from similar spots.
Deep cross map knife. It's going to be landing over towards market.
And that's going to give them a good idea about what the defensive setup looks like, because often QCK is going to be on A.
So a good indicator now. Just waiting for the right time to strike. Thrash. Regenerated the util. They cut up the side actually through the back here. There's a detainment into mid, but won't be any follow-up. At least onto that one. QCK should be alive as well. He's got some backup from the rest of the clan. Now down, and it looks like this might be another funny round.
Loud are playing really heavily for backside B control, which is going to allow them to get players in, flooded.
Hitting as well. Just to play for it. QCK does have his own ult now. Run it back. Finally initiated. He was suppressed in time, but just let it loose. Be seeing if he can hunt down a few of these kills. And yep, Zelsis caught. Util out in his hands. Wasn't really quite aware of that one, is he? Tagging away. Zekken spammed. Dart. Here we go. Only 3 players left now. Loud. Fast on the approach. Aftershock there, but a quick TP into the corner. Paranoid order util layered on top of each other, and they just cannot do anything. Scintillating, sizzling away, spraying them down with the rifles gained. And that is Loud up to a 5 round. 7-5, you can't fault it. Plenty of chances.
It's an awesome half. So many of the rounds could have gone either way and were decided on the tiniest of margins. But I think Loud really figured something out there in that final round. The pit to be able to flood into back B site and the way that they dealt with the aggressive players forwards was lovely. It was anybody's game though. And I think Loud need really another pistol to be able to get back into this.
Yeah. It's hard to say, but so tightly contested. The exception of being our first map, but it has just been back and forth we go between these 2 teams. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Yeah.
Sou o Kalianzinho, sou iniciador da Loud. Senti muito bem, a EDG é um time que pra mim tem um dos melhores players individuais e acredito que o deles não estava no 100% deles. O Kankan é um star player e acho que ele não performou tão bem, então acho que o principal motivo disso foi a nossa individualidade hoje, que estava muito boa. Então acho que depois que a gente corrigiu os erros contra o GEN.G, a gente estava bastante confiante já. Acho que a partida contra a FPX deu uma confiança muito boa pra gente, então acho que a gente esperaria que ia ganhar assim deles, mas ninguém esperaria esse stomp, né? Cara, a gente não esperava isso, mas acho que nós tivemos um plano de jogo muito bem executado pela nossa parte.
30 seconds. They have no map control. They are just looking to take it to the elbow, the flash, perfect. He hasn't killed anyone yet, but QCK, he just slaughtered every member remaining of EDG.
Eu acho que a Sentinels é dos melhores, ou se não, o melhor time aqui do campeonato de Madrid. Cara, acho que o diferencial deles é que eles jogam muito bem como equipe. Quer dizer, tem o star player que é o Ziken, mas eles jogam muito bem como um time e acredito que todo mundo pode performar muito bem lá e ganhar um clutch ou talvez levar a partida sozinho. Rapaziada, muito obrigado pela torcida. Quero agradecer muito, principalmente a minha família, meus amigos que me mandam mensagem no WhatsApp, que me ligam. Estou muito feliz que a gente conseguiu fazer isso e classificar para o playoff. Só quero pedir vocês, fãs, que continuem confiando na gente. A gente vai dar o nosso melhor. E vamos
Halo, Bagi the Forest.
pra casa. É isso, tamo junto.
Nah, siapa nih? Izza, Center, maybe Sentinel?
Strong praise for his opponents. I mean, talking all the talk there about Sentinel's team play, and it goes to show as well. I mean, even praising Zekken as their star player. Now, Zekken's at the bottom of the scoreboard right now for his team.
Yeah.
And yet still, Sentinels are holding a lead 7-5 when they had an absolutely horrific start to the entirety of that half.
Yeah, and actually, I think the story over the last couple of maps has been not so much Sen getting the advantage at the beginning of the round, but just having really strong ways of being able to close things out. TenZ has been amazing in those spots. And so we go into a pistol, which is insanely important, especially for Loud, I think, to be able to get online.
Prediksi skor, Izza.
Complete contact up. Zelsis picks a mid-round timing.
Maybe 13-10.
Could be anybody there.
It's back out. Still,
Karena nggak tahu juga.
Okay.
So close to getting punished there.
Very close. I mean, Les was quick onto the angle, onto that avenue of opportunity. They want to flood out now, facing with the bodies. Paranoia backing away. QCK.
Oh, that's unreal.
As blind as the fadeaway. Damage has been done definitely to Zelsis here. Single shot will do it. Touch close. There it is, straight to the chest. Brings him down. John can't do much. So Loud with that pistol round, you got to think. Back in charge.
Yeah, looking good for it. To have not won a pistol round the entire series and then get both of them in the decider map could end up being crucial. No way of knowing yet. But Sen are certainly not going to force into this one again. On the defense side, not as many kills. That's a ridiculous kill though. That is
Aku dukung Sen, soalnya aku mirip
But the fact that QCK was the tip of the spear is going to start building his way up to the Phoenix ult. And Loud started that with such a contacting approach.
Not willing to give anything away. Main benefit of it being that Loud, they have tons of util left saved for the big site hit, especially over towards A. Difficult one to try and get through. To clear through elbow, lots of corners.
I think Loud have got the read now that this was not a heavy A setup. They are just charging their way forwards.
Yeah.
As soon as they don't meet people early, they realize that they've essentially got a free plant off.
It's a good post-plant position as well, just for the spike to be dropped down, laid down. Snake bite.
It looks like Sen are going to send utility here, rather than trying to save it.
See if they can take an early fight, and you're right. I mean, could get costly. Normally you want to be saving these pieces of util, but clearly Sentinels feeling like it could be winnable, but not with the gun disadvantage.
No, I mean, keep an eye on the Sen retakes on A once we have rifles online, but that was very easily cleaned up. I think that's going to put people in positions where they need to go for light armor. Well, it could end up being important against the Bulldog and the Stinger. They ended up investing there in the utility to go for the retake. But I think Sen are going to be confident in those kind of rounds once guns are online. Their comp can just util dump spots on A. It's very difficult to hold on to post plants. That was most of the metagame actually that we saw in the last time that these teams faced on Sunset, was how they approached the A retakes.
The bonus round now to be cooked up for Loud. They've got plenty of danger in it. I mean, that ran it back earned. QCK, this guy is frying. I mean, he's 20-10 currently. In the top of the score. At the top here, though. Tap and a face. That contact play style. Finally, punishment in place.
Yeah, but I mean, what a spray from Zelsis.
Yeah.
They're trying to punish the orb pick up there, and they both get sprayed down. Targeted the Paranoia onto a spot that TenZ is often liking to play, but it's second up there this time. In market. The trip not broken, though. They know it's fake market pressure. Yeah, this is a weird one.
No way.
Did they spot a hint of 2Es? Was there that question mark on the minimap?
Maybe.
Yeah, pinged out, I think.
Yep, it is. Leaning this way. Celsius. He is a low player, but he decides to take the fight anyway, not set up onto that angle with any form of util. Sassy now. He's in a one and done. Dart has to be broken, and he's revealed his position now. This is problematic. Still Util now. 10's right behind them. Sent out the Paranoia. There is that swing, and that's a spike going to be dropped down. Rest of his team nowhere near here. Les is the last one standing.
Sorry, ya bentar lagi.
Beautifully, but the Loud players barely reacted. I don't think they knew where that Paranoia was coming from. It's left Les in a 1v3 in a much worse position than Sassy was when he was able to get the plant down.
Yeah, I mean, 15 seconds left in the round. It's an impossible scenario.
10 seconds left.
Les will just be trying to win this one while the rest of the team in silence scratches their head, wondering where it all went wrong here. That pick onto Zelsis puts Sassy in such a difficult position, and the flank from B bailed him out.
This might be Sentinels just getting a bit of a read, I think, in terms of how Loud want to play and set up into this one, of how many risks they were taking on this round against the bonus round, right? You think about it, pushing through into B main, hard flanking through the back,
30 seconds left.
giving them all that information.
But I think going for flank plays like that just plays really nicely into Loud's composition, which lacks the Cypher. Anytime you can get aggressive like that, yeah, go for it. Why not? Loud are not going to have that information, and they're going to find it difficult.
Titans not to be dislodged from this spot. There's a Phoenix flash in his face, though. Won't be punished and dropped down. Paranoia now, TP, phone line, everything. The kitchen sink being tossed and turned and chucked at them. Out through market, flash over the way, ring around a Rosie. Zekken can't escape.
So now we get to see Loud in a post plant. We saw a lot of it from Sen. Here it comes.
Paranoia, yeah, Thrash as well. It's all being laid out on top of one another. Fast. Cover play. Shot into the corner was utilized a little bit earlier, but everybody tucked into main. Do have the orb for this one. Actually some mollies as well. We're going to see how the Util just reigns supreme into it. Dizzy over the top. Anything to try and latch onto this spike and get the defusal started.
Is there time for the Thrash?
I don't even know. I mean, listen, it's going to be 1 second left. He wants to use it, but again, somebody needs to get onto this one. Already detained. Into the side, into the corner. Where is the time pressure? Hello! Finally, Wingman down, and the rifle's there. Has to be bodyguard duty. Spraying them all down. Wingman! He's been stopped in his tracks. Half tapped, Sassy. No more to room. No more to work with.
And this game, more than any that I've seen recently, has featured just everyone dead on both sides kind of post plants.
Sentinel.
Where things are coming down to time so much. I mean, both teams playing this kind of more passive setup over towards B with the post plant, but throwing a couple of people in aggressively to draw out early utility. And so teams are getting stalled in these spots. If Wingman had not gone down there, we could have had a very similar situation to Icebox, where little bro's just sat inside the pit, just tinkering away, cutting the red wire.
Yeah, it's a good heads up from Loud, though. They get the 3-kill spraying down now. I think most teams might just end up stopping the spray. Thinking that they got everybody. All the targets are going to be on it, but now, Diligent.
I wonder, does this knife incentivize Sentinels to go for the B push again? Is there going to be some kind of trigger that gets Sen going aggressive on the map? You see that John is moving around his Cypher setups. This time he's got a cam in mid, so they don't have to play that particularly. You can just rely on the camera. A trip for market because Sen were playing B main kind of aggressively to start the round.
Smells like a B retake.
It does. And obviously you don't want to be hard anchoring the site against Kawanzin's Rolling Thunder.
No.
But also Loud would love to save it if they get the info that it's a B retake setup.
Hello, how's that orb going? Straight up into the sky.
Not where it's supposed to.
Oh, Rolling Thunder now though. Feel the presence, now they're going to be using it. 10s, P's, and away, back to the corner actually.
Not away.
Even deeper angle, he wants to try and take the fight to them. Flash, force to set it up, that's Zelsis. The dynamic duo just weaving in and out, and the flood defense this time reigns supreme.
I love it. I think this map is set up so nicely for B flood defending. And the way that Tens just eats the Rachel and still is able to survive and get a kill. Yeah, they just assumed, okay, nobody would be silly enough, nobody would be whimsical enough to take a teleport into the corner while stunned up. You're dealing with Tens.
He goes for it.
He's taken the brain of Angel and Redgar and combined it with the skill and impeccable timing of... Dude, I don't even know.
I mean, himself.
Yeah, yeah. Who's got it like he does?
Yeah. He's stylish, man. He's stylish. But on a knife's edge. One of the only rounds, really, that just goes entirely the way of Sen. You see them now, just having that lead. Knocking the money back down here for Loud.
Yeah, this is devastating. Once Sen start building up a little bit of momentum like this, you could see them pulling away.
Right here. See you on the other side.
Loud would love a thrifty here.
Seen him do it. Sharp with the Sheriffs. Izzy dealt with a flash to follow up as soon as that knife gets the confirmation. No one peeking off of it though. All the noise in the world being made really out towards Alba. Now Zekken should be able to get himself out of there with a satchel. In fact, Molly didn't clear him. Oh, okay. Shot. That's nasty. All up, taking a pause into the round here off that initial kill. Just seeing if they can pull any of the Sen players around the map.
It would be a little difficult to retrieve this rifle. Might not be something that is possible to do. The smoke, though.
It's just Sassy who's holding the corner. Like you said, there's a smoke now.
Yeah, now it is possible to go and get that.
So they're calling for a reclear potentially of their own. Wingman. Rue gets the acknowledgement.
Yeah, somebody's in elbow and also pushed up close. That gives you a good idea. It's going to be a re-hit. Tens takes the fight.
Tens, there's a fault line follow through there. Zelsis close to the corner. Got to get the punish. Through those shots now. They're worried about the TP close to the corner here. Zelsis heard that sound cue, but it's all just feigns and fakes on top of each other. There's only 25 seconds left. What do you go for here? I mean, a pause into the play. Going for a re-hit.
20 seconds.
Going for a re-hit.
Celsius is in a committed position.
Really committed. It's the first face coming through. It's just the players of the Sheriffs, and they're all going to be falling now. Fully crumbling. Less. The one with the rifle makes a decent job, a decent go of it, but now 2 more rounds for the lead here. Sentinels.
Loud look a little lost in that spot, though, man. That was a bit of a disappointing round. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take the timeout, and I think they have, actually. But they call a pause in the round there, right? On their attack side. But there isn't really a threat that they could be going for the hard rotate. Because John's still got up all of his Cypher utility. He's got a cam deep in B main. He's got a trip for market. And the players over in A-Link know that there's nobody lurking mid. So what exactly are Sen going to be afraid of? Especially when the wingman catches contact, right? This is...
Call, we go. Don't be scared. Let's go. Good.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, Sen building up that confidence, making sure that everybody's on the same page.
Vibes Merchant laying it down.
Yeah. So this next rifle round, it's a perfectly timed tactical timeout. Because this next rifle round is going to be extraordinarily important, pivotal in how this map goes. If Loud lose it, after investing ults, which I'm sure they're going to go for, they'll be dropped back down to an eco, and Sen are basically, at that point, just on a coronation march.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They're going straight up.
The upper round 2 of the playoffs.
So this is a must-win for Loud.
Put everything into it. Luckily, a few ults being earned. So that run it back. I mean, it feels like QCK's never without it. He's been earning it at such frequency. All the kills he's been getting. The plants, the orbs funneled into him.
But has he been able to find value with it?
Yeah, that's the thing. Seems quite offhanded in terms of the way that they do approach to use it, but every now and then you might see it still. Sassy holding the dizzy.
Okay, this time they wait out the knife at the start of the round from Celsius. Right, so Loud have to start a little further back, but they don't give away that there's 2 players over towards A. The stun for them to try to take a little bit of space. And look at John's setup again. Cam for the mid lurk, trip for market. Loud have not been breaking these.
Again, acknowledgement there from Dizzy. Stray shots missed him. Fired off the warning shots, and I know there's somebody, at least one player lurking out towards A.
But they're not scared of mid, and they're not scared of market, because John's utility is still there.
Right inside the smoke. I mean, they're setting up for a pop flash play here. Yeah, they can hear it. The door being broken down. They're going to try and fight Tooth and nail for control of it. The nade down. How does Zekken get 2? That is ridiculous. QCK forced to bodyguard his own spot there. Driving.
And it goes down to a 3v3 in a really weird fashion. Sen have committed pretty heavily to the B side of the map. And so Loud have actually managed to find an opening here to go for a post plan.
30 seconds left.
The smoke was in the way of the top section of mid. It might already be just close with the rocket, but no. Has to respect it, wondering if they could be lurking in that potential avenue. So a free plan here, Loud.
And some players in potential positions to play a nice post plan too. You don't have to be worried about the initiator utility from Sen, which is the main part of it. But obviously there's still danger with the paranoia, with the showstopper. Loud get info that there's nobody on the flank.
Yeah, exactly, with that dart. Get around now, and that's a Hunter's Fury to add even more time pressure. Ult committed and stuck. Tens is forwards, he wins his fight. That is ridiculous. Still with a paranoia, now to showstopper. Seeking to commit this one. Where these players might be, but the first tap at least forces out the ult. Rocket flying. Gen clears the one, but on top of this corner, on top of the box, 2 years, has to reveal his hand, spraying it through, guarding, blocking, all the bullets, second, sticking, and he's won the round for his team. Despite the heroics of Sadak, not enough, barely enough. Look at that, 0.37.
It's wild how close these rounds are getting.
Oh my God.
But also, how on earth is Sen even in position to do that? Tens sticks the ultimate, gets caught by a player. QCK is shooting for like a third of a second before Tens even realizes where he's positioned. Still flicks straight to his head and opens things up. Even when Loud have openings,
Good job, Zach.
Sen are still finding their way through. And I said that was going to be the important round.
Exactly. There's the money. Dire Straits. Take it alone out from the bank if they'll even give you one here. Aftershock at the top cam position used early. That's just a trio. I mean, clear out John QT, who's had that cam at the top section of mid. And Loud have been given control of market, control of mid now.
Yeah, this is a very different flavor to the round. The problem is the weaponry is just so advantaged towards Sentinels. Loud have finally got a better macro idea.
Still might be some danger.
Might be too late.
2 players spotted, 1 tagged up here. Shock darts now, and the squeeze is online. QCK is wrapping around. Molly there. Oh, hello. Trip. Tens lit up entirely. Let's loose that paranoia, but that one way, less than ideal. That was John's.
Great crunch in B main though from Loud.
Yeah.
Sen could
Nah, ini dia. High note. Akhirnya muncul juga.
And 2 is here ready to pick up Celsius.
Subscribe dah si Note. Nah, jadi moderator nih.
And what a recovery. The MasterCard Thrifty coming through could not have been a better timing for it. By all rights, that should have been Sentinels favored to go up to series point. And instead, they're going to take a
Izza watch
to discuss what went wrong. And to me, it's very clear. They finally lost market control. Loud
Kan selalu
took
hati-hati,
that
Note.
space on the map that otherwise John's just been watching with a trip.
Bismillah aja, Note. Kemarin aja nggak kena copyright.
The pivot from Sen, yeah, you are right. Losing control of that one. So Sentinel's going to be using this timeout now to discuss precisely what went wrong. Potentially putting more of an emphasis onto mid. But again, Sadak, world-class caller this guy is.
Thank you, Note.
No slouch as well with the aiming department, at least for this map. He's going to be potentially even expecting that. There's layers to it.
Yeah. I think from Loud, though, this timeout is also going to serve them. Because they've been struggling to deal with what Sen have been throwing at them. And I think it is possible that that eco round has given them a serious clue of how to adapt in the
Bismillah,
game.
Note.
Sen are normally so good at coming up with those adjustments late on in a map, late in a half, late in a series. He's not one of the guys to run out of ideas. So let's see what he's brought to the table coming out the back of this timeout. Looks like Sen want to try to take the game to them, perhaps. We can see them pinging out the mini-map over towards A. And Zekan's set up for an earlier fight, something he hasn't done a ton of.
We're waiting for the acknowledgement of the knife to go for a bit of a flash play to Dizzy, all combined. Dart broken.
One suppressed.
One player tagged there.
And it was Sadak, who does sometimes play alone on the opposite side of the map. Just to make it feel like there's presence where there isn't any. Sassy gets ult online.
It's a big one. Pre-firing, hoping on the shot there onto the market trip, but no dice, still remains up.
So John continues to provide great info to his team.
Hello. Oh, Second go for the repick there with the thrash. He's punished.
Yeah. Second's been neutralized, to be honest. As much as kalian was bigging him up at the halftime, you know, in the segment talking about Loud's, Sentinel's strengths, they have managed to neutralize the star player of Sen. But they need more. They dodge the knife again. This is going to give Loud the perfect timing to go into Sassy. Can he pull out some magic?
Jumping around. Drone hears it. Has to respect it now. It's running away just to get the hell out of there. Doesn't break the drone either, so it clears out the site entirely. No command. Let loose, let rip. Zelsis spreads it wide now. Cross onto the side. Not going to be letting them use that util plant. Stuck here by Kawazin. Tends onto that high ground approach. He has found value with less being removed. That's one of the star players going pound for pound, just removing this one. And a call is made to try and fight this one. Sassy taking it straight to them. Man in tow, and he just caught the backside. Clips Sadak out towards the back of the head. Flash through, run and gun with a Spectre. Ult denied. 2 years. He's miles away. The knife gives them every single bit of information they could want. Skipping a hop, dodging round. Surely! No way! Sen up to 12. Oh my!
Oh my God! Sentinel.
The deck and they win it anyway. I was looking at the minimap the whole time at Tui's positioning. He looked his way fully through B main, walked all the way into Boba, going around the world, and he was way out of time.
I believe that sprayed in catch.
Yeah, it definitely looked like bullets were headed in Ten's direction.
Can't believe it.
But it's better to be lucky than good, and damn if Tens isn't both.
And this is it, potentially. Precipice of defeat for Loud. QCK. Sliver of an angle, just holding it ADS, but he does not get what he was seeking. Now running away, Les. These are matters into his own hands. Yeah. Look at this deep lurk.
These are the rounds where Les just decides, all right, my team's struggling to come up with an idea. I am going to make the play to win.
Goal, Zelsis. Wasn't ready for it. Peeking it wide like that, just slowly. Les did manage to vacuum up that space now. There's going to be that repick. Sassy just trying to tuck himself into the corner here. Needs some help from the rest of his team. Hunter's Fury trying to collect these kills as well. They're trying to face from Spawn. Run it back there. Actually brought him down with the ult, and Sassy in this entire time somehow has stayed alive. Tucked to the corner, got a smoke at his back to try and help him out, and everybody's going to be facing him here. Flash in his face, spraying through. It's all praying. But this time Loud. One's on top here. 5 alive. John QT might not be long for this world either.
Probably just going to save. I mean, look at the economy of Sen. It feels like Sen are in control, and yet you look, because they've died so many times while winning these rounds, they don't have an economic cushion to rely on.
Yeah.
So John keeping this weapon online, it does end up being really important.
It's common the entire time. You can see it in the scam.
Yeah, it's like a mini timeout for him, right?
Yeah.
To discuss what's going on. And really, the big difference that round is that Les just found an opening up through elbow. I'm not sure exactly how he's managed to find that read, that Sen had nobody playing there. Perhaps, even if people were playing there, he was happy to take the fights, just believing in himself. Does John save this?
He needs to rifle. And 2 years, I mean, he's just making a mockery of him. Jumping through, knowing he's low enough.
We are going to be headed into,
oh my God,
the final few rounds here of the match, with Loud favored to bring it to the final round, and maybe even some OT afterwards.
One enemy remaining.
It's crazy the adaptations that these teams are willing to make, and even if it isn't a team-based thing, these players are willing to make. Look at this gamble, Sen gambling over towards A, because that's where Les found the success previously. Sadak's already swapped it up. They're headed in the opposite direction, trying to keep it safe, keep everybody together, make sure they can trade out low ecos.
Stampede there, hearing him across the floorboards. Util in the world as well, pointing into that direction, and a fast follow through from Sen. They're going to be chasing the noise cues. Hoping to try and flood in time, but there's nothing to push back this plan. So Kawazin gets into it now. Even the ult online if he chooses to expend it, but probably not even necessary.
I mean, a win here for Sen is forcing out those ults, I think.
Yeah.
I'll say that. They could close it out here.
Easy. No one to break, no one to deal with it, but there's a flash using, running and gunning.
They could close it out here.
Okay, drive by, going wide. One player falls, a tap now forces out the snake bites. Have to be utilized here. Kawazin still has the ult, surely. There's no danger, surely. Tens Doesn't just TP, but he does straight into them, into their faces, tapping and spraying all the way through rifles. Save the day. John would potentially like to get away with this one, but it's going to the final round of regular time anyway. Might as well go down with the ship.
I believe for a moment there, when Sen had their weapons, and were just running into backside, overwhelming people. That's pretty good awareness from Sadek as well. TenZ is difficult to see in that spot. And this time the rifles are able to find their mark, and the spam is good. They used the pit, a timeout taken. A timeout taken. Right before the last round of regulation, Kaplan hits the red button.
Tension could never be high, could it?
Both teams just set to simmer. kalian has a huge ultimate online, and Sentinels are wary of that. I'm not sure what kind of adjustment Kaplan wants to make towards the end of this. I would imagine that they want to use that little elbow passage that Les was able to find for them in round 22. But to be honest, a lot of the game plan has still been working here for Sen on defense side. John's been able to find so much value from this Cypher setup. You know, if you hit an Unbreakable, there aren't actually that many tools with Loud's composition to be able to get through it. There's obviously the trips or, the shocks or an after shock, something like that. But Loud have not been meticulous in making sure all of that is eroded away. Tui's has bought the op again. On the attack side this time.
Yeah, just trying to slow it down, and why not? You have the money, you have the cash. Maybe even just anticipating some kind of adjustment from Sentinels here, but it's everything tossed into the mix. One round to decide it. Does the series end? Does it get totaled, or will there be that continuation of play? Loud have a chance to fight back.
Very early dominance with their utility over towards B main. Paranoia used off the rip from Tui's to make it feel like they're taking early B main control. I think trying to prompt out some kind of aggression in A main and see if they could punish it. Maybe even hoping that Zekken or Sassy would play for the ult orb and they could get that. It really feels like they're trying to trap them going for the A ult orb. Zekken and Sassy are not taking a risk like that to throw away their chance of winning the match and going to meet GEN.G in the uppers. So no dice on that early trap.
Deep drone not broken. You can feel it. Palpable in the air. I mean, thick with tension. Tense. Tiniest of angles, tiniest of chances, but he gets it. Ulted up, stunned up, will be brought down in the end, so the trade is online here. The call is made for Sen to scatter. Backing away, playing for the retake here. Sadak is going to go for the plan, but he's ended up just throwing it to the side. He's going to give it to QCK to get that run it back.
Optimizing, but also giving Sen an opportunity to throw in some util early on. They're not going to go for the flood defend though.
Yeah, suppression fading. When is the time to
Menang
strike?
sih ini Sentinel, cok.
QCK lets it rip, breaking the util. Dizzy. Oh, this play gets caught into the wall there. Unfortunate with it. Still watching, holding for the flash. Anti-positions played, spam into the box, but it does buy them critical time. Running their way past this one. Are they going to anticipate? 2 years! Nails them to the back wall of Link. The upper second shot goes flying wide. Smoke and disengaging. Back and away. Celsius seeking to clear this one out, but again the time running against them. The rifles have to sing true. They have to ring true, but it will not happen. Overtime.
Overtime.
And Loud. They're desperate for it, man. Crawling.
These late adjustments on Icebox and now on Sunset to be able to get into overtime have just been marvelous. And this, with TenZ being able to get the first kill onto Les to start with. But that punish at the back of the Rolling Thunder was so important. Remember what TenZ was able to do to them over towards B as he teleported into a corner, didn't get away with any shenanigans like that this time. No ops being bought in OT.
OT. Waduh, gila.
That's right.
Remember, Sen were trying to set up these mid lurks quite a lot and threaten it.
Apa nih?
Too much threat behind it though. Now that dart's going to be fading away. Sen happy to wait it out for the initial 10 seconds. Smokes are propped up.
Yeah, and going for their defensive setup where 2Es is the player holding aggressive over towards A, so they frequently leave 2Es alone in these spots. This time though, he's got backup from kalian.
Benar nih. Menegangkan banget, guys.
Dizzy off the cam contact. 2Es trying to find a timing to re-paranoia and take position on the A line. Doesn't catch anybody. It's the same kind of thing again here, Brent. Trying to set up this mid lurk off A main. Distraction. Yeah. But I swear, Loud are always super aware of stuff like this.
Deep Smoke did pull kalian away. He might be able to react in time though to help 2Es out with a couple of pieces of util. Now time is going to become an issue and a problem. Flash through over the top. 2Es just bumbling into the walls there. Lucky that he didn't pay for it with his life, but he backs away and now the call is being made. Rotations abound here for Loud.
And now they're going to be in position to try to send util to stop this.
Satchel. The pathing over to the top. Plant. Going down here, but sort of util. After shock, breaks it. 12 seconds. Time really against them. Snakebite drop down Loud. This is them with a chance to really gain some ground here. Swinging wide to punish. kalian, you understood it as a wing con and just decided to take the risk anyway. 2Es fake the TP back, and now they want to fight this one into the back of the site. Double face, no util. Sentinels barreling through, finding their own timings. Gifted with it, spamming through. Sadak left in a 1v2.
Second making the wrap around to A-Link.
Sadak sticking this one half onto it, half onto the defuse. He's bought himself a little bit of time, a window potentially, but he just needs a kill, and he's not being given it. He's not being given it. No one will give him an easy one. And face together, it's Sentinels on 13.
They have pulled that one back from the brink. Loud's identification that that was an A hit, and the fact that they got players ready to throw utility to stop and put pressure on the plant, that almost won them the round. You saw kalian just barreling over the top of the mosh, trying to end the round instantly by denying the plant. But not everybody on the same page, and it gave Sen an opportunity. They're up on match series point.
The tiniest of differences. Snowball out of control with these rounds, and you're right. Match point, map point, series point, whatever you want to call it here, it's Sentinels in that driving seat.
This time, John Cutie hasn't put a setup for mid control as well, or mid information. So he's got the cam in market, but he is going to need to rely on other people watching the top of mid. So that's going to weaken potentially the A side of the map. So they're kind of cheating here, going for a very aggressive, strong B hold, but a weak A, playing retake A. We haven't really seen Sen in this match pull off the retake A superbly, but it does exist.
Tense at this angle, man. I mean, a high-low position. You can't account for the two spots that he could be peeked from. The flash in his face was not turned in time.
Doesn't make a footstep, though, so they don't know exactly where he's positioned to punish him.
Moves his way out. Cam broken there from the shutdown, I believe.
They're going into the heavy B setup.
Into it, indeed. Potentially into the jaws of defeat. Zekken, he's found his slice. Sadak removed, and now confusion. It's a frantic play from Loud. Which direction did it go into? The one-way stopping them. Ults, and util has to be used now to clear it back through. But the spike's been dropped down, and time against them entirely. Watch for 2 to stand, and 2 potentially to fall. 2 years and less together now, tapping it out, but there is no chance. There is no hope.
Buset.
Sen look incredible here. Dominating on the first map and squeezing through in overtimes to take their appointment with GEN.G in the upper finals. Ooh. Loud pushed them. Oh, they did. But Sen were resilient the whole way through with huge performances coming out.
Gila.
Sassy's 1v3.
Senitel nih, bos.
Instrumental in getting them
GG,
into a winning position on this map. John called a great game the entire time and was fragging too.
GG.
It's not over for Loud, of course. They are no strangers to taking the long road in tournaments like this. But Sen, for the moment, on top in this regional rivalry.
Gila.
On top.
Senitel.
All the recent times, and of course, I mean, you're going to see the respect being showcased on either side. Two teams are now deeply familiar with each other. But the Sentinels who have earned their spot now. Second round of playoffs. Match up against Gen.G.
And what an awesome one to look forward to. I think especially just a head-to-head that I'm instantly thinking of is TenZ v Karen.
Oh yeah.
Because both of them with outrageous aim. TenZ the more flashy, I guess, mobile version of the Smokes player, but
Karen with the movement.
Yeah.
That guy is he's just skilled through and through, picked up straight from the rank queues. That is going to be one hell of a head-to-head.
It really is. And Sen, all of that time being able to, you know, get 2 playoffs as the #1 squad after taking a really difficult route through the Swiss system, paid off in this game. You really do need to prep for these regional matchups because the teams know each other so well. And I think what we saw with them being able to capitalize on Split to such a heavy degree, and then on Sunset too, it was really working. And it was different things that were working as well. We didn't really get to see that A retake coming out with all of the flash dizzy combos.
Yeah, these teams are constantly evolving their game plans. They're not going to stay stagnant like you're saying. They're constantly going to be adjusting what to look for here, but so tightly matched between both of these teams. I mean, Sen barely able to get it over the line in that OT. What an absolute world-class series as well. I thought map 1, I mean, we might have just been chalked, man. Yeah. Early finish for the day, but no, wasn't the case as well. And we're just getting the players ready for an interview down on the stage. If you're wondering why we are yapping, professional yappers, but listen, we don't like to do it for too long.
But it's going to be an interview with Sassy, talking about, again, another match against his former team. And I do think we're set up for this to possibly become the preeminent rivalry of...
I agree.
Maybe of the global Valorant circuit, but certainly the Americas circuit as well.
Definitely.
The chances of a matchup happening later on in the tournament are also entirely possible. They don't count Loud out at all.
Yeah.
But, both of these teams playing their heart out today. And Sen also showcasing that even on some of their weaker maps like Iceborne, they're continuing to add to their playbook, to the strat book.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, closely matched on these maps as well. I mean, just fantastic. We're going to be going through all the flowchart points, I think, at this point. Listen, where's Sassy getting down? Has he got mic'd up? It looks like it, maybe, potentially. Chances.
I'm interested to hear what their perspective is, though, because the Sen players are not used to necessarily being tournament favorites, especially for a guy like Sassy. He's experienced last year where it was a little miserable.
Absolutely. Well, that being said, let's send it down to Dryad, who's down on the floor with the Verizon post-match interview.
Dos últimos mapas muy intensos entre Sentinels y Loud. 2 very last intense maps between Sentinels and Loud, but Sentinels takes the win. And I'm here with Sassy. I want to hear it for Sassy. I was listening to all the fans. They were cheering for you the whole time. Y para mi primera pregunta, para Sassy, quiero saber más que nada, recordando que este es un rematch de Américas, ¿cómo se sentía el poder volver a ganar este rematch y qué ha cambiado desde la final de Américas hasta ahora para seguir avanzando y mejorando y viendo la evolución que está teniendo Sentinels? Sassy, I want to ask you here, this is the rematch for Americas, the grand finals, and you still get the win once again. Tell me a little bit about the evolution, the process that has been since that grand final to now guaranteeing that top 3 for Masters.
I'll be honest, this win is all about my coaches. They did a perfect job on adapting, especially on Split. And even the Loud didn't play Split this tournament, they did an incredible job about like predicting them. So yeah, I feel like this match is for my coaches for sure.
Dice que todo el crédito se va hacia los coaches que trabajaban bastante duro en entenderlos, en incluso las cosas que no se sabían, las cosas que no eran reveladas por el lado del lado, de poder sacar esa información y ganarlo, así que es todo el crédito para ellos. Hablando de ese split, yo quiero preguntarle más que nada, primero, ¿cómo tiene un split tan bueno? Y segundo, ¿por qué los equipos lo siguen dejando abierto? I know you mentioned split, and I have to ask, how is your split so good? And also, why are teams still leaving it open?
I mean, yeah, we knew that Loud has their ban on Lotus, so we were already expecting Split. This veto was like pretty obvious, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I don't know. For me, it's John. John is like the big deal on Split. He always has like good reads, and every player is like comfortable playing each role. So yeah, our Split is like a comfortable map for us.
Dice que la decisión de mapas o la decisión de que iban a jugar a Split ya se sabía porque se conocían muy bien el permaround de lo que era el Lotus de Loud, pero que aún así también el crédito se va para el lado de GEN.G, que conoce muy bien el mapa, que trabaja con él alrededor de eso y con eso consiguen la victoria del mapa una y otra vez. Ahora, para mi última pregunta, escuchábamos un poco más temprano a Munchkin que decía que se quería enfrentar en contra de lo que es la escuadra de Sentinels. Ahora se va a hacer realidad, se hace posible en esa semifinal del upper bracket. ¿Cómo se sienten en contra de GEN.G? Munchkin early said he really wanted to face you guys, and you know, it's not the grand finals yet, but that match will guarantee the grand final spot. So how are you feeling for the match against GEN.G?
I feel the same way as Munchkin. We are pretty excited to face GEN.G, honestly. And I've faced Munchkin before in Crazy Raccoons, and I know that he's on a better team right now. So yeah, we will see who gets better.
I like that. Nos dice que piensa igual que Munchkin, que también está muy emocionado por lo que va a hacer esa partida en contra de GEN.G, que ya se ha enfrentado él en contra de Munchkin antes, pero que ahora lo ve que está en un mejor equipo, así que vamos a ver qué es lo que va a pasar. Esto es todo lo que tenga de entrevista, Sassy. Thank you so much, and I want to hear it once again for Sassy.
Oh, massive congratulations to Sentinels. We go from one legend to another. Sassy over here to Zelsis. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you have a couple of moments.
Okay.
Buy the Sentinels bundle. Thank you.
I'm going to buy the event winners.
Oh, this
It's already us. It's already us. Listen, people.
Baiklah. Sekarang kita main lagi. Sebentar guys. Oke. Now main ini ya guys. Kita main CS. Oh ya, kita ini dulu ya guys, kita end vote dulu. Kita sama ganti judul sekalian. Oke. Udah ganti judul. Lanjut. Apa nih? Bentar. TY Dime. Oke. Iya. Bisa.
Counter-terrorists win. This is our fight.
Oke. Oke.
I lost her. Planted. Bomb has been planted.
Oke. Iya. Dapat. Si. Oh. Kabur.
Terrorists win. Move it. Activating the bomb.
Mari kita kabur.
What do you see? Clear. Terrorists win. We cannot be killed.
Iya.
This is easy. We kill them, and then we go home.
Oh, shh. Oh. Fire. Asap. Minggu ada apa bunda ya? Ada apa bunda? Minggu? Oh.
What is happening? Clear. I'm planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted. One stupid man is left. Did you hear that? Terrorists win. Going to do this. It is time now, my brother.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go, brother.
What is happening? All clear. Check in. Clear.
Okay.
What do you see? Clear. Watch out, sniper! They've gotten away. Counter-terrorists win. Let us go. I'm waiting here. The bomb is on the ground. At our start point.
Hah? Saya aja.
Three left. Only 2 men left. Only 1 left. Terrorists win. We will definitely get praised. We have our revenge. Now is the time. I'll wait here.
Ah. Waduh. Kirain ke ternak. Kirain ke kuning. Ya.
Going to plant the bomb.
Indonesia, alhamdulillah, tipis 1-0.
I'm planted. Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win. They cannot stop us now. Together we can do this. Someone must recover the bomb. Check in. All clear.
Oh, media share. Let's go. Astagfirullah. Aduh, media share bener-bener. Ya elah.
What is happening? Clear. What do you see? All clear. What is happening? Clear. One idiot left. Planted.
Hello, hello.
What do you see? Terrorists win. We will stop your little scout. We have destroyed them. The bomb is sticking down. Let's make this Reyes rain. Two fellas left. Spotted the bomb carrier. Counter-terrorists win. Clear, lads. Go, go, go. Throwing flashbang.
Jangan ini. Nah, ini maksud gua, Cok. Senjata
Targets acquired. Bomb has been planted. Well, that bomb's not going to use itself now. Roger that. They're down to 2. Using the bomb. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. Right on. Let's show them who we are. Grenade out. One left now.
Bang Yohan. Halo Bang Yohan. Halo Audrey. Hai Audrey, makasih doa dan dukungannya. Subscribe dulu nggak sih?
Other entry point. Counter-terrorists win. Nice. Move it, son.
Halo Bang Yohan.
All clear.
Aman. Bom. Ada bom. Ada bom. Udah ya? Oke. Oke. Thank you Bang Yoha dan Audrey udah mampir. Subscribe dulu jangan lupa. Baik banget nih didatengin Bang Yohan, Cok. Aduh. Iya. Aduh. Oh my god. Mati dah. Thank you, Audrey. Ada Bang Mik. Mana Bang Miknya? Bang Yohan. Suruh ke sini Bang Miknya, Bang Yohan. Suruh mampir gitu. Mik Marcel. Halo Mik Marcel. GG Izza nggak main yang online. Izza kok lawan komputer? Aku cupu kalau main yang online, Mik. Subscribe dulu gak sih Bang Mik? Bantu promosi gitu. Lu belum fallback IG gua, Mik. Parah lu. Nantilah coba yang online ya, Mik. Fallback lah setan itu. Dimarahin Bang Yohan nih. Lu belum fallback IG gua, Mik. Bang Yohan aja udah fallback, Bang Mik belum. Parah nggak sih? Aduh. Gue belum ini. Set dah. Parah kacau sih katanya teman tuh. Masa teman sendiri kayak gitu? Bang Mik katanya mau babar sama kamu Bang Izza. Ah, yang benar kamu Audrey. Subscribe-nya jangan lupa. Nanti aku juga update jadwal live-nya. Gak ada aman. Oke, berarti aman. Aduh. Ini dia. Ini Bang Mik lagi live atau lagi ngapain Bang Mik? Sambil nonton gua kah ini? Kalau sambil nonton GG sih ini. Oh ya. Wait guys.
makes 3. Need help.
Nah, guys.
2 fellas left. Oh, crap. Terrorists win. Go, go, go. Bomb carrier spotted.
Baru sahur Bang Izza. Iya Bang Yohan. Masih lama Bang Yohan, nanti jam 4:30.
Has 3 left.
Kita pelan.
Area secure.
Bang Yohan udah sahur.
Let's get that bomb.
Duh. Kecil. Toxic ini, guys. Toxic.
That makes 2 left.
Aduh.
Terrorists win. Come on, chop, chop. Report in. The entry point. We're in the clear. That bomb's ticking down. I'll make it 3 to go.
Bomnya di mana nih?
Help. Need help. One guy left. Bomb has been defused.
Alhamdulillah.
Terrorists win. You're right on. You're right on. Gear up. We're going in. Check in.
Cek.
Clear.
Oke, aman. Oke, bom.
We need to defuse that bomb.
Iya.
One less.
Ini di mana nih?
2 guys left.
Oh my god. Oh, di sini. Maaf, kagak teliti. Nah. Duh.
Status. All clear. Bomb has been planted. Let's get that bomb. Well, that bomb's not going to defuse itself now. Counter-terrorists win.
Aduh, aduh, aduh. Match point.
Remove any doubts in your head. It's us or them. I see the bomb carrier.
Dukung. Oke. Push. Makan guys, sahur.
That makes one left. Check in. We're in the clear. He's got the bomb. Bomb has been planted. Bomb's executed. They're all dead, son. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. Good stuff. Job well done there, son.
Jangan deh. Kita main di map yang lain. Sambil makan, guys. Kita office aja dah.
Let's go, fellas. I need help.
Tuh. Gila. Oh. Musuhnya. Aduh. Sorry. Kita umpat. Habis.
Two guys left.
Satu lagi mana ya? Satu lagi mana, guys?
Report N. All clear.
Report N. Sama kan?
We are out of here. Grenade out. That makes two left.
Kira musuh.
I lost them. That's our insertion point. That makes one. Counter-terrorists win. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Easy peasy. Woo.
Gear up. We aren't going on a windy walk here. Grenade.
Subscribe di sini. Soal itu sih. Ah, 108. Kita ini dulu, kita geser. Ini dia. Oke.
Checking their entry point. Covering. I've got your back.
Es.
Your fire. Hold your fire.
Salah tembak, cowok. Salah tembak, guys. Sorry. Maaf, guys.
I'm moving with a hostage. 2 targets left. I need help. Pull yourself together, son. Counter-terrorists win. Nice. Move it, son. Other entry point. They're down to 2. One left. Counter-terrorists win. Took the piss out of them. Oh, that's great work, lads. These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning.
Aduh. Hampir. Ngumpet. Maju. Iya. Headshot. Bang boleh. Headshot kayak gitu.
Counter-terrorists win. Stuck right into them. Oh, that was sterling stuff, man.
Headshot. Boom.
Go.
Uh-oh. Oh. Flash.
Check in. Target spotted. One less. I have a noise. Escorting the hostages. One taker left.
Halo, Sas. Kaget gua kirain siapa. Halo Sas, thank you udah mampir. Jangan lupa subscribe dan juga like-nya. Kira siapa? Ternyata ada Sas. Gila Sas. Beda ya? Beda ya? Semuanya tuh jadi moderator. Oke. Anjir, langsung mod. Oh, iya dong. Kan gua anggota terbaru Jaya Esport. Gue Sas yang di live stream Rachel. Iya tahu. Iya tahu Sas, gua juga kan moderator. Gua kan penonton setia, kan? 68 damage-nya, cok. Allahu Akbar, la haula wala quwwata illa billah. Halo Sas. Baru tahu aku kamu live stream YouTube, parah sih.
Come on, chop, chop.
Kan ini lagi nyoba Sas. Lagi mau nyusul. Kayak anak Jaya dan anak-anak streamer lainnya. Jangan lupa subscribe Sas dan like-nya ya sekali lagi. Ceritanya lagi nyoba, ini lagi mau nyusul kayak mereka. Match point.
Let's move out.
Join Jaya Esport juga nih. Itu lihat aja hashtagnya. Kan kata Rachel ini kan anggota terbaru. Asik. Kita exit game dulu guys. Kita minum dulu sebentar. Anjir. Oh iya dong. Hahaha. Yoi. Yoi. Bentar ya. Dorong lu pada. Awas lu pada. Jangan musuh. Jangan rusuh. Oh, musuh sih. Sorry. AFK dia. Oh iya, jangan dorong-dorong dong, santai dong bos, santai dong, aduh. Ay. Hangat. Aduh, duh, 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 duh. Kita main solo lagi. Duh. Yeah. Sini. Beres. Hah? Yuk. Oke. Oke guys, sampai sini dulu live kita hari ini. Soalnya sudah mau menuju azan subuh ya guys. Jadi kalian jangan lupa sholat subuh bagi yang muslim. Dan selamat menunaikan ibadah puasa kalian. Jangan lupa selalu niat puasa. dan puasanya harus full sampai maghrib. So, selamat beristirahat buat yang mau beristirahat. Dan juga selamat beraktivitas buat yang mau beraktivitas. Thank you yang udah mampir tadi. Ada Sas, Johan Stur, Audrey, Mick Marcel, Nutella, Bocil The Forest, BL. Ada teman gue dari kecil juga, Padena Supriyadi, Aruba Heno CH, Maximus Content. Sampai jumpa di live stream selanjutnya. I'll see you soon. Nanti gue bakal kabarin kapan live lagi, oke? Sampai jumpa guys. Bye-bye.